1. Brianna Rutherford always told her son James not to run too far. It was a stunning spring day, the kind of day where, before the event, Brianna would take her son to the nearby park, buy him an ice cream, watch him play on the bouncy castle, or play crazy golf with him. The kind of day where she'd wake up and feel all the weight of the world lifted from her shoulders because she knew the sun could heal everything. But there was no time for fun anymore. 7 long days, and everything had changed. And Brianna wasn't sure things would ever be the same again. She looked at the mass of people standing before her, and her stomach sank. They were shouting, angry voices everywhere. In front of them, the police officers stood, 3 of them, one of them with a rifle. She knew she was supposed to trust them. Everyone was. After all, they'd been good to the people here, really. They'd supplied them with food and water, and while it wasn't exactly a feast, it was enough to survive on. Brianna had been here since the 3rd day. The first 2 days were hell. There was confusion, chaos. She'd been forced to leave their home with her son in search of some kind of safety, but that had looked like it was in vain for a while. Until they found this village. It was small and cordoned off. Nobody passed through without proper approval anymore. There weren't many people here in the grand scheme of things, but there were promises by the police that there would be other places like this. And they were the kind of communities they needed to cultivate until the power came back. But as the days rolled on, the doubts about the power coming back grew. And those limited rations and that strained order was starting to take its toll. That was part of the problem, in a sense. The police promised that things were going to get better. Someone would step in and save them, eventually. They just had to be patient. But not everybody in the group was willing to bide their time. Brianna could smell the heat in the air, the sweat from the bodies of the unwashed masses. She knew the power outage was going to bring even more problems the longer it went on. People were already starting to die of the flu. There was no official quarantine, but it was getting that way. People avoided others who sneezed. They advised them to keep to their homes to avoid contact with others. And Brianna knew all too well it was only going to get worse. In the days before this crazy week, she used to be a nurse, right at the front lines of the NHS, which was like a war zone itself these days. She saw how quickly virus and disease could spread, and how poor sanitation increased the chances of its spread tenfold. She couldn't help fearing for every single person in this group, but she had an even more pressing concern right now. Her son, James. He had a habit of wandering off. He always loved exploring. Right from the moment he could walk, he'd let go of her hand in the supermarket and go exploring, or disappear out into the garden when Brianna wasn't looking. All of it a big adventure game to him. He was 8 now, and that streak hadn't gone away. If anything, the power outage had only enhanced his lust for exploration. There were new corners to explore, new places to see, new things to discover. And as much as an illusion of safety had rested over this place for the last few days, Brianna knew it wasn't real. There was tension there, and it was just waiting to surface, biding its time. Brianna heard the shouts and saw the outcry, and she felt it was happening right now. And there was no sign of James. She knew what she was looking out for most, a red balloon he'd been gripping onto for the last day or so. He clutched it tight like it was a teddy bear, something he never wanted to let go. If she found that, she found him. She pushed forward, through the crowd, past the people she had grown to know since she got here. She remembered her arrival well, facing up to the possibility of another day on her own without help. Then seeing the police on the road, rounding people up, telling them they'd set up a safe place. Somewhere they'd be able to provide rations and equipment and everything they needed until things got back to normal. And there'd been a half-hearted belief that maybe things really could get back to normal at first, that the power outage really was a temporary problem with an imminent solution. But it didn't take long for that illusion to die. And when an illusion that powerful died, there was only one direction things could go. She pushed through more of the crowd, past more people, edging closer to the front. "Have you seen James?" she asked. Nobody was listening. Everyone was caught up in their own dramas, some mad, some crying, some turning away, some inching ever further forward. She heard shouting up ahead, but she couldn't see the source of it. Voices around her picking up, like she was balancing on a tightrope that was on the verge of snapping. And then she heard something else. Something that sent chills down her spine. Out of nowhere, Brianna heard gunfire. She froze. Everything went still. First, silence followed. Then the screams. And then there was the rush, people racing around her, banging into her, falling to the ground, some racing forward, some running back. She tried to stay on her feet, tried to keep her composure, because she had to find James. She had to know where he was. And then she felt a smack to her right, and she hit the ground. She lay there as people lumbered over her, their heavy feet kicking into her ribs, stamping on her stomach, booting her head as the chaos continued to unfold. And through all of it, Brianna could still hear those gunshots. She knew this was the moment she'd been waiting for, the moment she'd feared, the moment where everything changed, where the glimpse of hope of things getting back to normal died for good. When the footsteps scattered and she finally got a chance to push herself to her feet, beaten, bruised, and bloody-nosed, she saw something. There was a body on the ground, a small body, lying flat. She felt every kind of fear flood her system. Total dread crawled across her skin, seeped into her bones as she walked closer towards it, past the people who had stopped to look, eyes wide, tears streaming. She pushed past them, and she heard the voices telling her to stay back, to turn away. But hearing those made her want to walk forward even more. It made her want to see, because it felt like they were hiding something. She reached the front of the crowd, and she saw it. First the bodies, the men, the women, 8 of them, lying in a pool of blood. The police officers standing there. The police sergeant, Jeff Ford, holding the rifle, pale-faced, staring down at one body in particular. He looked up at Brianna with total regret in his eyes. "I didn't mean. He just ran." But she didn't hear a word. Not when she saw the red balloon climbing out of his little fingers and up towards the sky. Chapter 2. 1 week earlier. When Jack saw the country road leading towards his home, he stopped and smiled. The sun was setting. It was hard to believe it was still the first day of the blackout. Jack knew he needed some sleep to try and process everything that had happened. The EMP, the plane crash, the run-in with the shopkeeper, and the standoff with the police. And now, heading back to his home with a codependent man-child who didn't know a thing about surviving in a world like this. Yeah, things had really changed. Really fast. It scared Jack to even think about it, because he knew things were going to keep on changing at a rapid rate. But whatever, he had to get home, and then he had to focus on the next step. Surviving. That's all it boiled down to now. Riding this out until help came. And if it didn't, well, riding it out. At least he knew how to survive this thing. Even if he were stranded on the road, he was confident he could find ways to survive that the average person wouldn't even think of. He knew how to create various kinds of traps to catch animals. He knew how to manually filter water to make it more drinkable. And he knew how to create a wilderness survival shelter if he was desperate, out of natural debris and tree foliage. But right now, he didn't have to worry about any of that, because Jack had his home. "You could have told me your house was right at the top of a bloody hill," Bill said. "Friggin' Edward Scissorhands shit right here." Jack looked around at Bill, saw him panting, struggling to make his way up this hill. He half smiled, just a little. As much as he found Bill hard work, he had to admit he kind of enjoyed his company. And he knew Bill kind of needed his company too, not just from a survival perspective, but from an emotional one too. He just lost his mum and killed a man all within the space of one crazy day. That was a hell of a lot of dark shit to deal with. "Well," Jack said, barely breaking a sweat as he climbed up the long dirt track towards his house in the middle of the woods. The road grew wilder, less maintained. The trees grew thicker, and the sounds of the birds louder. "I didn't exactly choose a house with the Bills of this world in mind." "The Bills of this world? What's that supposed to mean?" "Well," Jack said, not wanting to offend Bill, but at the same time not really wanting to hold back either. "You're hardly fit and healthy." Bill frowned. He looked genuinely insulted. "Not fit and healthy? And how the bloody hell do you know that?" Jack scanned him head to toe, saw his bulging belly, the beads of sweat dripping from his face, the way he was panting more than Villain, Jack's trusty Rottweiler, who was running up ahead. "Well, I guess I'm wrong to make an assumption, but I can only go off what I'm seeing. What's right in front of me?" Bill rolled his eyes, shook his head. "Whatever. Can we just focus on getting to your place? Less talking, more walking, all that?" Jack walked on. "I'll remind you again. First, the only reason you're following me at all is because you're lucky enough to have me invite you along. And second, you're staying in the shed." Bill sighed. "As long as it's got a bed and some comic books I can lose myself in, I'm good." Jack raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything, just enough to instill a little fear into Bill. They walked further up the dirt road leading to Jack's house. This walk brought all the memories back of the first time he'd ever come here. After his daughter India's death and Hazel's affair, his life had fallen off the rails. He'd lost all desire to bond with people, to connect with people. He'd even walked away from his own son, Wayne. A sin that he should never be forgiven for. Something he would never allow himself to forget. But he'd done it because he didn't want to lose him. It was twisted, but it was the only way of avoiding any pain that might follow. He wasn't thinking straight at the time, and that loss, that pain, it still hurt him today. He thought about Hazel, about Wayne, about where they were out there. And a part of him wanted to go back to Preston, to search for them, to find them. But he knew he was chasing a fantasy. He knew there was nothing back there for him. There was no point chasing the past. This was his life now. "So what happens when we get there?" Bill asked. Jack turned, somewhat grateful for the distraction. "What happens when?" "When we get to your place. What comes after?" Jack felt uneasy. He knew what was coming. The unknown. Uncertainty itself. But an answer like that wasn't going to be an easy pill to swallow for someone ordinary. Someone driven by goals. Someone who believed in the storylines and narratives of the world around them. But the sooner Bill got used to it, the better. "What's next is we do whatever we can to survive. We hunt, we gather, we defend. We use whatever we can to get through this, as long as it lasts." Bill stared at Jack for a few seconds, totally silent. Then he puffed his lips out, shook his head. "You really believe that, don't you?" Jack frowned. "Believe what?" "That this might be, well, a long-term problem?" Jack lifted his hands. "Look around you, Bill. It might only have been a day, but you've seen what has happened already. You've seen what even you've done, and what you've lost. You've seen how easy it is for everything to collapse. But think about the wider world, too. The second that power went out, the economy collapsed in an instant. Money became meaningless. Bartering and trade of valuable items, that's the new currency. After that, homelessness, looting, starvation, dehydration, civil unrest, disease. And it doesn't take long for that to happen. Because remember, the army, the police, they're people, just like you and I. They've got families to look out for, mouths to feed. They're not going to serve these failing ideologies when they see everything decaying around them. Not forever." Bill didn't respond. He was just speechless as they kept on walking. Eventually, a few minutes later, he finally broke the silence. "I hope you're wrong, Jack." Jack stopped, smiled. A weight lifted from his shoulders. Right up ahead, he saw it. The dark wood, the steel roof, the place he'd built by hand, the place he called home. "Home, sweet home," Jack said. Chapter 3. Wayne wasn't sure how long he'd been walking, only that it was almost dark, and he was still nowhere near Candice's home city of Glasgow. It felt like he'd been walking forever. The spring sun had been intense right through the day, and Wayne's forehead was stinging with sunburn. In the old days, well, the days before today, he might have cursed himself for not wearing an SPF moisturizer, because he always looked flushed whenever he burned. But he didn't care about that anymore. All his obsession with his appearance and his looks, and making sure he looked his best at all times, was gone. His primary concern was Candice. He'd spent the whole day searching for her, first chasing after her train before she left for home, then scouring the wreckage of the crashed trains. He'd made his way to her Aunt Jean's, who he'd watched die, and only gone and adopted the weirdest frigging cat in the process, Mrs. Fuzzles. And now he was traveling with a girl called Bella, who didn't seem to have anywhere else to go, who was by his side, helping him. "We're going to have to take a break at some point," she said. Wayne sighed when she said those words. He had to admit his legs were aching and his throat was dry. They had a couple of bottles of water between them, which they'd picked up from an abandoned, mostly raided shop on the way, but they'd been mostly used by now. And Wayne knew the importance of rest. He knew how crucial it was to gather supplies and to find a proper base for the night, and beyond. He remembered the stories his dad taught him, the tricks he'd tried to make him learn, outside-of-the-box thinking, things that had stayed with him for years. One of the things that stuck with him most was how to make an insulated shelter in the wild. Dad advised him to make sure he built something that'd be just big enough to accommodate his body, with body heat being his main source of warmth. The framework could be built using a sturdy branch against a tree. To make the sides, sticks were to be stacked against one another, and after that, it was just a case of covering the sides with leaves, bark, and moss to insulate it. He remembered the day he'd gone out with his dad into the woods and learned how to make that shelter. The fun they'd had together, the thrill he'd felt. How things had changed. He realized he was slowing down, but every moment he slowed down was a moment wasted. It was a moment where Candice could break even further ahead. "We'll take a break at some stage," Wayne said. "I just want to get to Stoke first, and at least then we can—" "You said that about Wolverhampton. Glasgow's a few days' walk away at least. You're going to have to take a break eventually, Wayne. We both are." "Then feel free to." "What?" "Take your break if you want to. I'm not stopping. Not now. Time's of the essence." "I agree with you on that," Bella said, "which is why I'm worried. If this problem really is as bad as you think it might be, then isn't it important we start thinking about our own survival? About the supplies we might need to stock up on? The things we might need?" "You were the one who told me to keep on going." "But not at the expense of everything else." Wayne stopped then, just for a moment. He didn't want to think about Candice, about the note she'd written him telling him not to follow, about how far she may be ahead or how close she might be. It was that sense of the unknown that worried Wayne more than anything, and spurred him on more than anything. "Mrs. Fuzzles doesn't look too happy about all this no-break stuff either." Wayne looked at Mrs. Fuzzles. He saw the way she sat there, on the end of that lead, eyes closed, growling. "I'd say she's sick of all this talk. Probably just wants to get on with things." "Nah," Bella said. "Definitely a cat who wants some cuddles if ever I've seen one." Wayne sighed then, unconvinced. He sat down by the side of this field they were walking through. They'd passed by a lot of people on their journey. The roads were still full, and amazingly, most people were still just by their cars, seeing how things progressed, and waiting for help. They'd been past a few service stations and places like that, and they were the same. It felt like the world was in limbo. But Wayne knew human nature. He knew the stories his dad had taught him. And if there was one thing he was sure of, it was that it wouldn't be long before that limbo lifted and everything descended into chaos. Just had to hope things didn't come to that, even if he wasn't so hopeful. He thought of his dad, the last time he'd seen him, how he'd sat and watched Wayne on his Xbox, then told him he had to go somewhere. He remembered seeing him by his bedroom door, sadness in his eyes, asking him if he was okay. Dad had smiled and nodded. "I love you, kid. Don't you forget that." Wayne hadn't seen him again. He wondered where his dad was out there, how he was doing. He thought about his mum, too. She'd still be at home, no doubt, which, despite everything, was probably the safest place for her to be. He'd barely even had time to think about her. But when he found Candice, he'd find her. One step at a time. "Okay," Wayne said. "Half an hour," he said. "Tops. Take a breather and then we set off again. We get moving. Because we can't afford to stay still. We have to move forward." Bella opened her mouth. For a second, she looked like she was going to protest, like she wasn't content with Wayne's offer. But then she just sighed and nodded. "Half an hour." "Tops," Wayne said. They sat down underneath a tree and watched the orange glow of the sun shimmer as it descended closer to the horizon. "Do you not think about your family?" Wayne asked. Bella looked at him, blushed a little. "What?" "Your family, your friends. All this time and you've barely mentioned them." She looked into his eyes, and there was that same look in her eyes like she wanted to say something, like she was masking something. And then she just smiled. "I'm fine. At least we're together anyway, right?" Wayne saw Bella's eyes twinkle. He saw her rolling her lips, glancing at his mouth, then back to his eyes. Wayne looked away then. He'd stared into Bella's eyes a little too long. It had grown uncomfortable. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the tree, wrapping his arms around his chest. 30 minutes. "Tops," Bella said. Somewhere near Wayne's side, Mrs. Fuzzles growled. Chapter 4. Susan stared down the gridlocked road as darkness descended, and with it a sense of dread. A strange silence had set on the road. Right the way down, as far as the eye could see, there were cars, people standing by their cars. This place had been set up by Dr. Khalil, who was determined to look after people while they waited for help to come to them. Only Dr. Khalil had died, and darkness had fallen, which changed things. Some of the people here had walked away after the incident with the phony troops. Some of them had lost faith in this place, decided to roll the dice and make their own push onwards. But some were still here, still keeping faith in this place, still helping people out, still watching those in need, living Dr. Khalil's legacy. And that's where Susan was at, too. She knew this place couldn't last forever. Eventually, they were going to run out of the limited supplies they had left. Without outside help and hospital assistance, people were going to die. But she had to keep on trying her best for this place, for Dr. Khalil. That was his final wish. It had been a wild day, a nightmare that Susan kept expecting to wake up from. First, there was the plane crash, the death of all her friends. Surviving it unscathed somehow, which was a miracle in itself, she knew. And then there was getting to the road, finding out that this power outage, whatever it actually was widespread. How far widespread? She dreaded to think. Only she hadn't seen a single plane or helicopter since she'd fallen from the sky. And then there had been the arrival of the troops, only they weren't troops. They were lunatics masquerading as troops. Dr. Khalil had died trying to help, trying to save lives, and she had to live by his standards. She heard footsteps to her left. She turned, a little on edge with every movement. She saw Tommy. Her heart sank when she saw this kid, only 9 years old. Susan found him in the back of a coach, his dead mother beside him. And then he'd barely had a chance to grieve when he was dragged right into the middle of a showdown with those escaped convicts. She thought she had it bad, but it was nothing compared to this poor lad. "Hey, Tommy," Susan said. "I thought you were getting some rest." He walked over to Susan's side, sat on the hood of the car beside her. "Can't sleep." She kept quiet. She always gave him the chance to talk first. Therapy was something she was interested in going into, in all truth. She'd always been interested in trying to listen to other people's problems. At least before she'd become so self-absorbed in her quest for approval that all of it got muddied. There were other things, too. Other things in her past that sparked that desire for knowledge, for empathy. But she didn't want to think about those. Not now. Not when she had other people to think about. When Tommy didn't say anything else, she decided to prompt him. She knew she had to be careful with everything she said. "Thinking about anything in particular?" Tommy turned and looked at her. There was something different in his eyes, a darkness that wasn't there before. He shook his head. Susan cleared her throat and looked down the dark road once more. She saw the slight movement of people around the cars. Some of them were settling down, resting for the night, hoping that tomorrow everything would be back to normal, even if that didn't seem likely or even possible. "You know, it's okay to talk," Susan said. "I was always one who bottled things up, who kept things to myself, but sometimes you just need to get things off your chest. It helps, okay?" He looked at her again. She could tell there was something on his mind. "It's just my mom, the blood on her face, the way she was all still, warm but still, like she was half alive. I can't forget it. I can't get it out." She knew what this kid had gone through was bound to screw him up. But this was different. This was deeper than she was expecting, darker than she was expecting. She didn't know what to say. Only she felt it resonating. "Those thoughts," she said, tearing up, but trying not to show it. "Those memories, they'll be hard to deal with for a while, but they'll fade. In time, they'll fade. You'll remember the good things. You'll remember the positives. But you need to talk, Tommy. Whenever you have these thoughts, you need to get them off your chest. Promise me?" He looked at her, uncertain, distant. "Promise," he said, but he didn't sound convincing. She could tell there was still something else, something he wanted to say. And as much as it bothered her, as much as she needed to get away from it, in a sense, she knew she had to hear him out, especially after she'd made him promise to speak to her. "Is there something else, Tommy?" He looked back at her. "That man," he said. Susan frowned. "Which?" "The bad man. Logan." Susan felt the hairs on her arms stand on end again. She thought of how Logan Butcher, of all people, had saved her, how he'd saved all of them. And despite all the bad things he'd done, how she'd brought him here for medical attention. She looked over at the car he was in, guarded. "What about him?" she asked. Tommy looked like he was struggling with his words, but eventually he found them. "How do we know he's not still bad?" Susan stared over at that car. She thought about all the crimes Logan Butcher was responsible for, the murders, that family. And she thought about whether someone like that really could change, whether someone like that ever deserved a second chance. She remembered her childhood, the way he'd sat at the edge of her bed, said those words. But the way he apologized, too. "I still love you, no matter what." She shut her eyes, forced the memory away. looked back at Tommy. "We'll keep an eye on Logan. You don't have to worry yourself about him." "Promise?" Tommy asked. Susan took a moment, then she nodded. "Promise." The road grew quieter. The darkness grew thicker. Chapter 5. Emma sat around the campfire in the middle of the woods, and she didn't say a word. It was dark. Considering it had been such a nice day, it was really cold now, so much that she was shivering. Or maybe that was just everything she'd been through. The bus accident, the stabbing, and Logan Butcher. She looked through the trees back in the direction they'd walked from, the fire crackling just feet away. She could see movement in those trees. Part of her wanted to believe it was Logan, that he was okay. But then she'd seen him fall. She'd seen him throw himself at that man and wrestle him to the ground to save some other people, a woman and a child. She knew his chances weren't good. She just hoped he was okay. "How you doing, Emma?" Emma flinched when she heard the voice. She turned around and saw Candice standing over her, half smile on her face, fidgeting with her ring finger like something was missing. Candice was a pretty girl, blonde hair, bright blue eyes, always looked like she was smiling. Considering everything that had happened, she still looked so pretty. Even her hair looked nice. Emma wondered how long it'd stay that way if the power stayed out. She looked at her shoulder where the knife had hit her, and she felt dizzy. She was tempted to run her fingers against the wound, but she didn't want to risk anything. The boy who was with them, Calvin, he was a medical student, and he'd used the contents of a stranger's first aid kit to stitch her up and ease the bleeding. Said he couldn't promise he could ward off the infection, but it should be enough to get her by, for now. That the stab wound wasn't as bad as it could have been, and it was more the shock in her system that had left her feeling unwell. And then they'd got back to their walk, a walk towards somewhere Emma still wasn't sure about. Only they seemed to know exactly where they were going, and it also seemed like they were staying well off the roads, the woods and the fields their preferred routes. Emma took a deep breath and nodded. "I'm okay," she said. Candice smiled back at her. "Remember to just give us a shout if you're struggling. I know it must be hard, going through whatever you've gone through, being stuck out here, but we're going to get you somewhere safe. I promise." Emma looked back at this girl, then at the three others, Calvin, his mate Mitch, who was greasy-haired and one eye pointed in a slightly different direction to the other, and then the other girl, covered in tattoos, with jet-black hair and thick eyeliner, Jean. "How do you all know each other?" Emma asked. Candice sighed. I was in an incident. When the power went out, I was on a train, battled my way out of the wreckage, tried to get back to my uni accommodation, but then I stumbled on these guys, all heading in the same direction. And Mitch here, he has an idea about what's happening, which comes in handy. Emma looked at Mitch again, saw the way his eyes darted off in different directions as they made contact. "What is happening?" Emma asked. Mitch sighed. "It's an electromagnetic pulse," he said. Or a coronal mass ejection, or some other equivalent kind of solar event which... "Mitch," Jean said, sipping a beer. "Seriously, she's a kid. She doesn't give a shit about these corneal ass injections or whatever you want to call them." She looked around, right at Emma, smirked. "Truth is, kid, we're screwed. The power's gone. Batteries are gone. Every damn thing is gone. So now we're left stranded in a world where people are still searching for some kind of new order, some kind of meaning." Emma gulped. She thought about the way Logan and the other prisoners had escaped, the way that mob tried to exact their own kind of justice on Logan. The rules were changing. It wouldn't be long before everyone found their own new ways of living, too. So where are you going?" It was Calvin who responded this time. He was handsome, good-looking, and seemed a lot calmer than the others, the clear leader of this group. We're all from up north of here. Figured we'd head up there together. Stick together for now, at least, because we're going to need each other. The longer the power is out, the more people are going to start losing their minds, and fast." Emma nodded. She didn't want to engage too much with these people. She didn't trust other people, found it difficult to get used to them. But she had her own ideas in mind, getting back home to Mum. She just wanted some familiarity. She just wanted some comforts. "You've still not told us where it is you want to go," Candice said. Emma looked at her. She went to open her mouth to respond, but then she found herself looking back into the woods, over from where they'd walked. She hoped Logan was okay, wherever he was. She knew he was a bad man, once upon a time. But what if he'd changed? People deserved a chance to change, right? She took a deep breath and sighed. I live in Stafford." "Stafford?" Candice said. "Lucky for you, we're just down the road from there. Should be able to get you home in time for lunch tomorrow." "Will there be lunch?" Emma asked. Mitch opened his mouth like he was going to intervene, but Candice put a hand on his knee, tightened it. "I hope so, Emma," she said. "I hope so." Emma looked at her in the flickering light of the flames, and she swore she saw sadness in her eyes. Mitch had told Calvin how to start the fire. Jean insisted she had a lighter, but Mitch said there were going to be times they didn't have lighters, so they had to learn how to adapt for those times. He said there were a few ways, something about flint and steel, and how carrying matches was always important. There was also a way to use the old magnifying glass approach. But Mitch had taught Calvin how to start this fire using friction. He got a log and made a V-shaped notch in it, then rubbed a spindle between his hands quickly. It had taken a while, but eventually the log had started to smoke, to which they'd added their leaves to it. The fire had started from there. Calvin was sweating, but it seemed like he was happy he'd achieved something. Emma turned to Candice. "Where are you from?" "Me?" Candice asked. "I'm from Glasgow." "Why were you down here?" I was at university, but there's not much left for me there. Not anymore." Her eyes twinkled, and for a second Emma swore she saw tears building. But then Candice looked up at her, and she smiled. "Now come on," she said. "Rest. We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Cross your fingers, and who knows? We might just be lucky with the power." "I find that unlikely," Mitch said. Candice punched him on the knee, to which he yelped. But as Emma lay down, totally sleepless, in front of the fire, she couldn't shake the feeling he was right. She closed her eyes and thought of Logan. Chapter 6. When Logan was absolutely sure he was alone, he opened his eyes. It was dark, far darker than he remembered. Night had come quickly, and although he didn't remember falling asleep, he must have, because there was no way it was this pitch black earlier. And the more he thought about it, the more he could remember things. Dreams. Dreams of walking down steps, towards basements. Only, this time he was walking out, towards the sun, a girl in his arms. Emma. A dread swallowed him up when he thought about her. He'd lost her. She'd been stabbed, caught up in a fight that wasn't hers. And then he'd rushed into action to save a woman and a kid from another lunatic. He shouldn't have intervened. He should have kept his focus on Emma, on getting her to safety. But he hadn't, and now he was here. But he couldn't stay here. The people here, they'd seen to his wounds, made sure he was okay, but he'd heard the things some of them, many of them, had said. He'd seen the way they looked at him, seen them spitting at him, and he knew they weren't going to want him here. He wasn't welcome, and he was never going to be welcome. He needed to get out of this place, for more reasons than one. He wasn't safe here, especially if the power came back on. He thought about how close he'd been to getting out of all of this. his impending appeal hearing, the incident in the showers with Spice Stew, and the knowledge that his actions were probably going to cost him his release. But now he'd seen how people on the outside were with him, and he knew that even if he had been released, things were never going to be easy. At least now, with the power out, he had a chance to get as far as he could from this place. Somewhere new. A fresh start, living in a cabin in the woods, off-grid. And when the power did come back, at least then he'd be so far out of the way and so low on the list of things to attend to that he might just have a chance at eternal freedom after all. He pushed himself up and looked out of the car window. There was a man leaning against the passenger side. He froze. He didn't know he was there, where he'd come from. He was staring down at the road, not paying much attention. And Logan found himself wondering whether he could sneak outside, swiftly take this man out before fleeing this place. Because he appreciated all these people had done for him. He respected them for keeping him alive. But he wasn't their prisoner. He wasn't going to die here. He had to make a break for it while he still could. He reached for the door on the driver's side of the car, pulled it open, heard it click. The man flinched. He stopped, froze, closed his eyes, leaned back down on the driver's seat. And then he heard something. The man yawning, stretching. He looked at him through the corner of his eye, saw the way he was peering into the car. And then he mumbled something under his breath, slumped down the side of the car, and leaned back against it. Within seconds, he was snoring. Logan opened that door, slowly. Part of him expected an alarm to sound, but he remembered there was no electricity, so no chance of that. He pushed the door open, stretched it right out so he could climb out. He went to step onto the road, and he heard something hit the concrete. A phone from the driver's seat tumbling to the footwell. A bang that echoed through the night. He froze again, went completely still, waited for the moment of truth. But then he heard the snore of the man guarding the car. He took a deep breath and stepped out into the darkness. He stood there, looked down the road at all these stationary cars, and he wondered how the world could ever hope to clean itself up again after something like this. Even if the power came back tomorrow, too much had happened. Too many people had died. The cost of cleaning this mess up alone was going to amount to a ridiculous fee. And then there was the mental cost, the cost of loss, the cost of the lack of a response. Even if the power came back, the world was going to struggle to ever get over this. It was going to take a long time to recover. And nobody was going to forget just how easily things slipped out of control. Logan had to make the most of that chaos. He looked around the car, back at the snoring man. Thanks for letting me go. He turned around and walked off into the woods. His body ached from the stabbings. He knew he should take it easy, especially with how dehydrated and exhausted he felt. But he headed in the rough direction he'd come from, or at least the direction he thought he'd come from. Because as much as he wanted to get away from this place, there was something keeping him here. He searched the woods, walked past trees that looked the same, grew convinced he'd walked in a big circle, and just when he was ready to give up, he saw it. The blood glistening in the moonlight, the indentations where the bodies had fallen, the ties beside the tree, the scene of the altercation. He walked over to the trees where he knew he'd left Emma, and he felt the dread building. He knew he shouldn't feel this way. He knew he shouldn't care about anyone else. But she'd given him a chance. She'd trusted him with all she knew, and for that, he wanted to know she was okay. He pushed past the branches when he saw something he couldn't believe. Emma wasn't there. She wasn't dead. She wasn't alive. She wasn't anywhere. He crouched by the tree, put his fingers in her blood. Then he looked over at the little trail leading alongside the one on the route he'd headed from. He tightened his fists, stood upright. He wanted to get as far away from here as possible. But there was something else he needed to do, someone else he needed to find. He looked back once more, took a deep breath, then he walked. Chapter 7. Jack lay in bed, Villain by his side, and stared up into the darkness. He knew he should be tired after a day like today. All of the events should have taken a serious toll on him. And sleep wasn't something he usually struggled with too much. If he were struggling, a couple of neat glasses of whiskey would be enough to settle him down, distance himself from his thoughts. But he was wide awake, and he knew damn well sleep wasn't coming anytime soon. Outside, he listened to the wind rushing against his home. He'd seen Bill's face when they got here, seen the way he looked at his surroundings with a furrowed brow. Like, as cool as this place was, he couldn't quite believe anyone lived here permanently. And Jack supposed he didn't see it in the same way. Living in a place had a funny way of masking up its faults. He didn't care so much about the slight leak in the makeshift bathroom ceiling. He didn't care about the stacks of unwashed pots and pans by the sink. And he didn't care about the tiny little RF television perched on an old ironing board, the aerial dangling above it in its optimal position. Jack cared that he was working towards an off-grid lifestyle. He had many of the essentials down: shelter, water, which he had acquired for different purposes, like drinking and cooking, and for growing plants with. He had food, particularly a garden area where he was growing several types of plants like asparagus, cauliflower, tomatoes, onions, things like that. And he had clothing, too, something people didn't fully consider when it came to material and things like that. Pure cotton was the best material. Anything man-made was a no-go. But more important than any of that, he was away from other people. He lifted himself from his bed, walked over to his window, looked outside, over towards the shed. He could see a little light shining from the shed where Bill was sleeping. He knew it was from the little torch he'd given Bill, one of the ones he'd had stuffed in a Faraday cage, something he was delighted to see had worked. He hadn't had a chance to test the bulk of his equipment. He hadn't even tested his Jeep yet. But he knew there was plenty of time for that. Tomorrow was the first day of a brand new world. He paced around his room, Villain snoring on the bed. He knew there was no point even trying to sleep, so he figured he'd head downstairs and check on a few of his other Faraday cage items. Maybe even try the Jeep now. He'd seen the light in the shed Bill was staying in, so at least he knew he wouldn't be disturbing him in there. Unless he'd fallen asleep with the torch on, which would be highly irritating. But in the end, he found himself stopping by the door, catching a glance at the photo frame sitting on the one cabinet he had in this room. It was an old photograph of Wayne, his son. His first day at high school, one of the last good memories he had of him. He stopped by the photo, lifted it, studied it. He'd walked past it so many times that it had just become a part of the scenery at this point. But now he found himself revisiting old memories, the things he'd taught his son, the time they'd spent together, the things he'd passed on to him. Wherever he was out there, he hoped he was okay. But there was something beyond that, too. He knew his son would be old enough to be in university now. He didn't know whether he'd gone. Sure, he could have done some digging on Facebook or something like that, at least when he used to have it, but he figured he didn't want to torture himself like that. Much better to just stay out of the way. But now there was something gnawing at him, an opposing force, the likes of which he'd never felt before. Or at least a force that he'd managed to repress successfully for many, many years. That force was screaming at him to go out there, to search for his son, wherever he may be. And with that came Hazel, too. There was still bad blood where Hazel was concerned. He wondered whether she was living with his former best friend now. Perhaps they were married, with a kid of their own. But he'd never stopped loving Hazel. and that was something painful he had to face up to. Something painful he had to admit. But then he heard Villain stretching and sighing, and he looked around. He put the photograph of Wayne back on the cabinet, only face down this time. He walked over to his bed, climbed back inside it, curled up to Villain, felt his warmth against his chest. "We're okay," he whispered. "You and me. Only one I need, eh, boy?" Villain let out a contented sigh. But as Jack lay there and tried to count sheep to drift off, he couldn't get the image of his estranged son out of his mind. Chapter 8. Wayne slept for much longer than 30 minutes. When he woke, it was light. He was confused at first. His head ached and his mouth was dry. The sun beamed across the horizon. There was a clammy warmth to the air already here in these fields. His nose was runny and his eyes were itchy, his hay fever kicking in already. He looked around. Mrs. Fuzzles was on his lap, staring right at him like she despised him. Nothing new there, then. A panic suddenly engulfed him. Candice. He was following her. He didn't want to rest. If he rested, he was losing time. He wasn't going to find her. He stood up and saw Bella standing over a little fire. Above it, a squirrel was cooking. "What the hell?" Wayne said. She looked around at him, smiled. "Breakfast," she said.
No," Wayne said. "I don't care about that. You said you'd let me have half an hour, tops."
"And I didn't account for the fact I might fall asleep, too."
"Bullshit."
"Whatever. No point beating yourself up over it now. Get some breakfast, then we can keep on moving." Wayne glared at her, and the skinned squirrel perched above the flames.
"Not a cat in hell's chance I'm eating that."
"You're going to have to get used to eating stuff like this. The longer the power is out, and the longer we're out here, the fewer packaged goods are going to be available. So come on, try it. I'd say it tastes just like chicken, but that'd be a gross exaggeration of my cooking abilities." Wayne wanted to be annoyed at Bella, but at the same time, he knew he couldn't be too hard on her. She was bound to be tired after yesterday. She was right. None of them could be too harsh on themselves for falling asleep. Besides, he remembered the things his dad had once told him about how to skin animals and how important it was not to be squeamish. The fact his dad had told him was probably why he'd resisted it so much. He walked over to her side reluctantly, Mrs. Fuzzles following closely behind.
"Where'd you learn a thing like this anyway?"
Bella glanced down at the improvised barbecue and at the squirrel on a kind of spit. "Oh, this? A lot of Girl Scout camping trips when I was a kid. Hated the people there, hated the time I spent there, but hey, looks like the things I learned there come in handy, in a way." Wayne sat down beside her, kept checking his wristwatch instinctively, forgetting the time had stopped. "Don't worry," Bella said. "You've just spent the night sleeping. Chances are Candice did too. There's nothing taking 10 minutes for breakfast is going to do to really hold us back." She scooped the squirrel from the spit and tore some of the meat away, handing Wayne some of it. He put it in his mouth, closing his eyes, expecting it to be disgusting, but it was actually kind of nice. "How is it?" Bella asked.
"Not quite a fry-up," Wayne said.
"Few things are," she said. "But still, it fills a corner, right?" Wayne chewed the squirrel a little easier now he knew it didn't taste so bad.
"Yeah, I suppose it does."
They sat there eating for a while. It was only when he got to the end of his portion that a pain split through Wayne's stomach, the need to shit filling him. But there was no toilet nearby. He really needed to go. He just didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Bella, and he didn't want to sacrifice any of his dignity either. He stood up, walked around a little, pretended to be doing a few stretches when in fact he was just trying to stave off these stomach cramps, and try not to make it look obvious that he was bursting for a shit, of course. Mrs. Fuzzles glared at him with something that looked like a smirk, like she knew exactly what was wrong with him. "You know, if you need to go, you should just dig a hole in the ground and bury it." Wayne glared at Bella, felt himself blushing. What? "Instead of walking around like you've got ants in your pants, the power's out. Nobody's watching. Take a shit in a hole in the ground if you have to. I think the police have bigger things to worry about." Wayne turned away, shook his head. "I'll give it a miss, but thanks." Bella shrugged. "Suit yourself." He glanced at his watch again. He was growing agitated, his sense of urgency increasing. He paced forward, frustrated by how much time Bella was taking, how relaxed she seemed about all this. But at the same time, he had to admit he was kind of enjoying her company. He felt like his defenses were slipping. But there was nothing to it. It was just because she was the only company he had. That's all it was. "You ready?" he asked. "Yeah," Bella said. "Just give me 5 minutes to meditate." "To meditate?" Wayne barked. "Yeah, ground myself in the present moment, all that." "Are you for real?" "I think you'll find meditation makes you more for real than anything." Wayne shook his head. He looked at Mrs. Fuzzles, sitting there with her lead trailing from her neck. He reached for her, went to walk away with her. "Well, I appreciate your need to ground yourself, but we're off. Catch us up on the way." He went to pull Mrs. Fuzzles. She didn't budge. Wayne felt himself blushing. A smirk stretched across Bella's face. "Looks like Mrs. Fuzzles fancies a few moments of mindfulness, too," Bella said. Wayne dropped Mrs. Fuzzles' lead and began to walk. He walked through the grass, through the fields, towards the trees. Every time he looked over his shoulder, he expected to see Bella on her feet, finally following, but she still hadn't budged. "Idiot," Wayne said. "Frigging meditation. End of the world as we know it, and she's sitting there like a frigging idiot losing herself in—" He stopped, because he saw something. Over by the trees. He slowed down, walked towards them, reached them, and then he saw something else. Blood. But it wasn't the blood that caught his eye. It wasn't the blood that held his attention. It was the little silver ring lying on the ground beneath the trees. He picked it up and felt a shiver creep up his spine. This was Candice's ring. Candice had been here. Chapter 9. When Susan woke, she knew something was wrong right away. It was the shouting, the arguing, people kicking off one another, tensions rising. And while she knew she was hardly responsible for everyone here, she barely felt responsible for herself. She knew that the decision she'd made about helping Logan had caused a lot of tension. And she'd seen the cruelty people could commit when the shackles of society were lifted. She'd seen it with Andy, the way he'd acted towards Dr. Khalil and Tommy. She just had to make sure everyone was holding their shit together. She climbed out of the minibus she'd spent the night inside and looked down the road. People were gathered around Logan's car. She feared something had happened to him. Mob justice had taken over. She took a deep breath and walked over towards that car, fearful of what she might find. The closer she got, the louder the voices grew. She could see a few men pushing one another. There was talk of people starving, of kids being thirsty, people crying all around. In the distance, she could see people walking away, too. People making a break, losing hope that anyone was going to come here and help them after all. She walked closer to the car Logan was in, and she saw a short bloke with a potbelly and big bags under his eyes glare at her like she was the problem. He raised his hands, nodded at the car Logan was inside. "This it, This what you wanted?" Susan frowned. She looked inside the car. And then when she saw it, she realized exactly what the problem was. Logan wasn't in there. He was nowhere to be seen. She felt two opposing forces. On the one hand, she was glad he was out of their hands, that he had gone his own way. It took the issue out of her hands and distanced her from the problem of what to do with a convicted murderer in a world where it didn't seem like there was anyone around to enforce the law anymore. And on the other hand, she could understand the tension, because there was a killer on the loose, and that caused problems. This man shook his head the second he saw Susan. His face was turning red.
"Should have left him to die the second you saw him."
"That's not what we do."
"You liberal lefties, you're the problem. You're the friggin' reason we're in this mess in the first place. He's a killer. He was inside and he broke out. What does that say about him really, Does that not tell you he shouldn't be trusted? Because if it does, well, you're dumber than I thought."
Susan stood there and listened to the tension of this crowd growing, saw more people walking away.
"People are hungry," this man said. "They're thirsty, and for some reason we're sticking around here when we should be heading back home, gathering supplies, preparing for whatever's coming our way. 'Cause we've got to face the truth. Nobody's coming to help, lady. Nobody's coming to our aid. There's nobody to wipe our arses anymore. It's time we started looking after ourselves."
He turned around, walked away, and a few other people stepped away from the roads too, some taking the sick with them, others leaving them behind. She saw the mass of people flocking through the fields. In the distance, she saw smoke. Fires. Fires that nobody could put out because there were no emergency services to help out. Hunger, dehydration, desperation. Things were going to get worse before they got better. The longer they waited here, the less chance they had of salvaging whatever supplies there were. And she knew she had a decision to make. And it wasn't a decision she was making lightly. She walked back towards the minibus. Tommy sat outside it, staring into space. Susan crouched opposite him and swallowed a lump in her throat. "Tommy, as much as we need to help the sick, I think we're going to have to—" "I saw him." Susan frowned. "What?" "The man. Logan. I saw him leave." Why didn't you say something?" Tommy looked right at her with that vacant stare. "Because he's not bad anymore, right?" She looked away, shook her head, forced herself not to show any emotion, then cracked a half smile. "Tommy, we're going to get you back home, back to your dad, and if we can't do that, it's time we found somewhere safer than here." "Your home?" Tommy asked. Susan thought about her mother. She thought about the reminders of her past that were etched all over every single wall. She thought about the dark memories, just waiting to resurface. She thought about, "We're going to get somewhere safe," she said, until help comes." "And if it doesn't?" Tommy asked. Susan opened her mouth, closed it again. "It will," she said. It will." She climbed onto the road again, stomach aching with hunger, throat dry with thirst. She looked down the road at the cars, mostly abandoned, the sick and the injured still inside some of them, people drifting off into the distance, this halfway house falling apart. She thought about what Dr. Khalil had told her, how she needed to be strong, how she needed to be selfless. But at the same time, she needed to survive. She needed to help Tommy survive. He was her responsibility now. She outstretched a hand and looked down at Tommy. "Come on," she said. "Let's get you home." They turned away from the road, and they walked. Chapter 10. Emma had a bad feeling about the supermarket the second she saw it. The car park was full, only that was because the cars that were leaving had ground to a total halt when the power cut out. There were people around the shop, though, people rushing inside and people rushing out, their trolleys filled with all kinds of things. And as much as Emma knew they needed to get supplies themselves, she didn't want to go into that supermarket. She could sense that something was wrong there, that it wasn't a safe place to be, not while the power was out. "We go to that supermarket," Calvin said. "We grab the things we need, and we get out as quick as we can with as little trouble as possible." Mitch frowned, unconvinced. "You think it's that simple?" Calvin didn't look impressed by Mitch's questioning. "Well, isn't it?" "We need to think about the kinds of items we need," Mitch said in that drone he always spoke with. "We need to consider the kinds of items that won't just satisfy us in the short term, but will provide us with adequate nutritional and survival advantages in the long term. "Mitch," Jean said, that familiar cynical expression on her face. Mitch looked at her. "Yes?" "Nobody cares about the bullshit. Just tell us what we need so we can work on gathering it, and then get the hell out of this place, okay?" Mitch nodded. "Liquids go without saying. Whey powder is something that'll come in handy, and yet most people will overlook. Easy source of protein, very filling. If we can find any gainer shakes in the process, even better. As for foods, canned foods are the obvious. Tuna and lots of it. We can also consider protein bars and hard cheeses, particularly Parmesan, which is coated in wax, keeping the cheese moist during the aging process. Oil is something else that many will overlook, and those who don't will go straight for the olive oil, which actually goes off rather quick. Better to go for something more simple like butter or even coconut oil. Otherwise, we need to look at cereals, preferably oatmeal, crackers, biscuits, potatoes, ready meals, pasta, rice, canned fruit, canned veg, and nut butter. Lots of nut butter. Again, a great source of protein." Calvin puffed out his lips. "Thanks. Thanks, Mitch. Anything else?" "Well," Mitch said, "that's the food. As for non-food items, we need to stock up on pain medications. Baking soda will also come in handy for many reasons that go way beyond cooking. Bic lighters will be essential, as well as can openers, charcoal, lighter fluid. The rest is self-explanatory. Toiletries, superglue in case of injuries, hand sanitizers, duct tape, cable ties, and candles, and plastic cups, and Vaseline. Many uses. Firestarter also helps with cuts and... Jean shook her head. "You're something else." Mitch didn't look sure. "Thank you?" "No, seriously. How did you learn all that stuff anyway?" Mitch shrugged. "Many hours spent reading post-apocalyptic fiction, I suppose. The more you read, the more common you find the tropes become, and the more those words ingrain themselves into your knowledge." Jean stopped walking, turned and looked right at Mitch. "So you're telling me your entire basis of knowledge comes from frigging stories?" Mitch nodded. "Yes, indeed, and some of them aren't as good quality as others. Authors like "Okay," Jean said. "Let's just get to this supermarket before I realize what a bad idea it is." They walked down the hill. Emma was by Candice's side. Candice wasn't speaking much. Emma kind of liked that about her. She wasn't forcing any information out of her, anything like that. But at the same time, there was so much Emma wanted to know about Candice. She still didn't trust her. She didn't trust any of these people. But they'd helped her get back to the state she was in now. They'd been walking a good few hours today, the second day already. She might not trust them yet, but she was learning to grow used to them. "We'll be back to yours soon, Emma," Candice said. "It's just a stop we've got to take. Don't want to risk time only to get back here and find the supplies already raided." Emma nodded reluctantly. "It's okay. I'm not in a rush. A kid like you not in a rush to get back home in a world like this? What kind of an anomaly is that?" Emma didn't know what an anomaly was, but she got the gist of what Candice was saying anyway. "I don't like my new home. I moved. From Wigan. That's where I was going. But it's a long way to walk. I
I guess I just want my mum to know I'm okay.
Candice sighed.
You know, leaving home can be scary. I hated it when I started uni. Went home the first, 10 weeks in a row, and dreaded Sunday mornings when I had to go back. What changed? Emma asked.
Candice smiled like she was miles away.
What always changes? I met someone.
Emma nodded.
A boyfriend?
Yeah, Candice said, as they got closer to the shop.
Yeah, a boyfriend.
Is it Calvin? Candice turned, raised her eyebrows.
Calvin? No, it was a guy called Wayne. But it doesn't matter anyway. We're through now.
Emma nodded.
Sorry to hear. It's okay. I should have seen it coming a long time ago. But when you love someone, it's hard to say bye.
Candice slowed a little, looked at the ground, twiddled with her ring finger. Then she nodded and sighed.
Yeah, it is. But hey, one step forward, all that, okay?
They reached the doors to the supermarket. They had been prized open, the windows cracked. There were echoes coming from inside, the sound of shouts and footsteps. It felt wrong, like it wasn't real life, and like trouble could break out at any moment.
Remember the list, Mitch said when they reached the door. They are the essential supplies. Any extraneous items, while appealing in their luxury, are only going to slow us down.
Jean sighed when she reached the doors.
I didn't hear you mention lipstick. Lipstick is an extraneous item.
Try telling me that when you've seen how damned ordinary I look without it, she said. They walked into the store, and Emma couldn't help feeling intimidated even more the second they stepped inside. The bulk of the shelves had already been cleared of many items. There was no sign of restocking. The doors to the warehouse were wide open. The checkouts were empty. The lights were out. There were no bleeps from the customer service assistants. This place was dead. It felt haunted. Emma followed Candice as they gathered some canned food, splitting up from the rest of the group. They passed by lots of people, all of them gathering things for themselves, but none of them taking as much care as they were with any kind of list, it seemed. They kept on going through the store, past cracked jam jars, gathering everything they could get their hands on into rucksacks they'd grabbed by the counter. And all this time, the shouts built. Everyone felt like they were in a different place, like they all had their own goals. And if this was what it had come to just a day in, Emma dreaded to think where else it was going to go.
That should be it for our list, Candice said. Now come on, let's go find the...
She stopped, and Emma stopped too, because when they reached the end of the aisle, Emma saw them. There was a bulky man standing there, black circles around his eyes.
Drop your stuff, he said. Hand it over. There doesn't need to be any trouble. Hand it over, now.
In his shaking hand, there was a chopping knife. Chapter 11. The sun had been in the sky for a while when Logan finally ran into trouble. He'd been walking for quite some time, a few hours for sure. Today felt much like yesterday, suffocating heat, devastatingly intense, far warmer than a spring day had any right to be. And the main thing, the power still hadn't come back on. At first, when he'd started walking, Logan didn't really have any direction in sight. He just knew he needed to get to somewhere safe, somewhere he could be left at peace. But the more he walked, regardless of how dizzy he was feeling, how dehydrated he was growing, regardless of the pains right across the length of his back where Andy's knife had pummeled into him just a matter of hours ago, Logan still felt torn. He thought back to that tree where he'd seen the blood, the trail of blood he'd followed, only to lose track of it right in the middle of the darkness. So he just kept on walking as the sun rose, through fields, through more trees. He passed people on the way, of course, wanderers much like him, Some of them looked at him like they knew who he was. Some of them looked at him like he was familiar. Some of them knew exactly who he was. He could see it in their eyes. But there was something else there. Desperation. Like they were realizing they had bigger problems on their plate right now. Because this was the second day. A whole day without power and no sign of order being restored. Slowly but surely, chaos was closing in. Logan kept on walking, and although he told himself he was aimless, directionless, he wasn't. Because deep down, he knew exactly where he was going. He knew exactly what he was going to have to do. Emma. He wanted to know where she was. He wanted to know she was okay. He couldn't just let her go without knowing. She'd seen something in him. She'd given him a chance in a way that nobody else was willing to. He'd promised to protect her, and he was going to keep that promise. He kept on walking when he heard voices up ahead. He froze, crouched behind the trees. When he looked ahead, he saw something. There was a building in the distance, large, sprawling, filled with cars and buzzing with people. It was a supermarket. Logan took a deep breath, watched all these people rushing in and out, some of them scrapping for goods, some people trying to be good Samaritans, trying to keep the peace. But there was no order in place. No police, no staff, nobody taking control. That was a situation that was going to get very ugly very quickly. But the voices he heard were even closer. There were people right around the side of the trees. He could hear them, just faintly, talking about how they were going to go inside and raid the place. There was no time for messing around anymore. Strike while the iron is hot, because this world wasn't going to help those who didn't help themselves. Logan peered around the tree. He saw the two men standing there, knives in hands, hoods pulled over their heads. He went to step around the tree when he heard the shuffling behind him, and he knew it was already too late. He looked around and saw a third man standing there, knife in hand, hood pulled right up. "You watching us or something?" he said. When he spoke, the other two men turned to Logan, and suddenly Logan felt very trapped, very vulnerable. He felt like he was getting a glimpse at just how quickly things went to shit when society slipped out of control, even in just a short time. There had been signs in history, markers. The London riots of 2011, a sign of what could happen when people take to the streets. Looting, violence. And more than anything, the disintegration of control. A reminder that control is only an illusion that people believe in to help themselves sleep at night. That was gone. Logan sighed and lifted his hands. "I don't want any trouble." The men moved towards him, much closer now. "Don't want any trouble? Should have thought about that before you started snooping around, huh?" Logan looked at the two men ahead of him, then the one behind. He tried to weigh up his chances. He could make a break for it, run. Or he could stand here and fight. The more the seconds passed by, the more his options were running out. At least these bastards didn't seem to have recognized him. He went to lower his hands to his pockets to grab a knife he'd picked up on his way. But it was no use. "No," the man said. "You keep your hands still. You don't move 'em another inch." And he wanted to fight back. He wanted to resist. But he needed to stay alive. He'd fought this hard for his freedom. It wasn't going to end today. He wasn't going to let it. "Hands up," the man closest to him said, his rancid breath clogging Logan's nostrils. "Don't move another muscle. Don't—" Logan saw his window of opportunity. The gap between two of the men. The chance to escape. He threw himself at that gap and knocked the first man to the ground. He didn't stop then, kept on going down the hill, down towards the supermarket, racing away from those people, across the car park, towards the doors of the store. He pushed past a man with a trolley filled with cans. nudged by a couple physically fighting over something as seemingly insignificant as a bottle of water. He threw himself inside the doors of the supermarket, and he saw her, right in the aisle ahead. Emma, standing there, a girl by her side, worried looks on their faces, because there was someone else standing opposite them, someone approaching them, knife in hand. "Emma," Logan said. He went to take a step towards them, and then he felt the crack over the top of his head, and he fell to the floor. Chapter 12. Jack woke to the smell of burning. He was disoriented at first. A part of him thought he was back in his old home, tucked in bed, Hazel by his side. He thought he heard Wayne and India in the other room laughing, playing, bouncing on their beds and giggling away like they always used to on a Saturday morning. But it turned. It rotted away in an instant, and soon Jack didn't hear laughing, or giggling, or happiness at all. Jack heard shouting. He opened his eyes. It was light outside. The sun had risen. He had no idea when he'd dozed off, how he'd managed to, but he had. And there was a problem. "Jack!" Bill. It was Bill. Jack got off his bed and saw Villain sitting by the bedroom door, scratching at it, whining. Jack rushed over to it. "What is it, boy?" He grabbed the handle, and then he yanked his hand back. The handle was hot. He blinked a few times, tried to get himself out of the half-sleeping haze he was in. And when he focused properly on his surroundings, a dark realization struck him. The smoke. The smoke coming through the door. Fire. He stepped back, rushed over to the window, looked outside. This wasn't supposed to happen. Not to him. Not to his home. He looked out at the trees, and his stomach sank. The woods were on fire. The flames were unlike anything he'd ever seen before, towering above, thick black smoke engulfing the sky. The flames were stretching rapidly across the grass, kissing the edges of his grounds. And then there was the cabin. Jack's stomach sank. The shed Bill was staying in was surrounded by flames. Those flames were very quickly getting closer to the cabin, and Bill was trapped inside. Jack felt those two sides of the emotional coin taunting him, not for the first time. On the one hand, he knew going after Bill was a lost cause. He was trapped. The chances of him making it were slim, to say the least. He was putting his own life in grave danger by doing so when he should be focusing on protecting his home. But on the other hand, Bill was the closest thing he had to a friend, a human one at least. He'd brought him here to get him out of the way of the chaos in the towns. He'd helped him and promised to help him ready himself to survive a world like this. A world that he assumed was still very much as it was yesterday, powerless. And Bill was right. He'd saved his life before. Jack owed it to him to do the same in return. He took a deep breath and rushed over to the door of his room, bedsheets in hand. He looked at Villain's concerned little face. "Stand back, lad," he said. "Don't want to risk losing you." He wrapped the sheets around the handle and turned it. When the door opened, the smoke hit Jack right away. He tumbled back in a coughing fit, covering his face. He couldn't see much from his upstairs hallway, but it didn't look good. The smoke was thick, too thick for it to be from outside. He edged out into the hallway, mouth covered, lungs burning, eyes stinging like mad. And then he saw it. The fire had reached his home. It was burning downstairs. There was no getting down those stairs. He felt his stomach sinking to new depths. All his equipment, all his supplies, but more importantly, all of this place he called home. The place he'd lived for years now. The place he'd hidden away from the world. The place he'd been, well, not happy, but content. Content. All of it was burning. All of it was coming down. He felt something touch his cheek, and it took a moment for him to realize it was a tear. Villain whined beside him. "It's okay, lad," he muttered. "Come on. Come." He felt the floor beneath him creaking, the wood splitting. He saw Villain moving down, slowly. "Villain," he said. He didn't think. He didn't hold back. He didn't do a thing but throw himself at Villain, then drag him back into his bedroom. He felt the floor crumbling beneath his feet, clambered out of its way as it fell. And then he sat back in his room and stared at the flickering flames rising through the house. He looked at those flames fast approaching, creeping up the doorways, the smoke getting thicker. Villain was making that awful coughing sound dogs made, and he knew he needed to get out of here, fast. He rushed over to the window as quickly as his shaking knees would allow, lifted his fists, punched the glass. But it wasn't breaking. He looked at the door, at the flames, the smoke. Then he looked at the window again. He grabbed the drawer out of the cabinet and slammed it against the glass. He kept on going, kept on hitting it, cursing himself as he coughed and spluttered for installing such strong glass. Glass to keep any outside threats out, but glass that was also trapping him inside. The flames flickered. The wooden floors continued to crumble. More fell below. He swung that drawer again, and he heard a crack. He stopped, looked at the crack. A chance to get out, a chance to escape. He swung at the glass once more, and it smashed before him. He pushed some of the excess glass out of the way, cutting his hand in the process, leaned out of the window, looked down at the ground below. Some flames were around, but not so many that they were going to engulf him. Yet. The drop, too. It wasn't that far. It was survivable for sure. But he had to watch his legs. He had to be careful. He turned back, reached under his bed, grabbed his hunting rifle as the flames continued to engulf his room. Then he turned back around. He went to climb out of the window when he stopped. He looked around. The cabinet on the other side of the room, the one with the photograph of his children on it, lying face down. He stalled. He needed to get it. He couldn't lose it. It was all he had left of them. He hesitated, went to climb back through the glass, but then the flames surrounded that cabinet. They engulfed it. The photograph, his memories, they were gone. He perched on the edge of that window ledge, Villain right by his side, whining, uncertain. "Come on, lad," he said. "Come on. Time we got out of here." He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then he landed on his side. He stood. His legs were fine. His arms were fine. Everything was fine. Just his lungs that felt shit, the smoke still creeping through them. He turned and looked at Villain by his side. There was a problem. Villain was yelping. "Villain?" Jack said. He walked over to him. Stopped. Dead. Villain's leg was twisted. It looked broken. "Oh boy," Jack said. He tried to reach that leg, tried to touch it, but Villain just yelped and panted, edging away, trying his best to walk on it as the flames and the smoke from the woods got closer. He looked at Villain with tears in his eyes when he heard the shout. "Jack!" He looked around, and he saw him. Bill was standing at the cabin door. The flames were surrounding him. Tears filled his eyes. His clothes were melting from him, and his skin was turning red. He looked back at Jack with tears and sweat and black tar covering his body, and he shook his head. "Please," he said, I just want you to help. I just want you to help." Jack felt that sadness fill his body. He lifted his rifle in his shaking hands. He felt his eyes totally covered by tears. He felt that pain in his body, the pain of bringing this man here, the pain of actually letting someone in for the first time in years, and the pain of watching him suffer like this. "Please, Jack, help me, please." Jack steadied his breathing. He focused on Bill. "I'm sorry," he said. I'm
I'm sorry.
Jack! Help! Jack closed his eyes, and he pulled the trigger. He didn't hear any screaming. He didn't hear any suffering. He didn't hear anything. Nothing but the flicker of the flames, of the whining of Villain beside him, and of his home crumbling all around him. Chapter 13. Wayne tightened his grip around Candice's ring and walked back out of the woods towards Bella and Mrs. Fuzzles. The sun felt brighter. Everything around him felt lighter. Every step felt softer, like he was in some kind of dream. All of it because of his discovery. Candice's ring. He found himself torn. Could he have this wrong? Could it be someone else's ring? The odds of just finding it here in the middle of nowhere felt coincidental after all. But he didn't allow those questions to instill too much doubt. It had to be a sign. Candice was out here, and she wasn't far ahead. He was on the right path. He approached the tree he'd slept under and readied himself to break the news to Bella when he stopped. Something was wrong. Bella. She wasn't at the tree. Wayne looked around to his left, to the right, wondered whether he'd got this wrong, whether he'd walked to the wrong tree. But this was definitely the right one. Bella was gone. Mrs. Fuzzles was gone. He looked around, heart racing. Maybe she'd got up and followed him, taken a wrong turn in the woods. Yeah, that had to be it. She'd followed him, taken a wrong turn. She couldn't be far away. He just had to find her. He headed back towards the woods, called out Bella's name, and Mrs. Fuzzles, too, with a little more trepidation. There was no response. He felt something then. Fear engulfed him. From the euphoria of finding a trace of Candice to the despair of realizing that he might have to continue alone after all. Because as much as he wanted to tell himself he could make it on his own, he was beginning to realize that was a lie. He walked further into the woods, back to the tree where he'd found Candice's ring, and he saw something. Movement in the distance, behind the trees. Wayne's mouth turned dry, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He took a few cautious steps towards those trees, held his shaking fists together, wishing he had a weapon. He got closer towards those trees when he saw the source of the movement. It was Mrs. Fuzzles. She was on her own, meowing at him. And then he felt two hands on his shoulder and almost shat himself. "Boo."
"Shit,"
Wayne said. Bella raised her eyebrows. "You okay?"
"Am I okay? You just jumped out of the friggin' trees."
"Wait," Bella said, smirking. "You mean I actually scared you then?" Wayne tried to regather his composure.
A little."
"No, I definitely scared you then. I'll take that as a win."
"Whatever,"
Wayne said, still calming down, shaking.
"There's something... I found something."
Bella frowned. Wayne held out a hand and showed her the ring. "What's this?"
"It's Candice's. A ring I bought her. One she always wore."
Bella studied it, tilted her head. "And you're sure it's hers?"
"What do you mean, am I sure it's hers?"
"Because these are pretty common rings, no offense or anything, but it's hardly an ID badge." Wayne felt that inevitable disappointment surround him. He knew he had to be prepared for the possibility that this might not be Candice's ring. But what if it was? What if there was still a chance it was?
"Whatever the case," Wayne said, "we have to keep going, especially when she might be close."
Bella was frowning, like she wasn't listening.
"Bella?"
"Shh."
"What?"
"Just shh. Do you hear that?"
"Hear what?"
"Just be frigging quiet and listen." Wayne narrowed his eyes, strained to listen.
"I can't hear a thing."
"Just..." He tried again, knowing full well he was testing Bella's patience. And just when he was about to make another wisecrack, he heard it. In the distance, a rumbling noise. Like
An engine?
Wayne said. Bella nodded. She didn't look elated, though, more curious. Because that's what all of this was more than anything. Curious. They turned together, walked through the woods, over towards the country lane running alongside them. They looked over at where the engine noise was coming from, getting closer. And then Wayne saw them. Not just one, but 3. Is that? Bella started, but she didn't finish. 3 military cars drove towards them, people sitting on the back of them. Those cars got closer to Wayne and Bella, and then they came to a halt. A woman with long, dark, curly hair stepped out of the vehicle and held out a hand, smiling. "You look like you could use a ride," she said. Chapter 14. Susan wasn't sure how long she'd been walking with Tommy when she felt the splitting pain stretch right through her skull. It wasn't the first time she'd felt it. Come to think of it, she'd struggled sleeping because of it last night. But this was the first time she'd felt it in the light of day, and she couldn't help worrying it was something to do with the plane crash. It still seemed surreal to even think about, the fact she'd actually been involved in a plane crash, that she was actually a survivor. It felt like she'd got away with it far too easily, while the majority of people around her died in the wreckage. But despite everything, she was still here. And if there was one thing she knew she had to do, it was to get Tommy back to his dad safely. She looked at Tommy a few times as she walked, holding on to his cold hand. He looked distant, and part of her felt conflicted about this whole journey to get him home. Because what happened to her when she got him home? Did she just make her own way back? Because one thing was clear, the power wasn't back, and it didn't look like it was coming back any time soon. She saw the cars filling the streets. In the distance, she saw buildings burning, heard people screaming. Police were trying to maintain order, to calm people down, but to no avail. Windows were being smashed, shops were being looted. One day without power, and people were already spiraling out of control. She never thought she'd witness anything like this. She always believed that people would pull together if ever there was a disaster, not the Hollywood movie outcome. And while it was still just a minority of people causing the trouble, things were very rapidly growing out of hand. "We used to get the bus here," Tommy said out of nowhere. "Mom and me, when it was weekend. We'd go to game and she'd let me play on the VR." They walked further down the street, reached the game store. It had a few cracks in the glass, and a few of the Xboxes and televisions in there had already been taken. By the side of the street, a homeless man was trying to flog electronics for cheap, eyes lighting up with the amount of cash in his little cup. But if the power didn't come back on, none of that cash was going to be worth a thing. It was as they walked through these strange, powerless streets that an existential dread truly began to mount inside Susan. What if it really never came back on? Or even didn't come back on for a week? How would people eat if all the shops had been raided? What would they drink? How would the sick cope? How would the fires be tamed? And as she saw more people running through the streets, various items in hands, she understood how they'd got to this point so quickly. That fear of the unknown, that desperation, it was tearing society apart. She stopped right by a convenience store, and for a moment she was gripped with the same urge to go in there, to take what she could, while she could. Then she heard the shout from inside, some kind of confrontation kicking off, and she thought better of going in there. She tightened her grip around Tommy's hand and walked further down the street. They walked for another couple of hours. On the walk, Susan felt her head split with pain another few times. Every time was more agonizing than the last. The last made her actually lean forward, stop walking, to which Tommy asked her if she was okay, and she had to insist and pretend she was, when deep down she worried that she might have a bleed on the brain or something like that. The possibilities were endless after all she'd been through. But now she was on a former dual carriageway, and she'd seen more drama, more tension, more destruction. She saw a house on fire which people were struggling to put out, a woman crying that her child was still in there. She'd seen an abandoned fire engine, manned by civilians. She'd seen people running through the streets with bottles of water, fighting for them, while at the same time an old man sat at a bus stop, a vacancy to his eyes, like he was cold and lost. She saw this gradual but quickening descent into chaos, and then she saw something else in the distance. Up ahead, there was a hospital. Ambulances were parked outside it. There was a huge crowd gathered by an A&E department, people holding relatives and loved ones. There were people banging on the doors, trying to get inside, while the few police that remained stood there and tried to stop them advancing. Susan looked around at all this chaos. Homes destroyed, people stranded, the fear of starvation and dehydration and disease already driving people towards crazy actions. And she wanted to get back home, to her mum. Even though her mum suffocated her in a way, she would make everything okay. She would look after her. She would... "It's there," Tommy said. Susan looked at him, frowned. "What?" Tommy's little eyes lit up as he pointed at the road ahead. "My home. It's down there." Susan moved quickly with Tommy as some hoodies on bikes rode past, laughing, clearly not sensing the same urgency of this situation as everyone else. She reached his road. Then his footsteps picked up as they approached his house. He slowed down when they reached it. Stopped. This is it," he said. The house was a small detached on the corner of the street. There was a little garden in front filled with plants. The living room blinds were closed. She couldn't see any movement inside. She looked at him and she half smiled. "Come on," she said. "Let's go take a look." She walked towards Tommy's house, his hand in hers. Already, she feared the worst. Chapter 15.
"Hand your things over, right now. I won't ask you again."
Emma looked down the aisle of the shop at this man holding the knife, and she couldn't help feeling bad for him. He looked like he was sad, like he was protecting someone, looking out for someone. She'd seen how quickly the shelves were being raided, and he was acting in desperation, just like everyone else. But she was also afraid, because of the way he was holding that knife, the way he looked bad about something he was going to do. Candice stood her ground, and as much as Emma appreciated there was someone here with her, she wished she was with someone like Logan. Another part of her wished she was back home, because as much as she'd tried to get away from home, she wanted to be away from this nightmare once and for all. "What's your name?" Candice asked. She took a few steps closer to this man, and Emma's stomach knotted when she saw her approaching him. She didn't trust this man. She didn't like where this was going. So she held her ground. The man's eyes narrowed. He lifted his knife higher.
"Look, girl, I'm not messing around here, okay? I need those supplies."
"And so do we," Candice said. So how about we just come to some kind of arrangement here?"
"Some kind of arrangement? I'll tell you what kind of arrangement I'm—"
"We've taken these things, sure, but we've got more than enough to share out here, okay?" His jaw shook. The knife lowered a little. He looked like he was weighing up whether he could trust Candice or not. Candice lowered the rucksack of supplies from her shoulder. She put it on the floor, opened it up. She glanced back at Emma a few times, gesturing for her to do the same. But Emma just stayed put, held her ground. "Come on," Candice said. "What is it you want? Water? Canned food? We've got all kinds of things in here. And you're right. It's not ours. It's not anyone's. But we don't have to descend to violence. Not already. Not when the power could be back in...
The power's not coming back, the man spat. Emma's stomach sank.
This man stood there, tears streaming down his cheeks.
I was at home, with my kids, 2 little girls. One had a pacemaker, heart problems right from a young age. The lights went out, and I went downstairs and...
He stopped, shook his head. Candice took another step towards him.
I'm really sorry. My other little girl, I have to look after her. I have to protect her, but I can't do that if I don't gather as many supplies as I can, because we need to. Even though this place is full of people, most people are still at home. They're still in the cities, just waiting for things to go back to normal. But they're going to start losing faith very fast, and I want to be a long, long way out of the city before they get desperate.
Emma stood there and watched. She kept holding onto her bag. She felt bad for this man. The thought that he'd lost a daughter was horrifying, and it didn't surprise her that people were resorting to violence already if they'd been through so much loss. And he was right. She could see it for herself all around her. People were already losing faith, and it was only going to get worse. "What's your name?" Candice asked. The man looked at her again. His knife was lowered completely now. But when he looked at her and Emma, he looked like he was in a daze, as if he'd just woken up from a dream and realized where he was again.
It doesn't matter what my name is, he said. Just give me what you've got. Now. Please.
Candice sighed. All around, Emma could hear shouting, laughing, running, occasionally glass smashing as people with balaclavas raced past. My name's Candice, she said. This here is Emma. She's a long way from home.
I don't care who you are,
the man cried. But he sounded desperate and sad. His eyes were fully welling up with tears. Emma wondered where Calvin, Mitch, and Jean were and wished they were here right now.
Just give me the stuff. Give me the...
Something happened then. The man stepped towards them, and Emma made a choice. She felt bad for this man, felt bad for his story, but she didn't trust him, and she didn't trust anyone. So she stepped forward, grabbed Candice's bag, and ran. She ran to the bottom of the aisle, heard the man shouting behind. She took a left, rushed past a load of fallen deodorant cans, moving as fast as she could, just wanting to get out of this shop and back towards home as quickly as she could. Because she was done with this place, and she was done with others. She had to keep on running. She had to keep on... She slammed into someone and fell to the floor. She looked up, expecting to see the man or someone else. Then she saw Calvin standing over her. Mitch and Jean were by his side. Calvin looked at her, frown on his face. Emma, are you? And then he looked up, and his eyes widened. Candice, he said. Emma turned around, saw Candice running. The guy was still chasing behind. Come on, he said. We need to get out of here. Emma reached into the rucksack. She lifted a can of beans, and then when the man was close, she threw it at him, hard. He stumbled a little, lost his balance, and then he slid across the fallen deodorant cans and fell to the floor. His knife tumbled from his hand, fell right before Emma. Emma looked at that knife, then at the man as he lay there, crying.
Please, he said. My daughter, please.
Emma took a deep breath and picked up the knife. And then, with Candice, Calvin, Mitch, and Jean by her side, she left. But as she walked away, past the growing unrest, she couldn't get the desperate look on that man's face out of her mind, and the thought of his daughter at home, struggling to survive. Chapter 16. When Logan looked up, he couldn't see Emma anywhere anymore. The supermarket was in disarray. He could hear muffled voices all around, the sound of people racing through the place, shouting, laughing, The usual bright lights had gone out, which added an eerie vibe to the place. He lifted himself up, remembering where he'd seen Emma, the man opposite her, that knife in hand, and he couldn't deny that primordial urge he'd felt to go after that man, to protect Emma, to hunt down anyone threatening to hurt her. He wasn't sure where that urge came from. He'd spent so many years convincing himself he didn't care about anyone but himself that it felt surreal, unnatural. And the fact that Emma was gone worried him, deeply. He stood up, walked across the supermarket floor, past the fallen milk bottles seeping out onto the floor, a total waste. He moved down that aisle he'd seen Emma in. He couldn't have blacked out for long. He swore he'd just zoned out temporarily. But now he wasn't sure. He felt a little lost, disoriented. The strangest thing? There was no sign of the men who had been chasing him, and there was no sign of Emma. He walked down that aisle, dread building as he reached the end of it. Part of him didn't want to turn the corner. Part of him didn't want to find Emma in any kind of condition. But when he looked around the corner, he didn't see any trace of her. He looked down a few other aisles, but all he saw was chaos. All he saw was people scrambling for the remaining supplies in here. He reached the doors, stood there, looked outside. No sign of the group who had chased him. He had to assume that someone had just smacked into him when he'd got here. Falling to the floor might have worked in his favor. After all, that group chasing him wouldn't have been looking on the floor for him. He looked around, saw stationary cars, blocked roads, more people walking up here on foot, arriving in their numbers to try and gather whatever supplies they could. But Emma was out of here, and Logan had to take that as a positive sign. He had to take it as a sign that she was okay. He had to hope. He was about to turn back into the store and grab a few things for himself when he saw the man. He was staggering out of the supermarket, a bag over his shoulder, and for a moment, Logan wasn't sure where he recognized him from. He couldn't place him. And then it clicked. It was the man who had held a knife to Emma. He felt rage build inside then. A defensiveness kicked in, instinctive, primitive. He knew he should walk away. He had to focus on his own survival, on getting somewhere he could settle down, far out of the eyes of others. But there was that gnawing urge to put things right. That violence that split through him, that hadn't gone away ever since that day all those years ago. He walked over to the man as quickly as he could. When he was just a few feet behind him, he saw the man stop. He turned around, looked at Logan. He had a knife in his hand. Not the same one, but a new one, a price tag still dangling from it. "Got a problem?" the man asked. But he didn't look violent. He didn't look like those thugs in prison who were looking for a fight, no matter what the circumstances were. He looked like he was crying. "Emma," Logan said. The man frowned. "Who the hell's—" "The girl in the store, the one you had the knife to." The man sighed, shook his head. "She just had to give me the stuff. For my daughter. She just had to listen." Logan didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and grabbed this man by his shirt, pushing him to the ground, knowing full well he wasn't going to put that knife anywhere near him. He leaned into his face, holding him as the man struggled underneath him. "What did you do to her?" "If you hurt her, I didn't get a chance to." Logan stopped, frowned. She got away. She took all that stuff with her. And now my daughter has to suffer. She has to struggle, and I need to look out for her. Please." Logan felt a little revolted by this guy, the way he lay here, begging. And he wanted nothing more than to follow his animalistic instincts and finish him off, right here, right now. But there was another voice in his head, another voice telling him that he didn't have to do it, that he didn't have to submit to his base urges, that there was another way. Logan leaned in close to him, tightened his grip around his throat. Where did she say she was going? Where was she going?
I don't know,
the man shouted.
but she was with a group.
A group?
2 girls, 2 guys. They looked like they were helping her.
How long ago?
I don't know. 10 minutes? 15 minutes?
Logan didn't want to hear anything else from this guy. He just slammed his head against the ground a few times, then stood up and walked past him. He walked away from the supermarket, past the abandoned cars, past the people walking in the opposite direction, fists clenched, braced for whatever was ahead. If Emma was only 15 minutes ahead, he was going to find her. And then he was going to fulfill that promise he'd made to her. He was going to get her back home. And then, only then, was he going to make his own way in this world, no matter what it took. Chapter 17. The second day passed by a lot quicker than the first. Jack walked with Villain. He'd been walking for quite some time. The sun was getting close to setting. He was far away from the trees of his home now, too far for comfort. He'd walked through fields, through farms, which were still empty and serene, farmers doing their work by hand without the help of tractors or machinery. It looked like life was going on as normally as it could here. And while that would not last, farmers and people like them at least had an advantage of self-sufficiency that the vast majority of the population didn't. But they'd have to protect that. They'd have to defend it. If this really was as bad an event as it seemed to be, it wasn't going to be long before tensions finally bubbled over into all-out anarchy. One night was enough to worry people. But 2 nights. 2 nights going to sleep without power and waking up to find there was still no order, that there was still no running water, that the minimal food people did have was starting to go off or run low. That was definitely enough to tip the majority into desperation. And when desperation really did take hold, and gangs secured what was left of the cities, it would be the countryside that people eventually flocked to. Which made Jack's journey seem all the more ridiculous, and all the more contrary to what he thought were his values. He looked over his shoulder, out of habit more than anything. Villain hobbled behind a little. He'd hurt his paw in the fall and was limping a little, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. He hadn't gone the way of Bill. That was something. He swallowed a lump in his throat when he thought of Bill. He'd been a good man. He'd suffered a loss yesterday, and then he'd done something totally crazy to protect Jack. And as much as Jack resisted it, as much as he told himself he could cope on his own, that he didn't need other people slowing him down or holding him back, a life had been snuffed out. Just like that. The life of a good man. A horrific accident that shouldn't have happened. And then there was his home, too. His supplies, his damn Jeep, everything he'd worked towards, everything he'd built. Gone. He thought of that raging fire surrounding the shed Bill was in. It must have come from a crashed plane or something like that, spread through the woods. And he thought of the cities. They were going to be worse in time. Uncontrolled fires were going to spread. And with the vast majority of the population in those places, what remained of the emergency services weren't going to be able to cope. But mostly, Jack thought of Bill. How he'd begged for Jack's help. And how Jack had done the most painful but the kindest thing for him in those circumstances. Lifted that rifle and pulled that trigger. He shook his head, pushed the memory from his head. He didn't want to think about it anymore. He had to live with the reminders. The smell of smoke hanging to his nostrils, the taste of it on his lips, and the way Villain limped alongside him. And then he thought of why he was on this new journey at all. His goal was 2-pronged. First, he had to try locating his estranged son, Wayne. He knew it was a futile and bizarre mission. He hadn't seen his son for years, since walking out on him. but something about his time with Bill had made him realize what he really cared about, the mistakes he'd made, and the opportunity he had to at least attempt to put things right. He could only go off what he knew about Wayne, and that was his last known address. He knew Hazel had moved to Exton near Chorley a few years back, but his son was in his early 20s now. He had no idea if he'd still be there, whether he was on the wrong track. But he couldn't do anything but try. He thought about Hazel, the resentment he'd felt for her for all this time, her affair, her betrayal. But he saw it clearer now. He saw it in a different light. After India died, Jack had failed. He'd lashed out. He'd blamed everyone around him. He'd failed as a man, and he'd driven her away. He couldn't blame Hazel forever. So he was going to try finding them, and if he couldn't, well, at least he'd tried. He just couldn't live with the thought that he might just let them down in the most devastating way after so many years of letting them down. He wasn't expecting an arms-open reunion. Take all emotion out of it, and he just wanted one thing: to make sure they were safe. There was something else, too, another goal, and that was when, or if, he found them, he would head up to the Lake District and work on starting a new life there. It was tough saying goodbye to his home, a place he'd been close to calling self-sufficient. But it was what it was. He couldn't get too caught up in it. He had to accept it. This world was not going to favor those who wallowed. He reached the side of the road, and he saw empty abandoned cars. And then he saw houses on the side of the hill in the distance, people leaning against the windows, people in the gardens. People, and too many of them for Jack to feel comfortable. But this was what it was. He'd made a crazy call coming to somewhere populated. He had to own that decision. So he took a deep breath, and he walked down the street, keeping his head down and making sure he was right by Villain's side. "Do you have any water?" a woman called. Her throat was croaky, and she looked skinny. "Please, I need some water for my family. My husband went to the shop, but he hasn't come back. Please." But Jack couldn't give her anything. He just had to keep on walking. It was painful, but he had no choice. "Please," the woman called, "some water for my family, please." Her voice drifted into the background, and Jack felt his stomach sink. Because there were more like this woman, the desperation beginning to show, earlier than Jack thought, in a way, and it was only going to get worse. He looked around, focused on that woman specifically. Then he walked back to her, handed her a bottle of water. "Take this," he said. "Make it last, okay?" Her eyes lit up. Tears streamed down her face. Thank you so much." He didn't want to cause any fuss, so he turned away. He kept on walking down this starving, dehydrating street when he finally reached number 8. He froze, tensed his fists, because this was it. This was the place Hazel moved to. This was the place his son had moved to with her. This was his chance to make up for the past, and he'd never felt more afraid. Chapter 18. Wayne looked at the 3 military vehicles on the road ahead of him, and he could barely believe what he was seeing. They were actually moving, for one. The engines were working. He didn't know why that might be. His gut instinct was that perhaps the power had returned, but it only took a glance at his watch to realize that wasn't the case, at least not for him. He looked up at the sky, too, for signs of planes, but still there was nothing. It was eerie, made you realize how much you took the trails of planes for granted, or that light hum of traffic in the distance, no matter where you might be. But this rumbling engine in front of him sounded loud and disorienting. The woman in the military greens had her hands on her hips, a slight smile to her face. "You just gonna stand there and gawk all day, kid?" Wayne felt himself flushing. He didn't like being humiliated in front of anyone. But there was another reason for his reaction right now.
I can't, he said.
You can't what?
My girlfriend. She's out here somewhere. I just can't leave her.
The woman sighed and walked towards him. I hear you, really. A lot of people have been separated. We've got 300 plus back at our shelter. You'd be daft not to come see if she's there, especially with how much we've been scanning and clearing this area. Wayne looked around and saw how the cars had been moved out of the roads to make a clear path.
She's called Candice. She...
Like I say, the woman interrupted, somewhat impatiently. 300 plus back at our place. I don't really make a habit of remembering names just yet. She turned around, climbed back inside the army vehicle. So you two and your weird dog-cat hybrid getting on board, or what?
You haven't even told us your name yet, Wayne said.
The woman tilted her head, rolled her eyes. It's Alana, if that really matters so much. But anyway, you haven't told me yours either. Different standards for both of us, huh? Wayne looked at Bella, and he saw the hope in her eyes. He hadn't seen this expression from her before. It was like she'd just woken up from a nightmare, and finally, she was faced with an opportunity to do something different. But then there was something else, too. We can't just pass this up, Wayne, she said.
But Candice...
Like Alana says, there's no reason why Candice might not be amongst those people. And besides, we haven't come across anyone like this. We might actually have an opportunity here. An opportunity for shelter, for food, for water, for hope. At least for now. Bella glanced over at Alana, who nodded affirmatively. Food, water, rationed obviously, but more than enough to go around until things get back to the way they should be.
And things will get back to the way they should be?
Wayne asked. For the first time since all this started, Alana nodded without hesitation. Of course, there's people working away on it right now. Our orders are to maintain order, to keep people safe while the crisis goes on. Some of our people jumped ship already, but the few of us left have a duty, and we're not going to abandon that. But yes, sir, if the power not coming back is what you're worried about, you need to think again. This isn't some science fiction story. This is reality. And the boring truth is, as much as I'm sure the nerds are loving all this, it's not going to last, because stuff like this never does. Wayne looked at Bella again. He looked at Mrs. Fuzzles, who seemed more interested in a dandelion sprouting out the side of the road, glaring at it like she'd never bloody seen one before.
And if my girlfriend isn't there? Wayne asked.
Alana's eyes narrowed. If she isn't there, she isn't there. What's the problem?
I can leave this place, if I want to. There's nothing stopping me searching for her, right?
Alana sighed. A few of the others on the back of the vehicle were beginning to grow impatient, too, urging her to just get on with it and out of here. A couple more had walked over since seeing the vehicles and had already jumped aboard. It's not a prison we're taking you to, she said. It's a temporary shelter we're running to keep people together while shit's going down, to keep them safe and off the streets, because sure, the power's being worked on, but it's not exactly going to be as safe as it used to be out here, not with the looting or the fires or the riots. Looting, fires, riots. It all seemed so alien, like Wayne had barely even scratched the surface of what was happening. We don't have a choice, Bella said. We have to go.
No, you have to go.
Wayne?
Who was the one who told me I shouldn't give up on Candice, that I should keep going, no matter what?
I mean, I was speaking hypothetically.
Well, I appreciate it, but I can't stop. I have to keep going.
And if she's already at the shelter?
What?
If she's already there, and you miss her because you're too focused on searching by foot, all because of a bloody ring, what then? Wayne looked at the vehicles. Then he looked at the expanse of woodland surrounding him. She could be anywhere, absolutely anywhere. But Bella was right. This was somewhere she could genuinely be. and he could be a fool for passing up an opportunity like this. He took a deep breath and sighed, turned around and faced the army vehicles.
"Looks like we're coming with you,"
he said. He climbed aboard the back of the vehicle, nodded at a few of the other people sitting alongside him.
"Just one thing,"
Wayne said. Alana turned around, frowned at him.
"If you really value your life, don't even think about trying to pet this bloody cat."
Chapter 19. Susan held Tommy's hand as she stepped into his home, pushing the front door open. The first thing that hit her was the silence inside. It was strange, really. Come to think of it, it was the first time she'd been inside a house since she'd left her home in a rush yesterday morning. All the things that had happened since then. It seemed impossible, like a dream. But what struck Susan most was that there used to be a kind of seductive, warming aura around a home, an extra level of safety, no matter whose it was, creating a separation from the wild west of the outdoors. But that illusion, like so many others, had faded now. Susan felt very vulnerable. There was no guessing what might be hiding around each corner. And even if that threat was only mental, it showed just how much the illusions and the myths of a world with power really contributed to a false feeling of safety and security, and just how fragile those myths actually were. It only took a little nudge to break them. She looked at the hallway, saw the little shoes on the shoe rack. She saw the stairs right ahead of her, a door immediately to her left, a kitchen area up ahead, and a lounge door on her right. Her instinct was to shout, to call out a name, to warn whoever was in here that she was here with their son. But she already had a bad feeling about this. "Come on," Susan said. Let's have a look around." She checked the door on the left first, which led to an office area. An old computer sat on a desk, one of those ancient big chunky monitors staring back at her. There was a table covered with folders and papers, a slight smell of mustiness to the air, like this wasn't an office that was used all that much. An antique samurai-style sword hung from the wall with an inscription beneath it. There was another door at the back of the room. Susan looked at Tommy, who was keeping awfully quiet and wide-eyed, like he feared what was coming just as much as she did. She pushed open the door at the back of the room and saw it also led to the kitchen. There was a toaster on the side, some half-toasted bread popping up from it. It looked like there was a bite out of a slice, crumbs on the side. A chair pulled out just slightly, and a half-read newspaper opened up on some page about Brexit or other. It all seemed so insignificant now, all so irrelevant. Susan scanned the kitchen for a sign of life, then grabbed the 2 slices of toast, giving Tommy the bigger, unbitten one. She chewed it, ravished it, and then went into his fridge and drank some of the lukewarm orange juice with Tommy. She hadn't really realized just how hungry or thirsty she was until now. She found herself doing a mental inventory of the fridge and weighing up just how many of those items in there were going to last for any real period of time. Butter, jam, some olives half-eaten. There were scarily few. She checked the lounge then. It felt like it would have been cozy and homely once upon a time. Brown leather sofas, a big television in the corner of the room. Photographs of Tommy and his mom and dad all around the room. Tommy let go of Susan's hand and walked across the room. He grabbed something, picked it up, then walked back to Susan. "What's that you got there?" Tommy lifted a teddy in the air. It was a tiger, looked like it was a hot water bottle holder once upon a time, the fur matted, clearly showing signs of age. But Tommy held it close, and comfort came over him when he did. "Mum bought it me when I was young," he said. "Raja. I take him everywhere." Susan felt that lump in her throat again and ruffled Tommy's hair. She was welling up, because this silence, it wasn't a good sign. Tommy had already lost so much. It pained her to think she was about to break the news to him that he wasn't going to find his dad in here either. And part of her knew what that meant. She was going to have to look after Tommy for much longer. He was her responsibility now. And she didn't know if she was strong enough for that. She didn't know how she was going to cope. But she remembered what Dr. Khalil told her, that she was stronger than she believed, that she could help people in their moment of need. She had to believe it, even if her past gnawed at her, even if the memories of... No, stop. "Come on," Susan said. Let's take a look upstairs." The walk up the creaking stairs was slow, torturous. There were 5 doors, all of which Susan peeked behind first in fear there might be something there Tommy wouldn't want to find. She tried the little toilet first, then the modern-looking double bedroom, rather empty, clearly a spare, the 3rd room, a bigger bathroom, and then the 4th room, clearly Tommy's parents' bedroom. She pushed open that 5th door and saw Tommy's bedroom open up around her. He stepped inside it, looked at his toys, a slight smile creeping up his face. He touched his Xbox controller. His eyes lit up momentarily, and then he lowered it again when he realized there was nothing he could do with it. And then he did something that tore Susan's heart in two. He got onto his bed, tucked himself in, cuddled Raja, closed his eyes, and cried. Susan walked slowly towards him, past the curtains, because it didn't take a genius to realize the truth now. Not only had he already suffered so much, but now he was back home, and Tommy's dad was nowhere to be seen. He was gone. Susan was the one who had to look out for him now. "Tommy," she said, "I'm sorry, but it's not over. It's..." She stopped when she heard something. Downstairs, a creaking. The front door creaking open. Footsteps stepping inside. And then whispers. Chapter 20. Darkness was falling once again, and Emma couldn't believe how quickly the second day had passed. The air was cooler today, less clammy. They walked through more streets, more small towns. Every small town they passed through looked the same sights. Cars on their drives or in the middle of the road. People standing outside their houses in some cases, most inside, curtains drawn, doors closed and locked. The desperation of waiting growing as most battened down the hatches, made the most of the few things they did have stocked up. But it wouldn't last. Soon people would be on the streets or heading towards the supermarkets, and the scramble for whatever was left was going to be more violent than ever. But Emma found herself looking ahead, towards her hometown. She knew she was close, and whether there were mixed feelings about going back there, while yesterday had started with the hopes of finding her friends, of getting to her old home, there was no denying what she wanted more than ever right now. To be back with Mum. Because Mum would be worried about her. "I'm still doubting the validity of this side journey," Mitch said. Candice turned and frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" He scratched his arms, not really making eye contact with anyone. "I mean, as much as I see the emotional agenda for taking the girl back to her home, I have to consider the practicalities too, and the practicalities tell me it's unlikely to benefit her in the long run." Calvin stopped now. He looked at Mitch, shook his head. "Sometimes life's not all about practicalities." "I'm afraid that's not the case anymore," Mitch said. "If this really is as bad as it seems, then I think you'll find that practicalities matter now more than they ever have. It's emotions that'll get people into trouble. It's emotions that keep people in their homes when they should be outside trying to gather essential supplies before heading out into the countryside. It's emotions that keep people clinging on to hope, even when it's clear that hope isn't going to get them anywhere." "And it's emotions that'll bring us together and get us through this," Candice said. Mitch stopped. Even Calvin looked surprised by what Candice had said. Jean rolled her eyes. "Barf," she said. "Pass me the sick bag." Calvin sighed. "Way to ruin a good moment, Jean. But Candice is right. We're never going to succeed if we fall apart. It's only pulling together that'll get us through." Candice looked at Emma, and she smiled, like all this talk of sticking together was going to reassure her in some way. But she wasn't even sure she fully believed it herself yet. She was just glad she was with some people who were taking her back home. They walked further down the street when they saw a woman standing in front of them, baby in her arms. She walked towards them, smiled, although it was somewhat shakily, somewhat nervously. Your bag," she said. "Do you have anything in there? Spare us a bottle of water or something?" Emma felt her stomach turn as the woman came closer, because she knew this was a test of just how much these people she was with were really willing to pull together. She wanted to say no, even though that baby was crying, even though this woman looked desperate, because they needed these supplies for themselves. But then she saw Candice open the bag and reach out some water and peanut butter. "Candice," Mitch said, disappointment in his voice. "You can take this," she said. "I'm sorry it's not more, but—" Emma saw them then. More people heading towards them. People clocking on that they'd gathered some supplies of their own, eyeing up their bags. And she should have known it would come to this. "You got anything we can have?" a man asked. "Just a little. That's all we need, please." Another woman, clearly desperate. "We're starving here. Just let us have something." Emma saw these people surrounding her, and she realized the error they'd made. They should never have come through these streets in the first place, not with a rucksack like this. She held her rucksack close to her chest as more people swarmed her. There were only about 10, 11, but it felt like there was more. Suffocating her. Closing in. She made eye contact with Mitch then, and she saw the look in his eyes, like he knew this was coming all along. Candice's kindness and generosity counting against her. And then she saw him look at the rucksack she was holding and knew what she had to do. She took a deep breath, pulled it closer to her chest, and then, in the dimming light of the setting sun, she ran. She ran past the people, down towards one of the houses. She sneaked down the side of it, pushing open the garden gate, then threw herself into a hedge. She could hear people following behind, people shouting. She didn't know where Candice was, or Calvin, or any of the others, or what was happening to them. Only that it wasn't good. A fight was breaking out, that much she could hear. She just knew she needed to protect this rucksack. Because Candice was wrong. It was all fair and well talking about people sticking together, but it didn't work when supplies were running out, and when other people were willing to do bad things to get them. She heard the footsteps getting closer to the back of the garden and leaned against the fence. That's when she felt the panel loosening. She pushed herself through it as hard as she could, threw herself into the garden next door, went to pull the rucksack through with her. That's when she felt it. Someone else holding on to that rucksack, pulling at it, trying to yank it from her. She held on as tight as she could, kept on digging her heels in, kept on pulling. But then she felt the fabric loosening. She felt her grip on it loosening. And then she felt it fall from her hands. She watched as it disappeared through the bush, disappeared from sight. And as she sat there at the side of the fence, all she could do was stand there. All she could do was watch. Because this was it. The proof she needed that everyone was in it for themselves. And that's what was going to keep her alive. She stepped back through the fence, walked through the garden, stepped out onto the road. It didn't take long for Emma to see the people she was with, the scene in front of her. People gathered around. Only they weren't fighting, not anymore. Someone was on the road, lying there, bleeding, frothing at the mouth, shaking. Emma got closer, her hands clammy and her fists tight, and she realized who it was. Mitch. Calvin was holding his head up, whispering reassuring words as Jean stood there, mouth open wide. "Come on, mate. Come on. Pull through this. Pull through." She stared at Mitch fitting there as he lay on the road. She saw the man standing beside him, the one who had been pushing earlier, wide-eyed. "I didn't mean," he said. I didn't mean to." But Emma didn't hear anything. She just watched as Mitch's desperate eyes struggled for life, as blood trickled down his nostrils and out of the corners of his mouth, and as Candice stood there, half-empty rucksack in hand, dazed. Mitch let out another splutter. He shook again, one more time, and in the dimming light of the setting sun, his body went still. Chapter 21. It was dark when Logan realized he should probably take a break. He had been walking for hours, kept his head down most of the way. The disarray and the chaos were growing alarming. Unlike last night, where most people were inside their homes, going to bed and hoping all was okay in the morning, tonight was different. There were plenty of people on the streets, people breaking into stores, into houses, glass smashing, fights breaking out. Civil unrest was taking hold, and it felt like it wasn't going to loosen its grip any time soon. He hadn't found any trace of Emma, and realistically, the more he walked, the more he knew it was a long shot anyway. She could be anywhere. He knew where her home was, Stafford, so that was the only place he could head towards, the only place he could go. He just had to hope she was there when he got there, or that he at least found a sign that she was on her way back, or that she was safe. But the more he moved through these streets, the more he realized that home wasn't exactly safe at all. So he had to do what he could to get to her and convince her to head into the countryside, with or without her family. He knew it was his only choice now. He'd seen the chaos in the towns, and he knew there was no place for anyone here anymore. The sooner he could adapt to surviving in the wilderness, the better. Because that was his life from now on anyway. The towns weren't going to take him. The memory of who he once was would always be at the forefront of people's minds. But that one final job, before he disappeared for good, that's what he had to carry out. He went to keep on walking when he saw something up ahead. 2 men were rushing inside a house on his right. They were wearing hoodies and balaclavas. Inside, someone shouting, screaming. Logan felt his fists tense. He knew he should stay away. He knew it wasn't his battle to fight. But he couldn't just let this happen on his watch. He tightened his grip around his knife, and he walked up to the house. It was pitch black inside. He could hear the voices coming from the kitchen, shouting, "Move out of the way! Move!" He gritted his teeth and stepped into the kitchen. He saw the woman crouching by the back of the kitchen, holding on to a young boy. And then he saw the 2 men with the hoodies and the knives standing around her, one holding the knife to them, the other raiding the cupboards. None of them looked like they'd seen Logan. He walked up to the one by the fridge, and he lifted his knife. "That's not yours," he said. The man stopped, turned to him, and Logan knew what he had to do in a split second. The man lifted his knife. Logan rammed his knife into the man's chest. He pulled it out, then buried it again. And then, as the blood trickled between his fingers, he pulled that knife away once more, watching him drop to the floor, gasping, almost begging. And then he turned to the other. But there was a problem. The man with the knife. He was holding it to the kid's neck. "Back away," he said. "Stay the hell out of this. It's not your fight, mate. It's not your fight." Logan stood still, knife in hand. The man on the floor was still writhing. The woman and the little boy were both crying. And Logan could feel it crawling through his veins. The reminder, the memory. Being in that basement. David hastened, standing there, gun to his wife's head. "Stay back," the man said. "Get the hell out of this house, right now." Logan wanted to lower the knife. He wanted to avoid causing any more trouble. But then he looked into his hand at that bloody knife, and then at these two innocent people, and he took a deep breath. "Stay." He threw himself at the man, saw his knife hovering in midair, and then he pushed him out of the way, down to the floor. His head cracked against the edge of the work surface in the process. The man made wild, swinging lunges. He tried to stab Logan, tried to hit him, but Logan just wrapped his hands around his neck, pressed him down, tightened his grip, constricting his windpipe. He stared into those eyes, the only part of this guy's face not covered by a balaclava. And the next time the knife swung around, he grabbed it and snatched it from his hand. He stayed perched over him, heard the man's breathing getting heavier, more frantic. "Please," he said. "Don't, please." Logan pulled the guy's balaclava from his face. And that's when he saw it. The guy was just a kid. He was skinny, barely any facial hair, and a nasty piece of work for doing what he'd done, but barely out of his teens. "Please," the guy said, crying. I just wanted some water. I just wanted some food." Logan looked at the crying woman as she held her son. He looked at this boy, and he wanted to finish him off for what he'd tried to do, to put him down right here. He felt the battle in his mind exploding out of control. And then he lifted the man closer to him. "Get the hell out of here," he said. "And if you come back here, you're dead. I promise." The man scrambled up to his shaky feet the second Logan let go of him. Logan looked at the woman and her son, saw the way they stared through tear-filled eyes at the body on their kitchen floor, his blood creeping towards their toes. "You're not safe here," Logan said. "Neither of you are. You need to get to a shop, and then you need to gather some food and get yourself to the countryside, before it's—" He saw the way the woman's eyes darted to the man, saw the way they widened, and then he spun around. The knife sliced through the air, just shy of Logan's shoulder. Logan grabbed the guy's hand, pulled him close, tightened his grip around his arm. "Bad move," he said. And then he pulled his own knife back and stabbed him right in the stomach. Once, twice, 3 times. The kid stared back at him, blood pooling from his lips. He collapsed to the floor, slowly. And all Logan could do was stand there and watch, heart racing, adrenaline storming through his system. He turned around and looked at the woman and her son, saw the way they stared at the bodies on the floor, horror in their eyes. "It's okay now," Logan said. "They're—" Suddenly dizziness possessed him. His heart clattered against his ribcage. His body shook. There. He tried to keep his footing, tried to maintain his balance, but it was already too late. He fell down to the kitchen floor. Everything went black. Chapter 22. Jack walked up to the door of his ex-wife's house and braced himself for whatever was ahead, hunting rifle in hand. The sun had set. There was chilliness to the air. This street was quiet, just the occasional person wandering around, the occasional twitching of curtains, sporadic signs of life. He knew things were going to go to shit tomorrow morning, when people woke up on that 3rd day and found that the power was still out. Yeah, that was the moment society really began to crumble. Or collapsed entirely. It had been crumbling ever since the off switch was hit. He looked at Villain as he stood panting by his side. He wasn't sure what was taking him so long, holding him back. But then he figured it had been years since he'd seen Hazel. He wasn't sure what kind of reception he was going to get. And then there was Wayne. He felt a sickening punch to his stomach the second he thought of his son. He'd abandoned him, walked away from him, and it took the collapse of society to take him to his doorstep. What kind of a father did that make him, really? One who comes back, Jack muttered. He took a deep breath, knocked on the door, and braced himself. The wait began. He listened for footsteps, for movement. He looked around, tried to see if he could see anyone in there, but there was nobody around. Nothing but silence. He knocked again. A man next door appeared in his driveway, nodded at Jack before disappearing back inside. Everyone looked suspicious. People were on edge. They were only going to get worse. He walked over to the lounge window and squinted inside. The curtains were closed, but he could see through a small crack between the curtains. There was nothing in there. Nobody moving in there. And a part of that reassured him, because if there was nobody home, at least that meant there was a chance. They'd listened to him all those years ago, headed out to the countryside. He just hoped Wayne had taken on board the things he'd tried to teach him as a kid, even though he knew realistically Wayne probably abandoned all knowledge associated with his dad. He walked around the side of the house, climbed over the back gate. That's when he heard the voice. "Looking for someone?" Jack looked over his shoulder and saw the man from next door glaring at him. His instinct was to ignore him, to tell him to mind his own business. But again, he had to be careful. He had to play this right. I have a family member who lives here, just checking on them." The man glared at him, pale, bearded. "Have you tried knocking?" "Yeah," Jack said. "I tried. And?" "I didn't get an answer." The man looked like he was considering Jack's words. He nodded. "Pete was working away when when it happened. He never made it back here." Pete. The name made his skin crawl. His old best friend. So they were still together, and living here at least. Small victories. "And Hazel? Wayne?" "Hazel, I'm not sure. Wayne, I've not seen that lad for quite some time. Think he went to university or something. Birmingham, I think." Hearing those words made Jack's face light up with pride. He felt his tears building. His son had gone to uni. Birmingham. He was making a success of himself. Good lad. "You look a little like him," the man said. "Who did you say you were again?" His uncle," Jack said, not wanting to complicate things any further. He turned around. "Hazel's brother. Anyway, I'm going to check the back. Hazel doesn't have a brother," the man said. Jack froze, turned. "What?" "Hazel doesn't have a brother," he said. He walked down the alley, close towards Jack. Villain began to growl. Jack could only hold on to that hunting rifle and watch as this man approached. "We're best friends of theirs. Been on holiday with them. Comforted them when Hazel's mom died. Looked after the place when they were away. If I know one thing, it's that Hazel doesn't have a brother." He walked further down the walkway at the side of the house. "But I know something else about Hazel," he said. "And about Wayne's dad. The man who walked away, who abandoned him, who left him." Jack's stomach sank. He raised his rifle instinctively. "I don't have time for this right now. I just need to know if Hazel's here." The man walked further down the walkway. "Is this what it takes for deadbeats like you to show their faces again, Well, unlucky, pal. Wayne's miles away, and I'm pretty sure you're the last person Hazel wants to see right now." He got closer. Jack listened to Villain as he kicked back, growled. "I don't want any trouble," Jack said. "Then walk away," the man said, approaching, "and lower that gun, 'cause it doesn't exactly look like you don't want trouble." Jack shook his head, stayed still, kept his rifle raised. "That's not going to happen." The man tightened his fists, cracked his knuckles. The closer he got, the beefier he seemed. "Then I'm gonna bloody make it
It's okay, Kevin. That voice came from nowhere, but it was familiar. Jack recognized it. Jack looked over his shoulder to where the voice came from, and he saw her. She hadn't aged much, still had that same long auburn hair, still had those glistening green eyes. And she still looked at him like she'd looked at him in the latter months of their relationship, with disappointment. "Hello, Jack," Hazel said. "Now could you put the bloody gun down and tell me what in God's name you are doing on my pathway?"
Chapter 23. The shelter wasn't exactly what Wayne expected. The afternoon was powering on. He couldn't believe how quickly this second day had passed. He'd been in the army vehicle for about half an hour or so, maneuvering through the tight squeezes on these clogged roads. He still hadn't had a straight answer on why the vehicles were working and others weren't, just something to do with the army being prepared in case of emergency. Looked like the government really was privy to a disaster scenario conspiracy or two after all. They'd passed more people on their way, got the bulk of them on the back of the army vehicles, and told the rest that they'd be back for them in no time. And Wayne could see the hope on their faces. He could see the look of relief in their eyes, like someone was finally taking responsibility out of their hands. Because at the end of the day, as much as people pretended they wanted full control of their lives, it wasn't true. They wanted someone to guide them, someone to protect them, someone to set the rules. They had that all over again. The shelter was a large tarpaulin tent situated right in the middle of a field. It looked like the kind of tent you might see at a festival. It reminded Wayne of Leeds Festival last summer, where he'd drank far too much booze and eaten far too much pizza. It had been a blast of a weekend, there was no doubt about that, but he wasn't sure he'd be repeating it any time soon. His fists tensed as he closed in on the shelter. He couldn't see anyone around other than a few more military volunteers, many unarmed. But he found himself scanning everywhere for a sign of Candice, even though he had that gnawing feeling deep inside that he wasn't going to find what he wanted. "Hey," Bella said. Wayne turned to her. She half smiled at him. "Don't lose hope," she said. "There's still time, okay? There's still a chance." She reached over and squeezed his hand. It felt nice, but he felt awkward about it, too. He pulled his hand away, nodded back at her. The vehicle pulled into an area just before the shelter. The people there, some of them seemingly military, glanced at the new arrivals with suspicion. Wayne found himself being ushered off the vehicle onto the hard ground. Then, as they walked over to the entrance to this shelter, Alana walked to the front of the group. "You'll sign your names, and you'll hand over your belongings. That's the first step." A few mutters of discontent. "That wasn't the deal," Wayne said. Alana didn't look impressed. "That's because there was no deal." Wayne shook his head. "I don't like this." "Hey," Alana said, "it's not permanent. It's just so we can make sure you're not carrying anything that may be a threat to others, and so jealousy and conflict don't rise inside. Everyone gets an equal distribution of the food supplies, the water supplies. It's the best way we can think of to avoid skirmishes." Wayne wasn't happy about it, but he could see the logic. "The army, the troops from the barracks, where are they all?" Alana sighed. "Some of them came along. Others went their own way, back to their families. Others stayed at the barracks, held on to the supplies they've got. But we're the ones fulfilling our duty, so that's exactly what we'll keep on doing." "This isn't what you sold us," Wayne said. "It is what it is," Alana said. "The decision you've got to make is whether you want help or not." Wayne turned away. He reached the desk, where a man in military green sat in front of what looked like a register. "This register," Wayne said. "Can I look at it? See the names?" The man sitting at the desk frowned. "We don't really—" "My girlfriend," Wayne said. Candice Brown. I need to know if she's here. I need to know she's made it, because if she hasn't—" He stopped. Because what if she hadn't? He could tell from the way Bella was acting that she was happy they'd found this place. And he knew he would be foolish to give a place and an opportunity like this up. But if she hadn't made it, then he had some serious questions to answer, some serious decisions to make. And that included whether he was going to stay here or make a break for it on his own. "Please," Wayne begged, just tell me, please." The man sighed. Then, reluctantly, he scanned the list, searching it closely. Wayne's heart raced as he watched the man, as he listened to the chatter in the line, as he looked at the shelter beyond, where he could hear more voices. He held his breath, waited for it, waited to be told the inevitable, to hear what he was dreading. "Brown," the man said. Wayne frowned. His heart skipped a beat. "Brown? Yes, that's... Carly Brown?" "No," Wayne said, his mouth dry. "No, Candice. The man looked up at him, frowned. "I'm sorry, no Candice Brown." The news hit Wayne like a punch to the gut, even though he'd been expecting it. "Are you sure?" "Look, do you want to go in or not?" the man asked. "Because there's a few people in line after you, and it's not exactly unlimited supplies here. You're one of the lucky ones. You should make the most of that while the offer's still on the table." Wayne looked at Bella as she stood ahead of him, waiting for him to join her. Mrs. Fuzzles was perched in her arms, lapping up this life of luxury. He looked back at the register, at the pen being held out towards him. He thought about Candice out there, on the road, on her own. And then he took a deep breath and sighed. He signed the register. He could rest. Tonight, he could rest. And then, tomorrow, he could start his journey again. He put the pen back on the table. The man smiled up at him. And as Wayne walked towards Bella, towards Mrs. Fuzzles, towards the shelter, he swore he heard a storm cloud rumble somewhere in the distance. Chapter 24. Susan heard the creaking footsteps downstairs, and every muscle in her body turned to jelly. The late afternoon sun peeked in through the blinds. Tommy lay there in bed, tears soaking in his face, Tiger Teddy close to his body. But hope lit up in his eyes when he heard the footsteps and the whispers. But Susan had a bad feeling about them. It could be Tommy's dad, sure, but it could be someone else, too. She'd seen evidence of looting already, evidence that people were already moving towards disorder, and she knew eventually every house was going to become a target. And there were supplies in here. There were things Susan and Tommy could do with. Food, drinks, not enough to last a long time, but enough to get the pair of them through at least the next few days. If Tommy's dad wasn't here, she was going to have to stay here a while, to assess her situation, to plan her next step. But those footsteps kept on creeping through the hallway downstairs. There were whispers now, too, clearly more than one person. She knew she couldn't stay here anymore. Neither could Tommy. She crept across the bedroom floor, being careful not to stand on any creaky floorboards. She didn't want anyone to know she was in here. She just wanted to get out of here, to get Tommy out. She didn't want any trouble. And while she knew she could at least try and appeal to whoever was in here, she knew just how far desperation could go, just how many problems misunderstanding could lead to. She didn't want to take any chances. She reached for Tommy's hand. "Come on." Tommy hesitated as he lay there in bed. His eyes were all red and tearful. "Tommy," Susan whispered, "come on, please." He paused, and then he reached out, climbed out of bed, and took Susan's hand. She crept across his bedroom, reached the bedroom door, opened it slowly. When she stepped out into the hallway, she heard the voices clearly. 2 men, rustling around the kitchen. She could hear the fridge door opening, closing, the rustling of bags as they were filled with whatever they could find. And Susan felt such a wave of regret, because this stuff, it wasn't theirs. It was Tommy's. If anyone should have it, it was him. But she wasn't exactly in a position to argue. She just had to get out of here. She reached the top of the stairs. She could see the front door, slightly open, slightly ajar. From the kitchen, she could hear those voices picking up in intensity. "Take it. Take the lot of it." "But what good's bacon gonna be when we're—" "Just friggin' take it, okay?" Susan took a step, then another. It felt like she was walking through quicksand. It took her forever to reach the middle step. And when she did, she froze. She could hear those footsteps moving into that office room on her right, rustling around. "Shit, what kind of a piece of shit computer's this?" "I don't know," the other voice said, "but look what I found." "What? What are you gonna do with a bloody samurai sword?" "I don't know," the voice said. "Cut someone in if they try to cross me?" There was a little chuckle then, and it filled Susan with fear and urgency. She knew they needed to get out right this second. She descended even further down the stairs. Just 5 steps left, Tommy by her side, heart racing. So quiet, so swift, as much as she could be. She put her foot on the 4th step when she heard an immense creak. She froze. Everything went still. And then she heard the voice. "What the hell was that?" Susan's heart raced. "I thought you said this place was empty." "I thought it was." "Well, it isn't, is it?" She stood there, frozen for a moment, like a rabbit in the headlights. She knew she had to get outside, that she had to escape this place, that her moment was now. She heard those footsteps getting closer, saw that door getting closer. And then something happened. Another man appeared at the door. He was tall, dark, curly hair, wearing a leather jacket, and looking up at Susan, but mostly Tommy. Susan gripped Tommy's hand tightly. "Tommy, Dad?" Tommy said. There was a moment then, a moment where everything softened, where realization kicked in. This was him. This was Tommy's dad. He was here. "Tommy," he said, tears welling up, voice choking. He went to step inside, but then something else happened. The men from the side room stepped out. The one with the samurai sword walked toward Tommy's dad. "Hey," he said, "this is our place. Find your own." Tommy's dad looked at this man, jaw shaking, hatred in his eyes. "Get the hell out of my house," he spat. "Dad!" But Tommy's dad wasn't listening, and neither was the other guy. "I told you, mate," he said, his voice shaky too. "Get the hell out of here, right this second." "We're coming," Susan said. We're coming. It's okay. We're coming." But Tommy's dad didn't seem to hear that either. He could only stare, wide-eyed at them, disgusted that they dared come in here, tried to rob him. "Please," Susan said, "there doesn't need to be trouble. There doesn't need to be—" But it was too late. "Bastards! Get out! Get out of my home! Get away from my son! Now!" He threw himself towards the man without the sword and wrestled him to the floor. He punched him, kicked him, saliva seeping from the corners of his mouth, animalistic. The man by his side stood there, samurai sword in hand, wide-eyed, watching his mate get beaten to a pulp. "Dad!" Tommy shouted. He tried to pull away, tried to drag himself free, but Susan held on to him. "Come on," she said. Close your eyes, Tommy." She perched there on the stairs in total fear and watched Tommy's dad fight for his home, watched the blood spurt from the man on the floor's face. "Get out of my house!" And she watched that man behind dither, that sword in hand, trying to kick Tommy's dad free, trying to punch him, trying to get him away, but failing. "Please," Susan shouted, Just stop." The man with the sword turned around, then looked back as his friend was beaten within an inch of his life. "Please," Susan said, "don't. Just stop. Stop." But then it happened so quickly, and so silently. The man with the sword stepped forward, lifted that blade. "No!" He pulled the sword back and slid it into Tommy's dad's neck. There was no struggle. There was no dramatic sound or noise. It was just in and out, cutting the flesh like it was butter. There was fear on the man's eyes, and then the blood began to pour. "Dad!" Tommy cried. Susan held on to Tommy. Nausea filled her body. Dizziness engulfed her. She was saying things to Tommy, trying to comfort him, trying to reassure him, trying to calm him down. But nothing could hide the fact that just meters away, just 2 days in, Tommy's dad was lying on top of another man who he'd beaten the shit out of, blood spurting from his neck, eyes wide. The man with the sword dropped it. Then he looked around at Susan, at Tommy. I'm sorry. I had to. My brother. He trailed off. Then he walked over to his brother, lifted him to his feet, pushing Tommy's dad away. And then he lifted the bag of supplies his brother had dropped, and he rushed outside, out into the darkening afternoon. Tommy's dad looked up at his son, tears in his eyes. He opened his mouth, tried to say something. I love... Then he stopped, let out a long, deep breath. Tommy's dad stopped struggling. Chapter 25. It was dark, and Emma had barely spoken a word since Mitch passed out. She walked down this suburban road, passed by more broken-down cars, all of them abandoned by now. She could hear dogs howling from inside the houses, and she wanted to go in there and help them, feed them, look after them. So many left behind, abandoned, with their owners lost somewhere far away. The darkness felt thicker than it used to be, but Emma just kept on staring up at the stars. She'd never seen them like this before. Not for a long time, anyway. The last time she could remember seeing stars like this, she was with her old school on a camping trip in France. Everything was so quiet, so peaceful. She felt like she could lie there and stare up at them forever. But there was no peace now, not after what had happened. She looked back and saw Calvin carrying Mitch over his shoulder. He looked focused, determined. Candice, Calvin, and Jean hadn't spoken much since the attack on Mitch. Nobody had. She remembered what Mitch had said about not sharing supplies, about keeping quiet about what they had, and that's what sparked all this. Emma had fled with a rucksack, but when she'd got back, she'd found Mitch on the road spluttering. He'd been pushed over in the struggle, smacked his head hard on the road, suffered a seizure which had rendered him unconscious ever since. And in the past, he might have benefited from help at a hospital. He would have received immediate medical attention. But they didn't have that luxury anymore. Calvin lagged behind. Emma couldn't see his face in the darkness, but she could tell he had something to say, something he was eager to get out, even if he was so calm, so composed. He stopped dead in the middle of the street and glared right at Emma. And Emma felt it, that sense that it was partly her fault. The whole reason they'd headed this way was to get Emma back home in the first place. If they hadn't, like Mitch advised, he might still be conscious right now. Calvin finally spoke. "So what are we supposed to do now, Candice turned around. She narrowed her eyes. "What?" "Mitch is the most intelligent guy I know. He knew how to handle this kind of situation, how to survive, and now he's—" "This isn't easy on any of us," Candice said. "But some of us are more responsible than others, Calvin said. Candice frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" "If you hadn't started waving our supplies around willy-nilly, maybe this wouldn't have happened." "So you're saying it's my fault?" "I'm saying it's time you stood up and accepted that the world isn't like it used to be anymore. It doesn't matter that the power's not been out long. The rules are changing, and there's no room for helping frigging everyone. Not anymore. We have to help ourselves, and we have to be ruthless sometimes, too." "Ruthless?" Emma noticed that Calvin was looking right at her. "The girl. She has a name. Emma. Calvin said. "I appreciate her wanting to find her family, but it's time we scrap that idea." "You've really changed your tune." "That was before," Calvin said. "This is now. Things have changed. Mitch is in trouble. I don't know what more we can do for him. It's time we really, truly stuck together. Forget about closure. Forget about emotions. We need to stick together for ourselves. I don't know how long this is going to last, but while it's going on, I'm not going to let anything happen to any of us. I don't want that. So I'm not going to lie down. I'm not just going to accept my fate. I'll fight, if that's what I have to do." There was a pause, a silence. Then, out of nowhere, Jean spoke. "What's your problem?" she said. Calvin glared at her. So did Candice and Emma. Emma hadn't expected that. She thought Jean was going to stick up for him. She seemed so strong, so tough. "What?" Calvin said. "What happened to Mitch was an accident," she said. "It could have happened anywhere. There's no need to be a jerk to Candice just because she was trying to do what was right for us in a tough situation." Calvin opened his mouth, tried to get a word in, but Jean was on one. "And Emma," Jean said. "Sure, I'm not one for sentimental journeys to save random kids either, but we at least owe it to her to find out whether her family is still alive. Just because you hate your family, don't take it out on an innocent kid." She saw something then. Calvin's face dropped when Jean said those words, and Jean's eyes widened in turn. "I didn't mean anything by—" But it was too late. Calvin walked past them, charged into the distance, Mitch still dangling from his shoulder. "What was that about?" Emma asked. Jean looked at her, shook her head. "His parents and him never had the best relationship," she said. "His dad always belittled him, or something, undermined him. Said he was a selfish coward, spent the rest of his life trying to convince his dad otherwise. And convince himself too, I guess. I probably shouldn't have gone there, but I'm not going to let a jerk be a jerk, issues or no issues. Now come on, kiddo, before I regret sticking up for you." She held out a fist, and Emma busted it, feeling awkward but kind of happy about it. She walked on, and suddenly Emma was on her own with Candice. "I think you did the right thing," Emma said. Candice looked at her, smiled. Her eyes twinkled in the moonlight. "Sometimes the right thing isn't enough," Candice said. "But we've got to try, or what's the point of anything?" Candice's smile widened. She put a hand on Emma's shoulder. "We're all learning how to live in this world. We all have our own ideas about how we should be with one another. Come on," she said. "Let's get going. See if we can find your mom." It was an hour later that Emma saw the light in the distance over by Stafford. She didn't know what it was at first. None of them did. But the closer they got, the more Emma smelt it, and the more she felt its warmth, tasted the ash in the air, and the more she realized the truth. She stopped alongside everyone else, looked ahead at Stafford, and she felt a tear roll down her cheek because she knew what this meant. Stafford was burning. Flames were everywhere. There was no way they were getting there. Calvin looked down at her. She expected him to say something harsh as he stood there, Mitch's body over his shoulder. But instead, he put a hand on her back. "I'm sorry, kid, but it's too dangerous. It's just too dangerous." And as Emma stood there in the darkness with these people she barely knew, she'd never felt more alone. They turned and walked back in the direction they'd come, away from the smoke, away from the flames. It was 15 minutes later that Mitch finally spluttered. 10 minutes after that, he breathed his final breath. Chapter 26. When Logan opened his eyes, it was light. He jolted upright. Pain split through every inch of his body. He was in some kind of kitchen. He had a vague sense that something had happened, something bad, but he couldn't put his finger on exactly what it was. He turned around and saw the woman standing over him. She was familiar. Dark hair, green eyes. She looked at him cautiously, like she wasn't sure what to say or whether to approach him. And then it clicked. The house. The house he'd seen those people walking into. People wearing balaclavas, trying to harm that woman and her son. He'd gone in there, gone after them. And then, "You just collapsed," she said. "I thought you were dead, but turns out it was just exhaustion or anxiety or something like that. I suppose it makes sense after what you did. Anyway, I made you comfortable, figured I'd let you rest, but you really need some kind of hospital attention." She didn't have to say anything else for Logan to know the power still hadn't returned. The third day without power was here. "How long was I out?" Logan asked. "All night," the woman said. Logan nodded, tried to get to his feet. It was then that he realized two things. One, he was seriously dizzy and lightheaded. And two, the bodies of the two men were still lying on this kitchen floor. "Shit," Logan said. He remembered what happened. Remembered the way he'd told that guy to get the hell out of here, to never show his face here again. And then he'd tried to stab him, left Logan with no choice but to stab him back. "I'm sorry you had to see that," Logan said. The woman shrugged, but she clearly wasn't unfazed by what she'd seen. "I'm sorry it had to happen," she said. "Those shits are from the estate up the road. They were nicking and thieving long before the power went out. It was always going to catch up with them eventually." Logan nodded. He took a few steps to the side of the woman, making for the door. "I'll move the bodies, then I'll—" "I'm Laura," she said. Logan looked at her, half smiled, didn't keep eye contact for long. "Hi, Laura." He kept on moving away from her. "I know who you are," she said. He froze. The hairs on his arms stood on end. "I know what they say you did, and I know how awful the things they said were. I can't look past that, but, well, for whatever reason, you helped us. You saved me, my boy Sam. Thank you, Logan." He felt warmth inside and could only nod back. He didn't deserve this hospitality, this generosity. "I'd better get these bodies moved somewhere, and then get on my way." "On your way already?" "I have something I need to do, someone I need to find." "I appreciate that. We're all looking for something. I was waiting for my sister to come over when the power went out. Been here ever since. I'm hungry, thirsty, making the most of what we've got left. But mostly I've been making sure Sam's the one who gets the nourishment. I worry. When the food and the drink runs out, I worry what's next." Logan felt uneasy. He'd already seen the looting in the shops and the supermarkets. He'd seen how desperate people were yesterday. Today wasn't going to be any better. This woman, she didn't stand a chance if she just stayed here. "I'd advise you to get as far away from the cities and the towns as possible," Logan said. "And what? Live in a caravan? Go fishing and hunting? How the hell am I ever going to do that? I'm a cafe manager, not a prepper." Logan nodded, sympathetic. "You'll learn. You'll have to. We all will, or—" He made eye contact with her. He didn't have to say anything else. She knew what he was talking about anyway. "This blackout, it's for good, isn't it?" Logan looked out of the kitchen windows. He could see the windows of the other houses boarded up, some of them smashed. Outside, he could hear voices in the streets, tensions running high. And still the silence of no electricity. "I don't know," he said. He looked back at her. He knew he had to get moving. Emma was still out there. Laura sighed. "I guess we do what we can while we can." Logan nodded. He heard footsteps then. Laura's eyes widened.
Damn it. I don't want Sam in here. Not while these...
She looked at the bodies on the floor, the vacant eyes, the blood. Laura walked over to the kitchen door.
No, Sam. Don't come in here. Not yet.
Logan saw the door at the back of the kitchen, and he saw an opportunity to get out, to get away. This woman was too good to him. He didn't want to make any kind of connection, because it was too dangerous. Being with him was dangerous. And then he took another look at the bodies on the floor. "I'll move these," he said. Laura frowned.
What? On your own? But...
"See to Sam," he said. "I'll move these." She looked back at him, and for the first time, a warm, genuine smile stretched across her face.
Thank you, she said. At least you're earning your crunchy nut cornflakes.
Logan smirked back. He watched Laura leave the kitchen. Then he crouched over the first of the bodies and started to drag it outside, as lightheaded and dizzy as it made him feel. He didn't smell the smoke in the air. Chapter 27. Jack sat in his ex-wife's living room and tried to come to terms with just how frigging weird things had got. The curtains were all closed. The air was clammy. Jack sat on a leather armchair in the corner of the room. He'd actually bought it back in the day, but he figured now wasn't the time or place to bring that up. Hazel was on one side of the sofa. For a while, Kevin, the next-door neighbor, who seemed strangely obsessed with making sure Hazel was okay, was sat by her side. God knows what she'd told him about Jack, because he was acting as if he was worried he might bloody kill her or something. But after much more convincing from Hazel, it was just Jack and her again. Just the pair of them, alone, for the first time in years. The thing that annoyed Jack most? Villain was sitting at Hazel's feet. Traitor. As for Jack and Hazel, the conversation wasn't exactly free-flowing. He sat opposite a half-filled glass of Evian. He'd eaten a go-ahead bar, even though he'd insisted he wasn't hungry but realized he was. He hadn't eaten properly for 3 days. Hazel had a few bits and bobs stocked up. Canned food, lots of peanut butter, which Jack had a fair portion of. Clearly, she'd kept a few of his tips in mind, whether consciously or not. But still, this just felt strange. It didn't feel right. "You look well," she said. She said the well as if she was planning on saying something after it, like, well, shit, or, well, not great. But she left it there, half smiled, clearly out of politeness more than anything. He nodded at her, barely able to maintain eye contact. "You too." "Say it like you mean it, why don't you?" Jack knew it was meant to be an icebreaker, a joke, but it felt like the chemistry between them had well and truly expired. "You been keeping well?" Hazel asked. Jack shrugged. "All right." "Villain, he's a nice dog." She didn't look or sound convinced. She'd never been a big dog lover, didn't dislike them, just got bitten by one as a child, tainting her opinion of them. "Cheers," Jack said. "He's a good lad, softer than he looks." Hazel didn't look convinced, even though Villain slavered at her feet, staring up at her. The conversation went on in this manner. One of them, 90% of the time Hazel, asked an inane question. The other answered the inane question as succinctly as possible, and then an empty silence followed. The ghosts of the past haunting every single one of those silences. And then Villain let out a large fart, and Jack couldn't help chuckling. Hazel laughed too, and it felt good, sitting there, laughing at something together. It had been a long time. She stopped then, and Jack stopped too. And it felt like they'd reached a critical point in the conversation. It felt like what was coming next was inevitable. "I'm sorry," Hazel started. "Don't be." "But I shouldn't have." "I was a shit." They both stopped, caught up in their own apologies. in their own excuses. And in the end, Jack felt there was only one thing he could really say to change the direction of the conversation. "The past is the past," he said, lips shaking, as hard as it was to get the words out. "What's done is done. We can't go back. We can't change things. All we can do is change what's in front of us." Hazel opened her mouth like she was going to say something. Then she just nodded, glanced across the room over at the fireplace. Jack looked around and saw where her eyes were directed. The photo frame. Little India back when she was just a little girl. Ice cream smeared across her face. That cheeky, toothless grin. "It still hurts," Hazel said. Jack turned to her. "India," Hazel said, staring over at the photograph. "What happened to her? It still hurts, to this day." Jack looked over at it, too. "It never gets easier." Silence followed. It felt like they were grieving, but not separately this time, together. "Wayne's doing well," Hazel said. A knot in Jack's stomach. "Oh, yeah?" "Yeah," she said. "He's at university, studying sports science. Birmingham. Barely see him anymore, in all truth. Too caught up with his own friends. He's quite a ladies' man, too." Jack nodded, smiled. He didn't like where this conversation was going, but he knew he had to accept it. "What you did," Hazel said, "leaving, losing touch with him, it broke him, you know." Jack looked at her, and he felt his eyes welling up. That weight of guilt was too strong to bear. He'd been avoiding it for far too long. But he couldn't keep running away from it. He had to face up to it. Look it in the eye. Accept it. "I didn't do what I did to hurt anyone," Jack said. "I was just lost. I was lost, and I was angry, and I needed to get away. I needed to hide away. I understand that's no excuse for what I did. I'm not looking for forgiveness." "Good," Hazel said, "because I don't think you'll get it." Jack looked down, right at the floor. It was tough to take, tough to accept. He knew he didn't deserve it, but at the same time, now he was here, with Hazel, he was beginning to realize just how important other people actually were to him, just how important finding Wayne was to him, because he was his son. And no matter how much he'd tried to run away, tried to hide, he couldn't do that forever, and he especially couldn't do that now. "Wayne," Jack said. "Is he at university right now?" Hazel nodded. "Wayne's at uni. Pete's on a job down south. Just me." Pete. Jack's skin crawled. How is Pete?" Hazel laughed. "Again, ask it like you mean it." "You can hardly blame me for not liking the guy." "He's okay," Hazel said. "He's working in London. He's away a lot, in all truth. But he's a good guy, and he's been good to Wayne, too." Jack scratched the back of his neck. "Not fancy going finding him?" Hazel stared towards the window, off into space. "He'll find his way," she said, "one way or another." She looked at him, and she half smiled. He could tell all wasn't smooth between them. She didn't have to say anything else for him to realize that. But then Jack's mind drifted to Wayne, to the one who really mattered here. He knew the dangers of heading to Birmingham. He knew the risks. He knew the big cities were a bad idea right now, and Birmingham was one of the biggest of all. They had to get as far away from these big cities as they possibly could, as quickly as they possibly could. He knew there was a chance. Wayne was on the move already, that he was on his own journey. If he had any sense of intelligence about him at all, he would have left Birmingham the second the power went out. But that didn't change a thing. He had to find his son. He didn't expect forgiveness. He didn't expect a second chance. But it was his duty as a father. A duty he'd failed far too many times already. He stood up, walked across the room, grabbed his hunting rifle. Gather some things.
Hazel frowned. What?
We can't wait here, he said. Not while Wayne's out there.
Her eyes narrowed. But...
We're going to find our son, Hazel. We're going to go to Birmingham, and we're going to find him before it's too late.
Chapter 28. Wayne lay on the thin mattress on the ground and tried to fall to sleep. His hunger had been somewhat satiated after he'd eaten some baked beans cooked over a fire. He'd had plenty of water to drink too, although he still felt thirsty. The toilet was a little makeshift hole in the ground outside, and his stomach was off, so it wasn't ideal. But this place was as good as they were going to get, at least until the power came back on. He turned to his right, saw Bella lying there in the darkness, wide awake, Mrs. Fuzzles by her side. There were loads of other people in here, too. The smell of body odor was strong. People were snoring. Kids were whispering to one another. As tired as Wayne was, he knew sleep wasn't going to come easy. He thought about the chances of bumping into Candice out there. The chances of the ring he'd found actually being hers. He knew the odds were slim. She was on the road somewhere. She might get back to Glasgow to realize there wasn't anything there for her. Maybe her home had been looted. Maybe her parents were gone. Chances were there was nothing left. She might be somewhere else like this place, just surviving, just waiting for something. He just didn't know. And that was the worst part of all. Struggling sleeping? Bella asked. Wayne sighed. He brushed his fingers through his hair, which felt greasy. Not that he cared anymore. If there was one positive from this new world, it was that it had made him less self-conscious.
Think it'll be a long time before I'm out.
Let me guess what you're thinking about. Wayne glared at her.
What's that supposed to...
Shh, a man beside him said, before resuming to snoring within the space of a few seconds. Wayne tutted, then turned back to Bella as they lay there in this temporary home.
What's that supposed to mean?
She shook her head, stroked Mrs. Fuzzles, who seemed to be flat out. And then it dawned on Wayne just how sad Bella looked, and how little he actually knew about this girl he'd spent the last few days with.
Is there, anything you want to talk about?
Bella looked at him then, blushed a little. Like what?
I don't know, Wayne said. I just guess I owe you an apology. I've spent the last few days banging on about myself and my own problems. I've barely asked how you're doing.
She looked at him again then, like she was trying to read him, trying to figure something out about him. Can I trust you, Wayne? He frowned.
Trust me?
She nodded then, scanned his eyes, his face, his mouth. She was so close, he could feel the warmth of her body, her light breathing against his face. Can I? She asked. He thought about making a funny remark, but then he figured this wasn't the moment.
Yeah,
he said.
Yeah, you can trust me.
She gulped, quite visibly. Her breathing intensified, grew more rapid.
Bella?
I'm not who I say I am.
What?
She looked right into his eyes again. I said I was house-sitting, that my parents were away on holiday, but that's not exactly true. Wayne's heart picked up. He didn't say anything, just waited. I'm from a secure unit, she said.
A secure... what?
For my mental health, Bella said. Then she stretched her arms out of the bed and lifted them. When Wayne saw the scars, his stomach sank, and he knew. I've suffered from PTSD for 5 years now, since they died.
I'm sorry.
I've had bipolar disorder for the last few years, and sometimes it can be managed, but sometimes it can't. And when it can't... Wayne wanted to say so much. How sorry he was, how bad he felt,
because she was a lovely girl, and it pained him to see her suffering. When the power went out, I was out for the day. We got days like that, with a minder at first, but eventually a few hours to ourselves to come and go. Anyway, when the power went, I had a choice. Go back there, or make it on my own. I decided to at least try and head back, and that's when the incident happened, when I ran into you. And I guess I just decided you'd be better company. She looked right into his eyes and offered a half-hearted smile. I'm sorry to burden you with this, she said. Just know, things are going to be tough. While I'm out of meds, while I'm on the road, I just want you to know that. I just want you to understand, just in case. Wayne reached out his hand, and he placed it on top of Bella's. She looked at it, cautious at first, uncertain. And then she opened her palms, and she intertwined fingers with him. She looked back at him, and she smiled as she stroked the back of his hand with her thumb. You can be honest with me, Wayne said. I've been there, to dark places. I've been there, and sometimes I feel like I'm still there. But I'm here, okay? I'm here. They lay there together, inches from one another, fingers intertwined. And as much as Wayne told himself he should move his hand away, that this wasn't right, he kept it there. He fell to sleep with Bella's hand in his. For the first time in a long time, he felt comfortable. Chapter 29. Susan stared up at the stars as she sat in the darkness of Tommy's conservatory. It was rare seeing the skies like this. Usually in the towns and cities, light pollution muddied everything. But now the lights were out, you really got a sense that you were just one planet, hovering in the middle of the universe. You weren't at the center of it. You weren't even the most important. You were just another part of it. The power going out might seem like a total disaster, but in the grand scheme of things, it didn't make a difference to the stars. But in that irrelevance, there was the painful reminder that you weren't immune to pain, to suffering. And what had happened to Tommy's dad reiterated that. She looked over her shoulder, saw Tommy lying across the sofa, holding Raja, his tiger Teddy. His eyes were closed, his cheeks were stained with tears. He was flat out. Susan felt so bad for him. He'd lost his mom in an accident, witnessed the most awful things on the road, and now he'd got back home to find himself thinking he was getting back to his dad, only to lose him right at the moment of reunion, too. It was cruel. It was unfair. But it was what it was. The universe didn't care about the trivialities of man. She turned back to the roof of the conservatory and stared up at the sky. She'd had some food to eat, had some water, used the toilet, although that was a bad move because the water wasn't flushing, yet another reminder of the things she used to take for granted. But then that didn't matter, because they weren't staying in this house. They couldn't. She was quickly starting to realize that just waiting for the power to come back was a fruitless exercise. Waiting around here wasn't only negligent, it was dangerous. And as the days went on, the danger would only grow. She thought about Dr. Khalil, about where he'd be now if he were still alive. Probably still holding that stretch of the road together, helping people. And she wondered where she could go now. Back home? No. What was back there for her? Her mom? She felt so bad for her. She missed her so much. But her mom wasn't going to make things any better. She'd stifle Susan, just like she always had. Mollycoddle her. As painful as it was to say her goodbyes, she knew they'd be better without one another. And then there was Dad. Her stomach turned. There was nobody. She felt lost. And then there was Tommy. She looked back over at him, back towards the sofa. He'd been through so much in such a short time. He'd suffered more than anyone should ever have to, especially a kid. She tried to think what the most logical option was. She could go out into the countryside and wait this out as long as she could. But she didn't know anything about surviving in the wilderness, so what hope did she have? She couldn't go further into the towns because she'd already seen what direction they were going in, and it wasn't good. There was no standing still, and yet every step forward felt like a descent towards somewhere even darker. She stood up and walked across the conservatory and into the living room. She crouched beside the sofa and watched Tommy sleep. "I'm sorry for what you've had to go through," she whispered. I'm sorry for all the loss you've had to suffer. But I'm going to look out for you. I'm going to find a way, no matter what it takes. I'm going to keep you safe, Tommy." She sat there, stared at him, the tears and the stress of everything all building up, and now pouring out of her. And then Tommy opened his eyes. He looked at her, scanned her face. "I know," he said. "I miss them, but you're here. Don't go, please." She reached for his head and stroked his hair off his forehead and tried not to make her tears too visible. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. "Promise?" "I promise." She leaned in towards him, kissed his cheek, and then she got up and walked over to the chair. She sat in it, closed her burning eyes, and thought back to her childhood. Thought back to the way her dad argued with her mum, to the emotional games he played, the way he'd make out Susan didn't care about him, the things he said he'd do if ever Mum split up with him. All of that baggage causing an emotional storm. She thought about what Tommy had gone through, and she didn't ever want the same for him. She knew this was going to be tough. It was going to be nigh on impossible. And even though he was going to suffer, she didn't want him to tumble down the same emotional roller coaster she had. So she'd look out for him as long as she had to. And then when the time came, she'd let him go. But she was here for him, and it would stay that way. She took a deep breath and swallowed a shaky lump in her throat. Tonight, she slept. Tomorrow, her journey began. "I'm going to look after you, Tommy," she said, "for as long as I can. I promise." Chapter 30. Emma stood over Mitch's grave as the sun began to rise. She'd barely slept a wink all night. Mixed with the lack of food, she felt dizzy and weak. She knew there was no real end in sight, but she felt like it was all going to come to an end at some point, like someone was going to step in and save them. But she knew it wasn't true, deep down. As much as she wanted to believe it, it just wasn't true. She was losing hope. She looked at the hole in the ground. It wasn't deep, but it was deep enough. They were in a field away from the bulk of the people in the towns. Crows were swooping around, cawing. And Emma wanted to get away from here soon because she knew that the crows would peck at Mitch's body. She didn't want to see that. None of them did. Calvin stood by her side. His wide eyes were bloodshot. He'd seemed so cool before now, so at ease. But he wasn't anymore. He didn't look like a leader anymore. He just looked lost. He stepped closer to the side of the grave, and he took a deep breath. "I remember the first time I met you," he said. "We were in chemistry together, and you squirted hydrochloric acid at my eye. I had to go to A&E and get it washed out. You were an idiot. But ever since then, we've been mates. We didn't have the same friendship groups. You were always a geek. But there's always been a strong bond between us, and that never went away." He choked back tears and looked away. Then he looked back at the grave, crying. "You'll always be that clever frigging acid-squirting idiot," he said, "and you'll always be my best damned mate." He dropped the dirt on top of Mitch's body, and then he stepped away. Candice stood there with Jean by her side. Both of them looked on, bleary-eyed. Jean comforted Calvin, put an arm around him, whispered a few things to him. And then Candice stepped up. She walked to the side of Mitch's grave, lifted a shovelful of dirt, stood there, speechless, for a few seconds. "I'm sorry for what you had to go through," she said. "I didn't know you for long, but while I did, I knew one thing about you, and that's that you were a good guy, an intelligent guy who knew what he was doing, who told us what we had to do, where we had to go, what we had to learn." She was silent then. "But I disagree with you on one thing." Jean looked around. So too did Calvin. Emma turned to her too. "What you said about not helping other people, about how we need to start prioritizing ourselves, I don't accept that. I can't, because we have to pull together. If we don't pull together, we lose what makes us human. I can't let that happen." She lifted the shovel and poured the dirt over his body. "Rest in peace, Mitch," she said. "I'm sorry what happened to you. But we won't let it make us worse. It'll make us better. It has to." She looked at Calvin. He looked back at her. There was a cautious moment where Emma wondered how he was going to react. Then he nodded, and he half smiled. She walked away from the grave as Calvin took the spade from her and buried Mitch as well as he could. All Emma could do was watch as the sun peaked over the horizon. It was time for a new day. It was time for a new beginning. It was time for whatever was next. Chapter 31. It took longer to bury the bodies and clean up Laura's kitchen than Logan hoped. But even though he was trapped in the confines of someone's property, he could still feel society crumbling outside the door. It was eerily quiet, for one. The occasional shouts and footsteps that ran past earlier had faded. He figured most people had probably already left their homes, gone in search of some kind of help which Logan knew they weren't going to find. But they were right to leave their homes and to get away from here. That was part of the problem facing him right now, with Laura and Sam. They were both sitting on the sofa in the lounge. Laura had her arm around Sam, who was holding on to his Nintendo Switch. Every now and then he glanced at it to see if it was working again, clinging on to the hope that it might just beat the odds and come back to life. But every time he saw it was still out, and his face dropped. It looked like the third day was a day of realization, a day where people were facing up to their fate for the first time, in a sense. The first time the reality of their changed situation was really dawning on them. But Logan had other problems on his plate. "I'm going to have to leave," Logan said. "Now the problem's dealt with." He saw the way Laura stroked her son's hair, the way she scanned Logan's face. You passed out." "I'll be okay." Laura shook her head. "You look like you've taken a lot in the last few days. I'm not sure you will be." "I have to be," Logan said. Laura whispered something to Sam, then stood up. She walked over to Logan, got closer to him than he was comfortable with. "It's someone else you're searching for, isn't it?" Logan frowned. "What?" "All this time I've been thinking maybe you're just trying to get away because you don't trust people. But there's someone else out there, someone you're trying to find. Who is it?" When she asked that question, Logan realized he couldn't answer it, not with any real clarity. Because, truth be told, he didn't know who Emma was. But he could only answer as honestly as possible. He could only say how he felt. She's just a kid, but she's a kid who gave me a chance." Laura half smiled. "I understand that. I can see why you'd want to make sure she's okay. But you're putting yourself in danger. And truth be told, as much as I never, ever thought I'd say these words to a guy they called the Butcher, I'd kind of feel better if I knew you were around." Logan frowned at Laura. "What?" Her smile widened just a little. "I told you already. I don't know what happened in your past. I only know what the media told me. I know you had your own argument, your own side of things, but nobody was willing to believe it. I don't know what's true or what to believe, but I do know you saved my life, and you saved my son's life. You risked your own life to do that. That's the sort of person I kind of want around." Logan felt that warmth of acceptance building in his chest, but it was accompanied by sadness too, because he knew this couldn't last. Not everyone would be this forgiving. Not everyone would be this good. "You can't stay here," he said. Laura frowned. "But nobody's coming to help." I'm struggling to accept this is all there is, and that there's no way out of this." Logan took a deep breath and accepted what he'd been fighting for 3 days now. Maybe there is somebody out there who can help, and maybe things will get better in time, but I don't want to take chances and miss the boat. Nobody should. He turned to the lounge door. "So what do we do?" Laura asked. Logan looked at her. On the one hand, he wanted to leave her to find her own way so he could focus on his own journey. But on the other, he looked at this woman who'd helped him, who'd trusted him. He looked at her son, sitting there, so forlorn, so defeated. He looked at them both, and he took a deep breath. "Pack some things and come with me," he said. A silence. A pause. "But," Laura said, "there's no more time to wait around. I'm leaving. I have to. Are you coming with me?" Laura looked at Sam. Sam looked back at her like he didn't understand, like he was afraid. She went to his side, knelt before him. "Sam, I know it's hard, but—" Logan dipped in and out of their conversation, but he could hear Sam protesting, hear him crying. He turned to the window, and he saw something drifting towards them. It was like a thick fog, like— "Smoke," Logan said. "What?" "Outside," Logan said. "Something's burning. Something's—" He froze then, because he saw them. The flames. A fire was spreading rapidly down the street, engulfing the stationary cars, climbing across the terraced houses. He backed away from the window, the smoke already taunting his nostrils. "We need to get away from here, right this second," he said. Laura's frown extended. "But I thought you said—" "There's no more time. The street's burning. We need to go, now." Chapter 32. 4 hours of walking, and Jack and Hazel had barely said a word. The afternoon sun was just as intense as yesterday. Jack could smell the burning in the air from afar already, and he knew it wasn't good. He'd seen what had happened to his home. It wasn't just the forests and woodlands that it'd be happening to. It was the towns and cities, too. More so there than anywhere. The emergency services were practically useless at this stage. Sure, there would be some attempts by smaller groups to maintain a basic level of order. There would be police officers trying to keep a lid on things, perhaps even a few government-deployed armed units to create a few safe zones and the like. But Jack knew they were futile. Sure, they might work for a little while, if this really was just a short-term event. But it didn't seem like it was. So they would fall too, like everywhere. The police would return to their families. The armed forces would grow wary of giving up too many of the rations. They'd keep the majority for themselves. Stir up the kind of tensions that, unchecked by some higher power, inevitably led to violence and massacre. There was no stopping the uprising, not now. The wheels were already well in motion. "So the plan is just walk to Birmingham?" Hazel said. "As if that's, like, a normal thing to do?" Jack looked to his right as he walked down the country lane with Hazel, which cut right through a farmer's land. They'd been on foot for a good few hours and had many more ahead of them. Jack wanted to avoid the main roads and stick to the country, so this journey could well end up taking the best part of 4 days. They'd have to stop off at the smaller village stores on the way, the ones he hoped would remain mostly untouched by disaster. Villages would pull together better than the towns and cities, after all. They were closer-knit communities. They'd look out for each other for as long as they could. That protectiveness against outsiders would be heightened. But above anything, that was an added reason why Jack had to be extra careful. "That's the plan," Jack said. He noticed a few abandoned cars up ahead, saw a farm emerging in the distance. "And you just so happen to know your way to Birmingham, do you?" Hazel asked. Jack sighed. "I have a rough idea." "A rough idea? You're going to base this whole journey on a rough idea?" "It's the best I've got," he said. "If we want to find our—" He stopped himself, because he couldn't allow himself to become too connected with a guy he'd abandoned as a child, a guy who he'd let down so much already. "If we want to find Wayne," he added. "And you haven't considered he might be trying to make the same journey?" Jack nodded. He had, in truth. He'd taught Wayne things as a kid, lessons about how to survive in event of a disaster like this, little survival tricks and tips, but also wider-scale things he'd have to bear in mind. He hoped Wayne held on to that knowledge and was using it right now, but he couldn't blame him if he'd forgotten it all, pushed it from his memory the second Jack abandoned him. "There's a chance," Jack said, "but there's only one way to find out." "And if he isn't there, what then?" Jack looked at Hazel. "What do you mean?" "Well," she said, "you told me about the countryside. You told me about how we'd have to go somewhere, lay low. But, Jack, I don't mean to destroy you here, but my husband is out there, and he's been far more of a dad to Wayne than you have. So you just expect us to give up on him? You just expect us to live with you and then that's it?" Jack felt bitterness building in the back of his throat. Because was that what he wanted, deep down? Another chance at life with the people he'd let down so brutally all those years ago? He swallowed that bitterness, and then he shook his head. "I'm going to do whatever I can to find Wayne," he said. "Then we can think about the next step." He looked away from Hazel before he could allow himself to stare in her eyes for too long enough for the guilt to build all over again. And he saw him standing on the road up ahead. He was tall, balding, wearing Wellington boots, and he was holding a shotgun. "You're on my property," he said. Chapter 33. Wayne woke the way he fell to sleep, Bella's hand in his. The only difference was that Mrs. Fuzzles was sitting on his chest, staring down at him with judging eyes. She reminded him of a gremlin he'd once seen when he'd woken with sleep paralysis, only far more terrifying. He quickly pulled his hand away, nudged Mrs. Fuzzles aside, and sat up. Some of the beds were empty, but most were still occupied. He could hear voices from the other side of the shelter. When he looked over, he saw a few people gathered around a portable stove, where the most delicious-smelling bacon was cooking. But Wayne didn't feel all that hungry. In fact, he felt sick, not just because it was the third day he'd woken up and found there was no resolution to the power problem, but because of how close he'd allowed himself to get to Bella in such a short time. He wanted to just be there for her, to hear her out, and he'd ended up holding hands with her. He looked down at her as she lay there sleeping, and he wanted to apologize, to draw a clear line under what happened last night, because it was a mistake. He needed to stop anything happening before it had the chance to. But then, as long as he was around her, he wasn't sure he could keep those emotions in check. What kind of a boyfriend was he, after all? He looked around at this shelter, and he saw optimism. He saw hope. And he knew this was the kind of place Bella needed to be, somewhere safe, somewhere people were looking out for each other, somewhere with order. But he didn't belong here. As long as Candice was still out there, he didn't belong here. As much as he wanted to stay, for this to be the end of his story, he knew it was far from it. He crouched down as quietly as he could, patted Mrs. Fuzzle's head. She growled at him a little at first, then started purring. He could see her tightening her little paws, extending her nails, so he pulled his hand away before she could swipe him like she'd done countless times already. She looked at him as if to say, "Good lad, you're learning."
"I'm going to go find your cousin," he said. "But you're going to be okay here, right? You're going to be safe here with Bella, I promise."
He went to lift himself up when something remarkable happened. Mrs. Fuzzles extended her paw and tapped the back of his hand. Not aggressively, but like she wanted more attention, like she didn't want him to go. He crouched beside her again, stroked her a little more.
I want to take you with me," he said, "but you're going to stay here. You're going to look after Bella. You're both going to be okay together."
She tilted her head, uninterested, turning her attention to something at the other side of the shelter. Wayne stood then. He looked at Bella. He wanted to tell her how sorry he was, where he was going, what he was doing, why he had to leave. But she would know. She would understand. Or at least he had to hope so. He turned and walked to the food stall, grabbed a quick handful of crackers with peanut butter to eat. He wolfed down a little orange juice and some water with a vitamin C tablet in it. Then he went over to the entrance, which was quiet, even if there were a few more people arriving, and he saw Alana. She scanned him head to toe. "Wayne." Wayne took a deep breath.
"I'm leaving. There's somewhere I have to go."
She tilted her head. "I'm a little surprised. Thought you might grow to like the surroundings. But hey, I'm not going to stand in your way." She rustled through the property area for Wayne's tagged bag, handed it to him. But she didn't let go, not at first. "You sure you've said all your goodbyes?" she asked. Wayne frowned. He looked around, back inside the shelter. From where he was standing, he could just about see Bella lying there, eyes still closed, Mrs. Fuzzles by her side, staring right at him. He swallowed a lump in his throat and nodded.
"For now."
She nodded back, a look of slight disappointment to her face now. "You boys, you never learn, do you?" Wayne took his bag.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
She shook her head, sighed. "You'll see, in time. Good luck finding whatever it is you're searching for out there. I hope you find it, really." He stood there then, rucksack in hand, the morning air already warm. He listened to the bird song, smelled a hint of burning in the air. He was alone, and that scared him. But this wasn't anyone else's journey. This was his journey.
"Thank you,"
he said. He took one final look back inside the shelter, at Mrs. Fuzzles, at Bella. And then, before he could change his mind, he turned around and he walked. Chapter 34. Susan held Tommy's hand as she stepped out onto his street. It was another warm day. The cars were still in the road. More windows had been boarded up, doors covered with large sofas. Some people were barricading themselves in, making the most of whatever supplies they had, hoping they could ride this out until the power came back. The street felt empty, dead. She looked at the children sitting on the wall in front of their house. Teenagers, the kind who once upon a time would probably be intimidating people or pulling pranks. But they weren't anymore. They were just sitting there, pale-faced, dead-eyed, like they didn't know what else to do, like they were bored. And things were only going to spiral even further downhill. Tommy was quiet. He hadn't said a word about this journey they were departing on. He hadn't even looked back at his home as they walked away from it. But then he wouldn't, would he? Not after all he'd seen, not after all he'd been through. It was like his senses had been dulled, like he was caught in a state of shock. Susan just feared the repercussions when he finally surfaced from it, because the level of trauma he'd suffered wasn't going away anytime soon. "You okay?" she asked. She knew it was a stupid question. They'd had a bite to eat at breakfast and a little of the remaining orange juice in its container. Then they'd packed a couple of rucksacks full of food, drink, and a few other things Susan figured might come in handy. One was a knife. As much as the thought of violence made Susan feel sick, she knew she needed to be ready. She needed to be prepared for whatever this world threw at her. She'd seen just how far it could sink already. She didn't want to be unprepared. The longer people went without food and water, the more order and control was going to slip, and the more violent and chaotic things were going to go. It didn't take a genius to realize that. Tommy looked up at her, opened his mouth like he was going to say something. Then he closed it and turned away. "Hey," Susan said. She kneeled right in front of him, looked right in his eyes. "Remember what we said about if we had anything on our minds?" Tommy glanced at her. "That we have to talk about it?" "That's right," Susan said. "So, what's on your mind?" Tommy looked caught up like he didn't know what to say. Then he looked all around at the abandoned cars, the empty street, the silence. How do we find somewhere safe? How do we find a home? Because this is home." Susan put a hand on his shoulder. "This is home, yeah, but there are other places, safe places. How do you know?" Susan paused. "Because there has to be. But what if we don't find one?" She didn't know what to say to that. She was trying to protect Tommy, but he was making it difficult for her. All she could do was smile. "We will. I promise." She stood back up, took his hand again, and walked further down the street. "What about your mom?" Susan stopped again, felt guilty. "My mom'll be okay." "What about your dad?" Susan felt nausea building up. "Let's not talk about my dad." "Why not?" "Because I said so." "But, because I said so, okay?" Tommy looked up at Susan with wide eyes. She regretted snapping immediately. The fatigue, the hunger, and the dehydration, they weren't helping. But she shouldn't flip at Tommy like that, not with all he'd been through already. He didn't need that. "I'm sorry," she said. I just don't think my home's a good idea, okay?" He looked away then. He held her hand a little looser, like he wasn't so sure anymore. They walked further down the street, all the surroundings the same, a reminder of chaos at every corner. Up ahead, a telegraph pole lay across the road, a car crushed underneath it. There was blood on the smashed windscreen. Someone had died in there. As much as Susan tried not to, she kept on thinking back to Tommy's question. What about your dad? She thought of the collapse of her parents' marriage, the way they argued at the top of their voices right into the night, the sound of punches, of screaming, the fear Susan felt. And then she thought about when Dad came into her room after those arguments, the smell of beer on his breath, the way he'd say things, how he was never going to let her go, what he would do if Mom tried to take her away from him. She hadn't seen her dad for years, but she'd never stopped fearing him. "We'll find a better home," Tommy said. Susan looked at him. For the first time in a long time, he had a smile on his face. "Somewhere nicer," he said. Susan took a deep breath and smiled. She felt tears building up. "Yeah," she said. "Yeah, we will." She turned around and faced the road ahead, and then she felt Tommy's hand go completely limp. She looked at him. "Tommy?" His eyes rolled. His body went weak. his legs like jelly, and he fell to the road, nose bleeding, unconscious. Chapter 35. It was afternoon, and Emma and the group were no closer to any kind of shelter. Emma felt stuffy and sweaty as she walked in the heat of the sun. She could do with a good wash. She hadn't gone this long without one since, well, ever. And somehow she figured it'd be a while before she was taking one again. They were just outside Stoke-on-Trent. The houses here were mostly detached and set back. There was a motorway bridge up ahead, filled with cars. It made Emma feel uneasy. People would have climbed out of their cars and come down here. They'd already seen loads of people on their way, all doing their own thing now, surviving in their own ways. But these houses were nice. People would definitely be looting round here. They had to be careful. It was the silence that was hard to get used to. The loudest thing she could hear was the singing of the birds. They sang like nothing was wrong, as if this was all just normal. And to them, she guessed it was normal. Even if the bird seeds and nuts had been taken in by most houses now, those nuts could be put to much better use by people. She took a deep breath. She could still smell that smokiness in the air. It felt like those flames she'd seen surrounding Stafford were all around them, trapping them, closing them in, even though she couldn't see them anymore. But she'd seen how quickly they'd spread. She thought about all the homes, all the buildings, all the schools, the churches, the hospitals, and worst of all, the people who would be without homes and desperate to find somewhere new to live. It didn't matter how long the power was out anymore. It was hard to believe how things were ever going back to the way they used to be. Calvin was at the front of the group alongside Candice. He'd barely said a word since Mitch's death. He just kept his focus on the road ahead, kept on going, even though he looked paler than he did yesterday. He made Emma feel a bit uneasy. She didn't know why. Maybe because he was so calm earlier, and now it just felt like he was slipping out of control. She feared what might happen if something bad happened to their group. "How you keeping, kiddo?" Emma looked to her right. She saw Jean walking alongside her. She felt strange hearing Jean speak to her. She hadn't spoken to her a lot at all since they'd been on the road. Seemed like she was a bit of a loner. Emma nodded. "I'm okay." Jean held out a bottle of water. "Have a sip of that. Don't want you dehydrating." "I'm fine." "No, you're not. You're going to drink. All of us are going to drink, because it's what we do, to stay alive, okay?" Emma felt resistance. She didn't want to accept that bottle. But she knew Jean was right. So she took it and sipped. "That's it," Jean said. "Not so hard now, was it?" Emma frowned and handed it back. "I'm not thirsty." "What happened? Finding Stafford back there, in the state it was in? I'm sorry. That must have been rough." Emma thought about it for a few seconds. Sure, she'd had that initial hit of unease upon seeing the flames, but there was something else, too. Something that made her feel even more uneasy right now. She took a deep breath, sighed. "It was, but—" She stopped. "But what?" Jean asked. Emma looked at her, didn't want to trust her. "Nothing." Jean rolled her eyes. "You can't just keep doing that, kiddo." "Stop calling me kiddo." "You're a kid to me. I'll call you kiddo." "Then I won't tell you what I was going to say." "Suit yourself," Jean said. She looked away then. Emma sensed they were at an impasse, but she had to get her thoughts off her chest. "My mom," Emma said. "I love her, and she loves me, but she took me away from my home, moved me from Wigan, because things went bad with my dad. So I guess I wasn't easy for her. But then when I saw the flames, I don't know, it's like it's real now, like this is it." Jean nodded. "You know, I'm going to tell you something I've never told anyone before. When I was a kid, I ran away from home.
And I'm not talking for a few hours. I ran for days. Why did you do it? Because I hated my parents. They loved my brothers more than me, treated me like crap, or at least I thought I hated them. But it's when you're away from them for long enough that you realize just how damned much they do for you, just how damned much they care about you. And when you're away from them for too long, yeah, it hurts. I get that.
Emma nodded as she kept on walking, closer towards that motorway bridge.
Where are they now?
That's where the story kind of falls apart, Jean said. They're a long way away, but we don't have to talk about that right now. Emma looked at her, half smiled. Then Jean did something Emma wasn't expecting. She reached over and put a hand on Emma's shoulder. You're gonna get through this. We're gonna find somewhere safe, and one way or another, we're gonna find those parents of yours. One day. I promise. Emma knew she was a fool for believing Jean, but she smiled. I hope so, she said. Anyway, Jean said, less talking, more. Emma felt something smack against her front. She looked ahead and saw it was Candice. She'd stopped dead in the middle of the road. She didn't realize why, not at first. And then she stepped around the side of her, and she saw it. Flames filled the end of the street. Another fire, spiraling out of control. We can't go this way, Calvin said. He walked past Emma, and then he stopped. Because there was another problem. In the other direction, from the way they'd come, there was a group of people approaching. They were riding bicycles, wearing hoodies, and they were holding hammers and knives. Chapter 36. Logan watched the flames stretching up the street, and he knew they had to get away from here, fast. Black smoke filled the sky. It was scary just how fast these fires had progressed. The silent assassin. By the time you knew it was here, you were already too late. He could feel that smoke seeping into his lungs as he stood there, right by the front door, tasted it on his lips. He looked around at Laura and Sam as they stood in their hallway, fear in their eyes. There's no time to gather anything, Logan said. No time to hang around. We need to get out of here, right now. He opened the door. A powerful blast of smoke burst into his face, filling his lungs. He squeezed his eyes shut, coughed it out. Instinctively, he went to push the door back shut. But before he closed it fully, he looked up at the street outside. The flames were at the bottom of their patio. They were too close. He slammed the front door shut, turned back around. Laura glared at him, even more fearful now. What is it? Logan walked past her. We need to go out the back. He reached the kitchen, went to open the kitchen door, and then he saw something else. The flames were burning down the fence, covering the grass. Their escape routes out of here were rapidly dwindling. But they had to do something. They had to try. He turned around. Cover your mouths. Laura looked terrified, dazed. Sam didn't look much better. But, just cover your mouths, okay? He saw them cover their mouths with their shirts, and as he stood there in this kitchen, the flames growing ever stronger, Logan knew it was now or never. He covered his mouth, pushed open the kitchen door, and stepped outside. The heat hit him immediately. Flames crept across the grass at a deceptive pace. The fence between Laura's and her neighbor's house had almost completely burned down. The shirt over his mouth did nothing to protect him from the worst. Logan scanned the other side of the garden, over the graves he'd dug. The pathway around the front was already engulfed in flames. The sound of crackling deafening, the biting smoke burning his eyes. There was a patch of fencing right at the back of the garden which was still untouched. Logan walked over towards it. Come on, no more time. This patch of fence was one of the only areas not already swallowed up by flames. He stopped before it, climbed up. The garden next door looked mostly clear. He clambered back down, looked back at Laura and Sam. The smoke grew thicker. He could barely see the house anymore. It was scary how quickly it had spread. If they weren't quick, they were going to fall, just like the house. He walked over to them both, his knees weak. "You need to climb over." Laura nodded, but she looked distant, her eyes drifting. "Laura?" Her eyes closed. She fell to the ground. Logan lurched down to her side. "Laura!" Her eyes stayed closed. She was out cold. Logan felt fear rush through him. He had to get her over that fence by whatever means necessary. He looked at Sam, saw him standing there, tears streaming down his cheeks, specks of hot ash stinging his skin. You're going to have to get over that fence." He shook his head. Clothes moved from his face, bottom lip quivering. "Not without Mummy." Logan felt resistance inside him to any kind of emotional bond. But then he did something that countered that. He put a reluctant hand on Sam's shoulder. "You're going to have to be brave. I'm going to help your mum, I promise." Sam's tears built. The smoke was thick. The flames were getting close. "Do you trust me?" Logan said. For a few seconds, Sam was still, and then he nodded. Logan nodded back. Then he lifted Sam up and turned back to the fence. The flames had spread further across that fence now. He probably had a minute or two left, tops. He had to make every second count. He lifted Sam up to the top of the fence, watched him grab it, clamber onto it, then look back at Logan for support. "Drop down," he said. Sam shook his head. "Sam, trust me. You need to drop down. I need to save your mum. Drop down, now." Sam's eyes widened with tears and fear. In his pocket, that little Nintendo Switch screen still stuffed inside, the hope of it sparking back to life surely long gone. "Trust me," Logan said. "Please." Sam closed his eyes. Then he dropped from view. Logan felt a wave of relief and renewed urgency. He turned back to Laura, grabbed her hand, started to lift her up. Behind, he heard a bang, one of the fence panels at the other side of the garden clattering to the ground. He kept on pushing towards the fence, holding on to Laura. Sweat poured down his face. His lungs were so full of smoke he could barely breathe. But he kept on moving, kept on pushing. It was all he could do. He reached the side of the fence. Dizziness took over. His knees went weak. He stumbled to the ground. He felt the heat building. His thoughts were distorting like they did just prior to sleep. He couldn't let that state take over. He gritted his teeth. And then he lifted Laura one final time. He reached the top of the fence, pushed her up, and as much of a risk as he knew it was, he perched her on the top of the fence. "Move out of the way, Sam, okay?" No voice in return. He had no time to wait. He pushed Laura over the fence, listened to her thump the ground on the other side, and then he stood there as the flames engulfed the garden, knees weak, coughing his guts out, consciousness slipping. But as he crouched there, barely able to lift a foot anymore, he smiled. Because he'd done something good for them. He'd saved them. And while they still had a nightmare to contend with over the fence, at least they still had a chance. He felt the flames surround him, and he smiled. He knew he was already too late to save himself. Chapter 37. "You're on my land. I suggest you turn around and get the hell off it, right now." The blinding sun was gradually edging lower. Cows mooed from the nearby farm. The air was refreshing here, in contrast to the towns and cities, where the burning was already getting too much for them to handle. But there was a problem. The farmer standing opposite, shotgun in hand, pointing it right at Jack. Jack, holding his hunting rifle, pointing it back at the farmer. Hazel stood by Jack's side. Villain tilted his head and growled, and Jack was grateful for that. He wanted Villain to keep on putting across a daunting image. But then it didn't matter, really, because there was still a man standing opposite with a shotgun. The odds were tilted in his favor. "I'm not messing around, mate. This property's mine. You're trespassing, so you'd better turn around and make your way out of here." Jack stood his ground, took a deep breath. "We just need to pass through here for a few miles." "Then you'd better find yourself another way." Part of Jack wanted to bite back, but another part had seen where the failure to be diplomatic had got him and realized it probably wasn't going to help in this situation either. He lowered his hunting rifle, dropped it to the ground, raised his hands. "We're heading down towards Birmingham," Jack said. "My son's at university down there. It would be greatly helpful if we were able to go this way, avoid the roads. You know how it is." The farmer kept still. His expression wasn't shifting at all. That shotgun stayed firmly pointed towards him. "That's the problem, ain't it? First there's you. Then what do I do when more people start passing through here? When people spot my cattle? When they decide they want to take it for themselves? What am I supposed to do then, huh?" "I can assure you." "I don't friggin' know you. Your assurances mean nothing to me. You're gonna have to find another way. Try the fields 5 miles to the east if you want, but I reckon Bill's gonna be just as protective of them. I'm sorry. You can't come this way. Gotta set some rules somewhere. It starts here." Jack didn't know what else to say. He just stood there, feeling defeated. "What if I offered you?" "I've got everything I need here. Everything." He lifted that shotgun a little higher and pointed it towards Jack once again. "Find another way. You ain't crossing my land. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is." Jack felt defeated. He took a step back. "Come on," Hazel said, her voice shaking. "If he says we can't go this way, we're not going to have much luck. Let's find another way." Jack heard Hazel's words, and he wanted to follow them. But at the same time, this wasn't right. He just wanted to cross through here. So he took a deep breath and took a step forward. "That's not going to happen," Jack said. The farmer's face turned. A frown crossed it. "What did you just say?" "I understand your trepidation. I realize why you don't want us to pass through. It sets a precedent. I get that. But we don't mean any harm. Hazel here, her son's out there, and this is the most direct route, avoiding the roads. You can make an exception for us. If not for me, then you can make an exception for her." Hazel's eyes widened. "Jack?" "Just let her through," Jack said. I can give her the supplies she'll need. I can meet her somewhere if I find a different way myself. But just let her pass. Take her through if you have to. Just don't stand in her way. Don't stand between a mother and her child. Please." The farmer stood his ground, but his shotgun lowered just a little. He looked over Jack's shoulder at the hedges beyond. "And you're alone?" "What?" This ain't some kind of plan to take my place, is it? Ain't gonna Trojan horse me or whatever?" Jack shook his head. "I wish I could, if I'm honest with you. Your land looks good. I'm not gonna lie about that. But no, this isn't a Trojan horse, I swear." The farmer lowered his rifle just a little more, muttered a few words under his breath. "Kick that rifle over here." Jack stayed still. "I need your word." "Kick that rifle over here right this second." Jack felt sickness creeping up inside. He didn't want to part with his rifle, but what choice did he have? He kicked it over towards the farmer. The farmer stepped over it, looked over at Jack, Hazel, and Villain. Then, "Okay." "What?"
I said all right. I'll take her through, but just her. No funny business, okay?
Jack looked at Hazel, smile on his face. But Hazel looked back at him with fear in her eyes. You're just going to leave me? It's for the best, Jack said. I wish it didn't have to be this way. But we've got to respect this man's wishes. I can't come with you. You have to keep going. Time's of the essence and all that. Wayne's out there. Find him. And then what? Jack forced a smile. You'll figure it out, one way or another. You've always been good like that. There was a spark in Hazel's eyes then, a momentary flash, the way she looked at him, reminding him of how she looked at him all those years ago. I'm not happy with this, she said. Nobody is, Jack said, but it's what's right. He could see her edging forward, like she was going to hug him. Hazel, love, the farmer said. That's your name, right? I'm Stan. I'd suggest you listen very bloody closely to your fellow right now, 'cause it's the only chance you're gonna get. Hazel looked at Stan, smiled a little. We're not. And then she stopped. There was a noise behind Jack and Hazel. Who the bloody hell are they? Stan barked. Jack turned around. There was a group of 4 men walking towards them, emerging from behind the hedges. 2 of them were holding hammers. Another was holding a shotgun just like Farmer Stan's. Screw it, Stan said, lifting his rifle once more. You lying pigs! Jack spun around. The farmer had his shotgun raised again. No, Jack said. This isn't. They aren't with us. I don't care what the hell it looks like, Stan said. You turn around. All of you. Right this second, or you're dead. The lot of you. Understand? Chapter 38. When Wayne reached the outskirts of Manchester, he knew he was still a long way from where he wanted to be. The sun was setting. He'd been walking for far too long. His feet were sore and blistered. His heart was racing. He felt sick and lightheaded. He knew he needed food and drink. His stomach was growling, and he was getting weak. The 3rd day was going to roll into the 4th in no time, and he wasn't sure what tomorrow was going to bring. He was just worried. The streets he was walking through were quiet. Some of the houses were clearly empty. He could hear dogs barking at him half-heartedly as he made his way down the road. Every now and then he'd pass someone. They'd look at him with those begging eyes, and he'd look back at them in the same way. Any food? He'd shake his head. He had to. He had to keep his supplies low-key. The dwindling supplies he had left. He kept on thinking about last night with Bella. He'd got far too close to her for comfort. But then, what was so wrong with that? She was a nice person. They got on well. And she'd trusted him, opened up to him about her condition and her struggles. He felt so bad about leaving her back there with Mrs. Fuzzles, but he knew she would be okay there. She would be safe there. He had to believe that. He saw a house on his right. The back door was partly open. He could see a kitchen through the window, and he knew he was going to have to go in there, stock up on whatever they had. He didn't want to descend to the realms of a looter or a thief, but he didn't really have a choice either. It was survival. That was what mattered. He looked around, looked at the tree-lined road, at the abandoned cars, at the litter and the broken glass scattered everywhere. And then he turned to the house and made his way towards it. He walked up the driveway, slowly. There was a heavy gate across it, partly ajar. It was a nice house, semi-detached, pretty big. No car in the drive, which gave him hope that this was either someone at work or an elderly person. He felt guilty for even feeling that way, but he had to take the emotion out of every situation now. He reached the kitchen door. When he looked inside, he saw the cupboards had already been opened, mostly emptied. There were still cans in there, though. tins stacked up. He saw those beans and his stomach lurched. He just needed something, some food. He grabbed the first of the tins, opened it up, went to scoop it into his mouth, and then he smelled it. From the dining area, drifting through. A sourness. He stopped scooping the beans into his mouth, lowered the tin. Then he walked slowly through the kitchen, towards that dining area. The smell got even more intense as he walked, put him off his beans for sure. He kept on moving, entered a hallway, gray carpets, paintings of the Lake District on the wall, bright white decor. He pushed open the door to the dining room. That's when he saw him. There was an old man sitting in an armchair, staring at a blank television. He had a gaping wound in his chest. He was dead. A new wave of nausea hit Wayne. He stepped back. He just wanted to get out of this room, just wanted to leave, because there was something so sad about this sight, so tragic. And it hit him more than anything else. He took another step back when he heard the footsteps above. He stopped, looked up at the ceiling. Then he heard more footsteps. There was someone upstairs. His knees went weak. He moved towards the kitchen door. He had to get out of here. And then he heard talking. In the kitchen. Someone had stepped inside. He stopped again and rushed back into the dining room, looked around for somewhere to go, somewhere to hide. The footsteps were in the kitchen now, and coming down the stairs. He knew he had to make a decision, fast. He didn't know who these people were, what they wanted, just that there was a man in an armchair in here, and Wayne could only put two and two together. He dropped the can of beans and rushed over to that chair, climbed over the man, whose vacant eyes stared up into oblivion. And then he stuffed himself right behind the chair and held his breath as the footsteps reached the dining room. Feet appeared at the other side of the dining table, a long rifle in the hands of whoever it was. "Shit, Jace," a voice said. "Found what's causing the smell." Wayne kept on holding his breath, heart racing even more, sweat pouring from his head. "Aren't you a genius?" another voice shouted. "Found anything of actual use to us in here?" Those feet started walking around the room. They stopped, right by the armchair, right by the beans. Wayne kept as still as he could, squeezed his eyes shut, waited for the inevitable. "Just a can of beans," the voice said. He picked those beans that Wayne had left there up from the floor and stood, chewed at them, some of them tumbling messily to the floor. And then he turned and walked over towards the door. Wayne shifted a little, and he heard the chair in front of him creak. The feet stopped. Wayne's stomach sank. His heart raced even more. He couldn't say a thing, couldn't move an inch. Those feet stayed there. Wayne braced himself. "Damn, I think the dead man just twitched." Then he walked away, laughing. Wayne let go of his breath, kept himself perched there. He could feel dampness all across his body. He was surprised he hadn't pissed himself. He waited until the footsteps reached the kitchen, tried to listen to their voices, hear what they were saying. And then he heard something that sent chills up his spine. "We've got what we need now," he said. "So that place south of here, that frigging Leeds festival shelter shit they've got going on, we're gonna hit it up with all we have, and we're gonna rinse them of their supplies. Every last one." Chapter 39. "Tommy, wake up, please, wake up." Susan shook Tommy's sides and tried to wake him. Her heart raced as the sun beamed down on her. She felt the heat intensely, partly because of the warmth, partly because of everything that was happening. All of her surroundings felt like they were drifting away as she focused on one thing. Tommy's eyes were closed. His nose was streaming blood. His face had gone deathly pale. She didn't know what had happened, whether he had any illnesses or anything like that. Only that he wasn't well. He needed help. Help that Susan couldn't give. She looked around, tried to see someone who could come to her help, to her aid. But there wasn't anyone around. She was on her own. She shook Tommy again. "Tommy, please!" Again, no response. She took a few breaths then, calmed herself, tried to tell herself that she was okay, that she had to embrace everything Dr. Khalil had taught her. She had to be strong for Tommy. But more than anything, she had to be rational. And rationality started with doing what she could, methodically, step by step. She checked for a pulse. Felt one, only lightly. Then she checked his breathing. Nothing. She knew how serious this was then. She didn't know why he'd passed out or fallen unconscious, but she knew she had to do everything she could to spark this kid back from oblivion. She remembered what Dr. Khalil had taught her, what to do in case of an emergency. She rested Tommy's body down flatly, and then she put her hands on his breastbone. Then, to the rhythm of Happy Birthday, she pushed rhythmically. She kept on listening, kept on hoping he was just going to come back. She tried to focus on the task at hand, tried to remember how many times she was supposed to repeat this rhythm before breathing into his mouth. When she felt at least partly confident the first cycle was over, she leaned into his mouth and inhaled. Still nothing. She felt broken, defeated. But the only thing she could really do was keep going, keep trying. She pressed again, harder this time, wary she was hurting him, cautious of not causing any damage. It felt unnatural. It felt wrong. But she knew it was what she had to do. When Tommy didn't spark back to consciousness after this second cycle, she breathed into his mouth again. Still nothing. She felt tears pouring down her face, wiped them again. "Come on, Tommy, please!" She pressed her hands down again, this time aggressively. So aggressively she was certain she was doing some damage. But she couldn't let that stop her now. It was all or nothing. She couldn't face losing him. "Stay with me. We're going to get you somewhere safe. I promise. Please." She saw something flash before her then, as she reached the end of her third cycle. Tommy. His mum dead beside him, his dad lying before him. And then her failing him, all because she didn't know how to properly handle a situation like this. All because she was too weak. All because... And then she felt something else. A voice in her head. "You aren't weak. You can do this." She took a deep breath, and then she inhaled into Tommy's mouth again. When she lifted her head, she saw he was still out cold. But she wasn't accepting defeat this time. She wasn't backing down, as much as she doubted herself, as much as she felt she needed someone else to help her here. She had this. She was her own girl, her own woman, and she had this. She went to press her hands down on Tommy's chest again when she heard a cough. She froze, in disbelief, tears streaming. Part of her didn't actually believe she'd heard it, thought it was a figment of her imagination or something. But then his eyes opened. Vomit drooled from his mouth. He looked up at her, so confused, so afraid. I got really tired." She couldn't contain herself then. She leaned down and grabbed him and tightened her arms around him. "You're okay," she said. My head hurt, and I got really tired." "It's okay," Susan said. "I'm here for you, and I'm not going anywhere, okay? I don't feel well." She held on tight. "It's okay. I'm here. I promise." She tightened her grip around Tommy and found herself swearing slightly that she was never going to let him go again. She was going to do everything she could for him. And then she heard the footsteps. Then the voice that made her body freeze. "Susan?" Chapter 40. Emma watched the 4 men in hoodies get closer. The road felt narrow, suffocating. There were houses to her left, houses to her right. Behind them, further up the road, there were flames. And then heading in their direction were a group of people. They didn't look friendly. "We need to hide," Calvin said, his voice shaky. Emma turned to the houses. Flashbacks of yesterday began to grow. The last time they'd run into someone on the road like this. The standoff. What happened to Mitch. We need to get away," Calvin said. "Right this second." "But Calvin," Candice said. But there was something about Calvin, that look on his face. Total fear. She remembered what Jean said about him trying his hardest not to be a coward. "Don't," Emma said. "Please." He looked at her, tearful, shaking. Then he rushed off towards the houses on the right, leaving her standing there with Candice and Jean. The men on the bikes got closer. They looked like the kind of people Mum used to tell her to avoid. Black hoodies, black trackies, balaclavas, rucksacks over their shoulders, and those hammers and knives on show. They meant trouble. "Emma?" Emma turned, saw Candice standing there, looking at her, wide-eyed. And Emma felt bad for her, because she knew Candice wanted people to pull together. She wanted to help other people. But at the same time, she'd seen what had happened when they had tried to help other people. We need to..." "All right, girls." The bike screeched to a halt just a few feet away from them. All 4 of those guys climbed off them and walked towards Emma, Candice, and Jean. Emma shook. These guys meant trouble. They could choose any of the houses to loot or any of the people in the streets to pick on, but they'd picked the 3 of them. She backed up some more, heard those flames burning behind her, getting closer. "What do you want?" Jean snapped. The guy closest turned from Candice to Jean. "Did someone say something?" "Yeah, me. I asked what you wanted, jerk." The man laughed a little. So too did his friends. Then he turned to Emma. Underneath his hood, a smile radiated. "I just wanted to see if you girls fancied joining a party we've got going on up the road. You look like you could do with a few drinks, loosen you up, all that." "Neil," one of the guys said. Neil turned. "What's your problem, Zach? You just salty because you're afraid to talk to women?" Just leave it out," Zach, the timider guy, said. "If they don't want to join, they don't want to join. And she's just a kid." Neil looked back at Emma. She didn't like the way he looked at her. It gave her the creeps. It felt like guys like Neil were always bad. But now there was no law or order. And now there was little chance of crimes being suitably punished. They were seeing just how far they could get away with things they'd only entertain in their minds before the power went out. 3 days in, and everything had collapsed. "It's okay, honey," Neil said, looking right at Emma. "We'll find you a few dolls to play with while we keep our new friends company, Emma's heart pounded. She looked at Candice, saw the fear in her eyes, then at Jean, who looked angry. She looked around for Calvin. There was no sign of him anywhere. "So," Neil said, stepping forward, "which of you ladies is gonna hop on my bike then?" He was looking right at Candice. She stood there, shaking, holding tightly onto the rucksack over her shoulder. I think we'll pass, thanks." A few chuckles from behind. Neil's smile widened, and he tilted his head. "See, I think you're misunderstanding, chick. I'm asking if you want to hop on my bike or walk, or I'll friggin' drag you along if I have to. But you've been invited to a party of mine. It would be rude to turn it down. Very rude." Emma saw Candice's face drop, and she knew what Neil meant. They were going to this party of theirs whether they liked it or not. She looked over her shoulder. saw the flame spreading even further across the street, blocking their way. Then she looked over to her right, over between the posh detached houses where Calvin had run off towards. She wished he was here to look out for them right now, to protect them. But he'd shown how strong he really was, and how much he really cared. "I'm going to give you 10 seconds to make up your mind," Neil said. "In fact, I'll make it easier for you. One of you comes with me. Just one of you. The other can stay here until the party's over and look after the little princess here." "Don't do this," Candice said. Neil sighed. "I'm sorry, chick. It's already done, don't you see? Now, 10. Emma felt the hairs on her arms stand on end. She felt sickness take over as Candice stood there looking at her, as Jean stood there, shaking her head. 9. She felt sickness building inside, the memory of that prisoner, the one Logan saved her from, the way he'd saved her, the way he'd helped her. 8. She closed her eyes and felt tears building, because there was so much she wanted to do. She wanted to help, to fight, but she was just a kid. She was just 7, 6. She opened her eyes again and saw Candice looking at her, tears streaming down her face. 5, 4. She looked into Emma's eyes and shook her head. "You'll be okay," she said. Jean'll look after you. She'll..." 3, 2. "I'll come," Emma said. Neil froze, stopped speaking. Everyone was silent. It was Neil who broke the silence. "What?" Emma thought about what she'd said, the implications. And the more she thought about it, as horrible as it was, she knew her mum would be proud. Because for the first time in a long while, she was truly doing something for someone else. Neil shook his head and smirked. "Well, shit, kid. You've got guts. I'll give you that. More guts than the rest of them. But we don't want you. What do you take us for, monsters?" He shook his head. 1. And then he nodded at Candice. His friends moved towards her, all of them except Zach. They grabbed her, started to pull her away. "Too late," Neil said. "I've made my choice. Good luck, ladies. See you around. Maybe." Emma tried to struggle free. She tried to break from the grip of the man holding her back. Jean did the same. But it was already too late. Candice was on the bike. Neil was cycling away with her. One moment she was there, the next she was gone. All of them were gone. Chapter 41. When Logan woke, he didn't know where he was. It was bright above, which meant it must be some time during the day. He could smell something strong in the air all around him, and it felt familiar somehow. Reminded him of a situation he'd been in recently, but he just couldn't place it. He rolled over. He was outside. He could place that smell now. Smoke. He could taste it, too, clinging to his lips. He felt rough. His eyes were streaming. His chest was tight. He felt like he was waking up for the first time ever, but with some sense of a past life. As he blinked and rubbed his eyes, he saw his surroundings. There was a house opposite. It looked like it had burned out. Smoke was still rising from it, but for the most part, the fire had eased. The garden around him was mostly burned out too, and it felt familiar to Logan, like he'd been here before. He turned around and he saw the fence, and he remembered. Laura, Sam, escaping their burning home, helping them out of it, pushing them over that fence, and then... The rest was fuzzy, blurry. He knew he'd inhaled a lot of smoke. He swore he remembered feeling flames against his skin, too. He had no right to be here, no right to be alive, either by chance or by something else. Unless he'd passed out much in the same way as last night, the adrenaline, some storm inside him causing havoc. He didn't know. He couldn't know. Just that he was still here. He rolled onto his back, lifted himself up, and then he spluttered all over the ground, coughing, heaving. When he looked at the ground through his watery eyes, he saw blood and ash in his saliva. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, rubbed his eyes. He felt like shit, but he was still alive. He had to take it. He looked at that fence, thought of the last time he'd seen Laura and Sam. He hoped they were okay, that for their own sakes they'd got far, far away from here. But at the same time, he lifted himself over that crumbling fence. There was nobody there. He felt a mixture of emotions. On the one hand, relief that they were gone, but on the other, there was sadness. He'd felt a bond with them, a connection. They'd made him realize that people could still be good after all, that they could still be forgiving, and that maybe, just maybe, he could find a second chance in this world. He wasn't sure he deserved it, but he'd seen a glimpse of the kindness of people, and was starting to realize that perhaps it didn't matter whether he thought he deserved it or not. He looked at the spot where he knew he'd last seen them, and he half smiled. And then he climbed out of the garden, because he had to focus on his original goal, Emma. She was still out there. He was getting close to her home. This was his chance. He walked onto the street and looked at the devastation from the fire. But as he looked, he was beginning to realize just how lucky he'd been. There were people on the streets, people dressed in uniform, people with fire extinguishers, moving from house to house, wiping out the last of the fire. There were people on the side of the road being checked out, being seen to. And Logan couldn't help feeling warmth. Because despite all the conflict and devastation he'd seen, despite everything going to shit, there were still people out there willing to help, still pulling together for the greater good. Maybe that's what would help this country get back to normal, get back to how it was supposed to be. He hoped so. Even if he wasn't a part of it, he hoped so. He walked further down the street and heard a voice. "Hey, you okay?" He froze, expected someone to recognize him, to drag him aside and tell him he was apprehended. He turned around. There was a fireman standing there, helmet on, extinguisher in hand. "We were trying to drag everyone out of the house, but we missed a few, it seems." Logan felt his throat turn dry. It didn't seem like this guy recognized who he was. "There was a woman, Laura, and her son, Sam, carried a Nintendo Switch around with him. Have you seen them?" The man scratched his head, shook it. "Sorry, but there's a few of us here from the station down the road, the ones of us who stayed anyway. It's tough, but we're doing what we can. You sure you're okay?" Logan nodded. He turned. He wanted to get away from here, as much as he was humbled by the kindness on show. And then he stopped. "Tell me something," he said. The fireman nodded. "Yeah? Why would you stay here? Why would you still, serve, even though you're not serving anyone anymore?" The fireman took a moment, and then he shrugged. "Because we don't serve anyone but the people, and as far as I can tell, there's still people here to be served, right?" Logan felt staggered by the kindness of this guy. He nodded, smiled. "Then I wish you the best here, truly." "And you too, Logan." Logan looked back at him. The fireman half smiled, a knowing look. And then he turned away and disappeared to help with the cleanup operation some more. Logan felt that recognition, its implications, what it could mean. He took a deep breath as he watched this servitude in action, this duty in action. And then he walked. It was hours later, as Logan approached Stoke-on-Trent, trying to loop his way via the north toward Stafford to avoid the flames, when the 4 hooded guys on the bikes almost knocked him to the ground. On the back of one of those bikes, there was a girl. Chapter 42. Jack watched the 4 men walk towards him, and he knew trouble was on the horizon. The afternoon sun was setting. The sky was growing darker. Day 3 would be transitioning into Day 4 in no time. Another day without power. Another day of confusion. Another day of chaos. And that chaos was only going to steamroll even more by the day. But Jack had to think about right now. And right now, he had a big problem. The group of 4 men stopped when they reached Jack, Hazel, and Villain. One of them held a shotgun. 2 of them held hammers. He couldn't see what the 4th one was holding, but he knew they were likely armed too. Opposite, the farmer, Stan, holding his shotgun, pointing it right at Jack. That softness he'd managed to coax from him earlier had faded away, and now there was only anger. "Get off my land," he said. "The lot of you, right this damned second. I'm not messing around." Jack felt the weight of the moment building. He was caught between 2 rival forces. He wasn't a part of this. But one thing now was clear. Hazel wasn't crossing through Stan's land. Nobody was crossing Stan's land. There was only one way this was going, and he had to be careful not to get caught in the middle of it. He started to back off, hands raised, and then he heard the voice behind him. "No, nobody's going anywhere. Now how about you step aside and let us pass, Jack's stomach sank. He could see where this was going. 2 sides that weren't going to give any ground. As much as he wanted to pass via this field, as much as he wanted to get to Wayne, he knew when the odds weren't in his favor. Right now, they were well against him. He didn't want to get caught up in it. He lifted his hands, looked at the new guy holding the shotgun, then back at Farmer Stan. "We don't want any trouble." "I don't give a shit what you say you want. Already stabbed me in the back once. Now get the hell off my land. Now." Hazel cleared her throat. "We didn't." "Shut the hell up, or I'll prove I'm not messing around, okay?" Jack didn't want this guy to prove himself. He didn't doubt him either. They just needed to get away from here. Fast. "It's okay," Jack said. "We're leaving. Sorry for bringing you trouble." He turned around, and he saw the way those 4 men stood there. The one with the shotgun, then the 2 with the hammers. The one with the shotgun was bald and bearded. He was well built, pasted with tattoos across his pale skin. "You just gonna let this hick walk all over you, just like that?" Jack stood his ground. Villain stood by his side, growling. "This is his land. He can defend it as he pleases." "But it ain't no one's anymore, is it?" the guy said. "The way I see it, no one owns things like they used to. And think about it. There's cows here. There's crops. I'd say it's a pretty damned perfect place to call home. How about we come to some agreement, huh?" "You'll never call this place home," Farmer Stan said. "On my father's name and on my grandfather, who built this place with his damned hands, you'll never, ever call this place home." The man holding the shotgun smiled. "That's cute. Really cute." And then he lifted his shotgun and fired. Jack ducked instinctively. He felt the shell fly past him, its blast ringing in his ears. He looked up. Farmer Stan was standing still, eyes a little wider, shotgun still in hand. "Now listen," the man with the gun said, walking forward. "Next time, I won't miss, so I'll tell you how this is gonna happen. Me and my friend here, we're gonna come take a look around this farm of yours. We're gonna see just how well suited it is, and when we've done that, then we're gonna learn to play nicely. We're gonna learn to share. How's that sound?" Farmer Stan looked shaken up. like the deafening crack of the gunshot had changed things, made him realize just what he was up against. I'll die before I let you take this place. The man with the shotgun lowered it, just a little, tilted his head. All right, he said. He lifted the gun and went to fire. Wait, Jack said. He raised his hands, stood there between the two groups, heart pounding. He didn't want this to go down the way that looked inevitable. There had to be another way. This farm, this land, you're right. Maybe it is a good place to survive. Maybe it's perfect. But whether you like it or not, it's not yours to just take from someone. The man with the gun stood there, kept it raised, kept it pointed. Give me one reason why I shouldn't mow you down right now. Jack swallowed a lump in his throat. He looked at Hazel, who stood by his side, tears in her eyes, then at Villain, who looked up at him with those big, beautiful brown eyes. He looked at Farmer Stan, and then he took a deep breath. Because we can't forget what's going to get us through this. We can't lose what's got us this far. And what's that? The man asked. Jack swallowed a lump in his tightening throat. Each other, he said. Coming together, when we need to, no matter what our differences are, no matter how far apart we might feel, we've got to come together, to trust each other, because if we don't, we lose what makes us human. He looked at Hazel, and he saw something. A slight smile, that look of connection. The man snorted, lowered the shotgun. That's sweet, too, he said. Really is. Then he smiled at Jack. But I asked for a good reason. He lifted the shotgun, steadied his aim, and then he pulled the trigger. Chapter 43. Wayne stood outside the house he'd just been trapped inside and stared out at the darkened street. The night air was refreshing and cool, but it didn't make Wayne feel any better, any more at ease. If anything, it just made him feel worse because it exaggerated just how groggy and stuffy he was feeling. All around he saw houses, empty houses, houses with smashed windows, houses with the windows and doors boarded up. He saw abandoned cars, gardens growing, never to be mowed for some time. He saw bicycles on their sides, children's toys left abandoned. He saw all these things, but he could only really think of one thing. The men who had searched the house that he'd been rooting around. He'd held his breath as he hid behind the sofa, and he'd heard exactly what they'd said. That group, that shelter, we're going to take it for ourselves. He tried to dismiss it as coincidence. There could be another shelter nearby. After all, it was bound to be the case. There would be shelters and safe havens cropping up everywhere. But at the same time, a fear deep in Wayne's gut told him this wasn't any coincidence. He'd seen the direction those men had headed, and he knew it was only just under a day's walk to get back to that shelter. He also knew that the shelter was abundant with supplies, with rations. A person in charge of that place certainly held a lot of power. He knew something else about that shelter, too, and that was as much as people walked around in military gear, as much as an air of authority was attempted to be instilled. It wasn't as strong as it looked. Not really. The weapons were limited. It was led by a few good Samaritans, desperate to keep the peace. It could be overthrown in no time. All it took was one single attack by a stronger group in the most devastating place. Wayne looked down the street, back towards the shelter, towards the direction those men had headed, and he felt sick, because he couldn't bear to think of Bella there, of Mrs. Fuzzles there. He couldn't bring himself to think about losing them. He'd left them there because he truly believed it was a safer place for them, while he spent his time out here searching for any trace of Candice. But now he had to face up to the reality. Now he had to face up to the truth. A painful truth, but a truth all the same. He had a choice, and that choice was stark and terrifying. But it was something he had to face up to, immediately. He could stay out here and keep on his journey searching for Candice, keep himself out of harm's way as well as he could. Or he could go back to that shelter and try to warn them before the enemy got there. He looked across the road, over at those bikes. He knew the way back. Nighttime was daunting and he could do with some sleep, but it could be an opportunity. It could be a chance to overtake them. They'd left just under an hour ago. Chances were they'd stopped to take a rest along the way. And if Wayne really threw his everything into it, he knew he could get back to that shelter, warn them, make sure Bella and Mrs. Fuzzles were safe. He looked over his shoulder and felt his throat welling up, because he didn't want to stop searching for Candice. She was the one person keeping him going, the one person pushing him through. But he remembered her note, what she'd written to him. Stay safe and don't follow me. And he had to face up and ask the question as truthfully and honestly as he could. Was he following Candice for her, or was he following her for himself? He wiped his eyes, turned back again, looked up the street in the direction of the shelter. He didn't want to think of this as throwing the towel in, as giving up, because it wasn't. He hoped he'd see Candice again someday. He hoped wherever she was okay. But he thought about that moment with Bella last night, the honesty she'd shown towards him, the things about herself she'd told him, and the way he felt about her. He cared about her. There was no point fighting it, no point trying to wrestle with it. It was what it was. He had to face up to it. He took a deep breath, gathered some supplies from the house, and then he stepped back outside. He looked up at the moonlight and the stars and thought about that night in the Yorkshire Dales with Candice by his side, hand in his, her warmth beside him. And then he reached into his pocket, pulled out Candice's ring, and smiled. "I'm sorry, Candice," he muttered, "but there's something I have to do." He closed his eyes, put the ring back into his pocket, and then he walked across the road and lifted that bike. He pushed it onto the road, steadied himself, heart racing in his chest. He looked over his shoulder, one last time, and then he pushed down on the pedals and he cycled. He knew where he needed to be right now. Chapter 44. When Susan lifted her head and saw him standing there, she wasn't sure what to think, even if she knew exactly who it was right away. He was a little balder than she remembered. His face had aged and weathered with time. His skin was well tanned, like it always used to be. But as much as Susan tried to argue with herself and tried to convince herself that this couldn't be possible, it couldn't be him, there was no denying reality, no denying the truth. "Susan?" Susan's stomach sank right away. She felt a combination of emotions, partly relief, partly fear, partly nostalgia. But it was hard to pinpoint anything. It was hard to totally lose herself in any one emotion, because more than anything, she felt lost. She felt confused. "Dad?" she said. His face dropped a little when she spoke. Her eyes widened more, reddened. He stumbled a few steps towards Susan like he was just as lost as her, like he was just as confused. But there was nothing like the confusion Susan felt right now. She felt like her whole world was falling apart, like her whole world was crumbling before her. And at the same time, she felt comfortable with it. All her development, all her growth, all of it came crashing down in front of her, and that weak little girl awoke inside her, that urge to be looked after, to be protected. He staggered further towards her, tears rolling down his cheeks, and opened his arms. "My girl," he said. My
My baby girl."
She wanted to push back. She wanted to resist. But she was tired and weak, too. So she let him reach her, and she fell into his arms. She felt the warmth from his body, and a part of her felt comforted. A part of her felt like everything was going to be okay. Like she was just a little kid again, and someone was going to look after her. But at the same time, she felt the reminders of why her mom had taken her away from this man in the first place. She remembered the times he'd call her and ask her why she hadn't been in touch with him. The churning stomach, feeling like she'd done something wrong, even when he wasn't around. And then she thought of before that, after he'd had a few drinks, the things he'd say to her when he sat on her bed, the way he'd threaten her when he and Mum were arguing, the way Mum said he used her as a bargaining chip. And yet, despite everything, when she didn't see him for months, she missed him. She wanted him back in her life, even though she knew how he made her feel, even despite everything Mum said about the man he was, about the things he was capable of. Because he was her dad. He pulled away and looked right into her eyes as they stood there in the street. It seemed like everything had drifted into the background. Tommy, everything. How've you been? Look at you. Just look at you." He smiled at her like he was proud, stroked her hair out of her eyes. She felt hers welling up now, too. "Okay," she managed. Well, I was in a plane crash. I've seen things, but I'm okay." "You don't have to worry about any of those things anymore," Dad said, still stroking her hair. "Because your dad's here for you, and he's going to look after you, no matter what it takes, okay?" Susan didn't nod. She didn't react in any way. She just listened to these words and soaked them in. 5 years, he said. 5 years without seeing you, without speaking to you. I've lost my mind over you, baby. She thought she noticed it then. The smell of booze on his breath, sickly sweet. The memories it sparked. Lying in bed. Seeing him sitting in her room in the darkness, looking down at her as she pretended to be asleep. "If I lose you, I'll take us both away. We'll punish your mom, together." She kept deadly still as he stroked her hair and tried not to cry. All this, he said, moving his hand away from her. "The power, the cars, everything. It's not safe out here. What are you doing so far from wherever it is you live now?" She noticed he didn't mention her mom. It was clearly a sore topic still. "Like I say," Susan said, forcing a little distance between them, even though she felt totally weak in his company. I had an accident. Found this boy, Tommy. I've been trying to get him home, but that didn't work out. Now I'm just trying to find somewhere safe." Dad smiled. "My Susie, always trying to do right by other people, always putting others before herself, always the same, right from a little girl. Such a good kid." Susan heard these words, but she knew they weren't true, because Dad always used to tell her she was selfish, that she only thought about herself, that she needed to think about other people, her friends, her family, him. "Why don't you come stay with me for a while?" he asked. She felt her stomach sink again, felt herself caught in a moment. I don't... "Nobody needs to know," he said. "You're a long way from home. You need help. I can help. I can look out for you. I've got stuff stocked up. I've got a spare bed. Even if you just stay here till the power comes back. It's something, right? It's the least I can do." Susan felt herself caught in the moment. On the one hand, she wanted to keep on moving with Tommy. She wanted to keep on searching for safety. But on the other, she knew Tommy was weak. He needed food. He needed shelter. And her dad.
"Come on, Susie," he said. "I'm your dad. What happened with me and your mom, that doesn't have to change a thing between us now. Things can be different now. I promise, okay? I promise."
She heard that voice in her head screaming at her not to accept, to resist, because she was stronger now. She could keep on being strong. But then she looked at Tommy. She felt that deep hole inside, and she sighed.
"Okay," she said.
Dad's eyes widened.
"What?"
"Okay," she said.
"Okay, I'll come with you. We'll stay with you."
His face lit up. He tightened his arms around her, a little too tight for comfort.
"I got you back, Susie," he said, stroking her hair. "I always knew I'd get you back."
Chapter 45. Emma, Jean, and Calvin sat back as the sun set and thought about what they'd lost. The evening had come around quickly, and they'd got themselves off the road, away from the flames. Found Calvin hiding down the side of a house. He told them he wasn't a coward, that he was just hiding because there was a clear threat and confronting it was foolish. That was pretty much what he'd stood by all day. But as much as they tried to make their way away from these streets, as much as they focused on finding somewhere new, and as much as they were focused on creating a barbecue in the garden of a lone house on a hill that they were on now, there was still a bitterness to all of this. Because of what had happened to Candice. Emma couldn't stop thinking about her. The way that group on the bikes had invited them to a party. The way they'd given her and Jean an ultimatum, told them they had to make a choice. And the way Candice had been the one to sacrifice herself to keep Emma and the others out of danger. She thought about the moments immediately following, the way she had wanted to go after Candice. But at the same time, she knew how dangerous it was. She'd heard what Calvin had said when they found him. Emotional attachments like that were suicide. As difficult as it was, as impossible as it was, they had to give her up. They had to let her go. Jean had argued. Emma wanted to say something too, but she saw what he was saying. She saw his point. If they wanted to survive, then going after her was no way to survive at all. But then what was survival if you didn't look out for your friends? "You okay, Emma?" Calvin was by her side. He smiled flatly. He used to make her feel so calm, so at ease. He used to give off such a vibe of confidence and authority. But that had faltered, it had dissipated, and the look on his face told Emma he knew it. She took a deep breath, and she nodded. "What happened? With Candice, if we could have done things differently, we would have." Emma didn't say anything. She just nodded again. Jean was keeping quiet, eating a protein bar they'd found on their journey as they sat on this lawn in front of a large house. "And I know it's painful to think about what it might mean. I know Candice is a good person, but we have to be real. Candice is gone. There's no getting her back, and the sooner we come to terms with that, the better." "But she's not gone, is she?" Emma wasn't sure where her words came from. Somewhere deep inside. Calvin frowned. "What?" "She's not gone. She's at that place, and I don't know what's happening, but I know it's not good." There's nothing we can do about it." "You keep saying that," Emma said, the anger spurting out of her now. "You keep saying there's nothing we can do, but we're not even trying. None of us have even tried, and I can't just sit around. I can't just let that happen. I just can't." Jean looked around at Emma now, too, like she felt just as caught up in this as she did, just as responsible. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was a pill that Emma felt they had to swallow and had to confront. "Both of you keep on pretending nothing's happened, that there's nothing we can do." "Then what do you suggest, kiddo?" Jean said. "That we try something, anything, just anything other than sitting around here acting like everything's normal,
like everything's okay. Because if we keep on doing that, how does that make us any different to the people we think are bad in this world?"
Emma saw their faces turning. She saw the guilt. She felt bad for making them feel this way, but they needed a wake-up call. They needed reminding that they couldn't just sit back and give up, that they had something to fight for each other.
A woman once told me that if I tried, I could make friends anywhere. I didn't believe her because I didn't want to see it. I didn't think I could. I thought I knew what I wanted and where it was. But now I'm with you people. You've helped. Candice helped, and she's a friend. We can't give up on her, even if it puts us in danger, because that's not what we should do. That's not what friends should do.
Calvin looked weak, teary-eyed, more ashamed than ever.
"I've given up everything, and I'm just a kid," she said. "So we have to keep going. We have to try. If we don't, we've already given up on each other."
She saw Jean look at Calvin, and Calvin looking back at her. "So what do you suggest?" Calvin asked. Emma took a moment to calm herself. She wasn't used to speaking up like this. It felt like this was her moment, like everything was building up to this.
"We're going to go to that house," she said. "We're going to find them, and we're going to save Candice."
Chapter 46. Logan reached the motorway bridge and stopped when he saw the smoke in the distance. The flames looked like they'd stretched right the way up the street. For the most part, it looked like they'd gone out, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. And as much as he knew he had to keep on walking, he had to keep on trying to find Emma, he found himself at a crossroads. Walking towards those flames and towards Stafford was dangerous, perhaps a bridge too far. And besides, he hadn't found any trace of Emma yet. He couldn't even be sure she'd headed home at all. He needed to start focusing on the present. He needed to start thinking about himself. He looked back up the road and in the direction he'd come from. He thought about Laura and Sam, the incident that had gone down in their kitchen, the standoff with those men, the fire, and then saving them before they disappeared. He hoped they were okay, wherever they were. He wished he'd seen them get to safety firsthand. But deep down, he had to trust himself that they'd got out of that garden, that there were good people around, people willing to help, trustworthy people. He'd seen it for himself in ways he never expected or imagined. He thought about the bicycle that had passed by him not long ago, that girl perched on the back of it, the look on her face, a look of fear, no doubt about it, no question. He wished he'd done something. He wished he'd stepped in, intervened, because he was starting to realize something about himself. He'd spent so many years living with guilt for something he hadn't done, knowing that he was, well, innocent of the crime he was convicted for, but not entirely innocent, not entirely good, because he'd seen things that would rattle any ordinary person. He'd done things that would make the skin crawl of most. He could use those dampened emotions for evil, slip further down a dark path, or he could use them for good, to help. He tightened his fist as he stood there on the road, and as much as he wanted to go in search of Emma, he realized something else. Emma was everyone. He appreciated her trust, what she'd done for him, but there were other Emmas out there. There were others just like her who needed help, and if he wasn't going to give help, then what was he going to do? If he couldn't give help, then what could he give? He looked back at the road, back to where that bike had disappeared, and he knew what he needed to do. He turned around, and he walked back up the road. Someone needed his help, and he was going to give it to them. He knew the house the moment he saw it. It was a bungalow. The bikes were chained up outside. He could hear voices inside, shouting, laughing, partying. He found himself running through the options in his mind as he stood outside. He could go in there, use the element of surprise. He could butcher them. He would, if he had to. He looked at the hammer in his hand, swirled it around between his fingers, the heavy side, the sharp end, debating what he was going to do with it, which side he was going to crack against their skulls. And for a moment he felt guilt, resistance, because he'd spent all these years trying to behave well in prison only for it to all come to this. But this was good behavior. It wasn't totally ethical, but it was good behavior, and it was the road he was going to go down. He took a deep breath, and he walked over to the house. He pushed open the front door, smelled a strong stench of weed. He cringed. End of the world as we know it, and these bastards were smoking away. They didn't stand a chance, not in the long run. They were just wasters. Just people burning out while they had a chance to have some fun. People like the prisoners he'd been locked up with. They didn't have goals like he did. They didn't have life plans. All they wanted was a bit of fun now they weren't being watched. But that fun harmed others, and that couldn't happen. He walked down the hallway towards the kitchen area. He could hear them in there, 4 of them, a couple of them laughing, a couple of them arguing. "Come on, Harry, don't be a dick. I just don't think it's right. Screw whether it's right or wrong, she's fit. You're attracted to her, right?" A silence, a pause. "So why don't you go in there, Why don't you show her a good time? A sensitive time?" A few chuckles. "Because it's wrong," Harry said. "Well, screw you," the other guy said. "If you don't in the next few hours, I will. And believe me, I'm not gonna let right or friggin' wrong get in the way of what's mine." Logan felt that bloodlust, the urge to go in that kitchen and slaughter them, right here, right now. But then he felt that rival force, the one that said this could still be solved without any bloodshed. He walked back through the hallway, slowly, checked each of the quiet, dusty rooms, walked across the creaky hallway floorboards, checked the bathroom, a master bedroom, and then he reached another smaller bedroom, and he saw her. She was tied up, mouth covered with tape, chained to a chair, the girl from the bike. "It's okay," Logan said, feeling his rage build even more, even though it didn't look like she'd been touched or harmed yet, thank God. "Don't worry, we're gonna get you out of here." He took a step towards her and saw her eyes widen. It was only then he realized they weren't widening at him, but at something behind him. Someone behind him. He went to turn around, and he saw the man standing there, baseball bat in hand. "Bad move," he said. Chapter 47. Jack heard the shotgun explode and closed his eyes. He expected to feel something slam against his body immediately, expected a sharp pain, expected his knees to buckle and to fall to the ground. But he didn't feel a thing. He didn't want to open his eyes, though, because he knew that looking might mean seeing the worst. Hazel. Villain. But he had to face up to reality. He had to look. He opened his eyes. The afternoon sun was low and blinding. Ahead, he could see those 4 men, their leader standing there holding that shotgun. He could tell from the looks on their faces that someone had been hit. He turned around slowly, and he saw Farmer Stan standing there. He was clutching his neck. Blood spluttered out. His eyes were wide. He stumbled, fell to his knees, then collapsed onto his side. And Jack felt immediate sadness, because Stan had only been trying to hold his land. He'd only been trying to defend his home. Jack and Hazel had walked onto his land, asked for passage. With some perseverance, he'd made a promise that he could escort one of them, and Jack hoped that promise would be extended to him in time. But now that moment was gone. That chance was gone. The farmer rolled onto his back and stared up, scared, at the sky. Jack walked over to his side. He looked at him as he lay there, struggling to understand. He didn't want to bond with anyone, didn't want to let anyone else in. But he reached out and took Stan's hand and tightened his grip around it. I... Shh, Jack said. I'm sorry this happened to you, but it's okay now. It's okay. Stan gripped onto his hand. His fingers were shaking. His grip was loosening. His skin was turning cold. But Stan didn't say anything. He couldn't. Every time he tried to say something, more blood spurted out from his mouth. And Jack knew it was cruel because he was only delaying the inevitable. There was nothing they could do for this guy, not after what had happened. Only sit there and comfort him. Stan's hand went weak. And then he looked up at Jack again, and his grip tightened, just for a second. My farm, he said. Look after. He was about to finish speaking when another blast cracked through the air. A second shell slammed into Stan, this time his head, and he went silent. Jack looked up, wide-eyed, stunned. He saw the leader of this group standing there, shotgun still in hand. Figured I'd put him out of his misery, he said. He walked over to Hazel then, and as he walked, Jack saw something. His hunting rifle by Stan's side, and the shotgun too. If he could just lift them in time, he could... You're brave even thinking about it, the guy said, clocking on to Jack's intentions. Especially when one of my guys has a knife to your missus' neck. Another has a knife to your dog here. He pointed his shotgun at Jack. So I suggest you hand those guns over, or you're screwed, my friend. All of you are screwed. Jack wanted to stand his ground, to stick up for himself. But in the end, he just looked at Hazel, then at Villain, and then back at the man with the shotgun. He sighed and threw the guns toward him. Good, the man said. That's good. We have an understanding, at least. An understanding is important. You didn't have to kill him. The man tilted his head. I think you'll find I did exactly what I needed to do. He was just trying to protect his home. It isn't his home anymore. The man walked right up to Jack, looked into his eyes. Don't you get it? Nothing belongs to anyone by right anymore. You've got to take it. You've got to defend it. And that's what we're going to do. He lifted his shotgun again, pointed it to Jack's stomach. And this is what you're gonna do. His finger tightened on the trigger. You're gonna take your missus here, he said, and you're going to walk away. Jack shook his head. I can't do that. You can, the man said, and you will, or there'll be trouble, like I say. We don't want trouble, do we? Jack looked at Hazel and saw her shaking her head. There's no choice, Jack. No choice. Listen to your missus, the man said. Hear what she's saying, 'cause she's right. You don't have a choice. Not really. So what's it gonna be? Jack felt that urge to fight, that urge to protect. He heard Stan's final words, and he felt like he was committing such an atrocity, such a betrayal. But then he thought about Hazel and about Villain, and he knew the man was right. He knew Hazel was right. Okay, Jack said, stomach sinking. We'll get out of here. We'll leave. He walked around the man, walked past his friends, who still had their guns raised. And then he whistled Villain along without looking back. No, the man said. Jack turned. What? The men were all looking at Villain, who stood there growling cautiously. I said you and your missus can go. The dog, he looks vicious, a real asset. Jack's fists tightened. No, he stays with us. Jack shook his head and launched himself toward the man. He lifted his shotgun, pointed it at Villain. "You walk away," the man said. "That's the deal, okay?" Jack looked at Villain, stared into his eyes. He felt the sadness building. The times he'd been there for him, the walks they'd been on, the times he'd comforted him when he was sad and struggling, the way he'd kept him alive. He looked at Villain, and he shook his head, because he knew there was no choice, and that was the hardest thing of all. "Look after him," Jack said, tears welling. "Please, just look after him." The man sighed. "Oh, mate, I'm an animal lover. Of course I will. You can be sure of that." And then he smiled. "Just pray you don't bump into him when we've finished with him. I don't think you'll get on like you used to." Jack wanted to stand his ground. He wanted to fight. But he saw those guns, and he knew he had no choice. "I'm sorry," he said, looking into Villain's big brown eyes. "I'm so sorry." He heard Villain whining, saw him trying to take a few steps toward him as gradually he was ushered away by this group. He heard him bark, and then let out a worried, panicked howl. "I'm sorry," Jack said, looking away now, walking away from these people, from this land, from his dog. When he looked back, Villain was already gone, but he could still hear him howling from here. Chapter 48. Wayne pedaled as quickly as he could. It was late. The night air was cool against his face. He had to do a lot of weaving around cars, a lot of maneuvering through the streets. Every now and then he saw people. They showed an interest in him as he whizzed by at a rapid pace. But he wasn't stopping for anything, wasn't stopping for anyone. Not now. He had a goal in mind, a direction in mind. Getting back to Bella and Mrs. Fuzzles. Warning the shelter about the people heading right in their direction. Stopping a disaster before it was too late. He kept on pedaling forward, sweat lashing from his forehead. He weaved out of the suburban streets and out into the country towns and villages. He saw communities gathered in village halls, bound together by circumstance, but already doubting the predicament they were in, already asking the hard questions, questions that nobody had answers to. And then he went to take a turn out of one of these villages when he saw something up ahead. There was a lorry right across the road. It looked like it had crashed. He hadn't come this way before. This was a slightly more direct route, but this was a problem. He couldn't cycle by it. He was going to have to get off his bike and walk around it. And the mere act of doing that made him feel much more vulnerable. He cycled slower as he got closer to the lorry, scanned the area, made sure it was all clear. He swore he could hear things, footsteps, voices, see things moving in the dark shadows. But he just shook his head, dismissed it. He was losing himself to fantasy, to illusion. He had to get past this lorry as quickly as he could and carry on with his journey. He reached the lorry. It was right across the road. What happened here was clearly bad. He looked over his shoulder, back in the direction he'd come from, wondered if it wasn't too late to turn back and go the way he'd come earlier. But no, it was too much of a risk. He was going to have to climb this lorry. He was going to have to get over it, and then he was going to have to carry on, no matter what it took. He walked to the bottom end of the lorry, over to the driver's compartment. Saw it was a little lower and easier to climb here. He looked inside the glass, saw a driver in there, peppered with shards from the windscreen. He'd been dead a long time, flies buzzing around him, that rotting stench hanging in the air. Wayne swallowed a sickly lump in his throat and reached for the mirror at the side of the truck. He grabbed it, tried to climb his way up the side using it for support. But his grip was loose and shaky. And besides, the bike he was trying to drag up here with him, it was proving too difficult. He hung there for a few seconds, heaved, tried to pull that up with him again, but it was too much. It was too heavy. He held it there for a few seconds. He had a decision to make. If he lost this bike, he'd get over the truck. If he didn't, then he might not get over it at all. He was going to be pushing it right to the wire, he realized that now. But what choice did he have, really? He swallowed a lump in his throat and dropped the bike. It clattered down below. He clambered up the side of the lorry, pulled himself to the top, looked at the road ahead as he stood there. It was mostly clear, which made this an even more bitter pill to swallow. Because if he'd got the bike over, he would have had a chance of getting through this road. But he had no time to lament, no time to curse. He dropped himself down to the road below, gathered his footing and his composure, and then he stood upright and looked at the road ahead. He had to keep moving. He had to keep going. He couldn't wait for anyone. He was almost there. He ran as quickly as he could. He felt a stitch crippling his stomach almost worryingly soon, but he pushed through it, kept on going. Nothing could hold him back. He pushed himself further, the pain splitting further. His feet were blistering. His breathing was out of control. But on he ran. On he pushed. On he kept on going. On and on. He ran off the road, into the field, ran towards the field surrounding. He knew the shelter was close. He had to get there and tell them, and fast. He clambered up to the top of the hill. He was shaking with both exertion and adrenaline. He was just meters from victory now. When he reached the top of the hill, he felt two emotions. First, relief. Relief that he was here. Relief that he had eyes on the shelter, on that huge tarpaulin. But there was something else, a rival emotion. It started when he heard the shouting. And then when he saw the light. Because the light wasn't just any light. It was from flames. He took a few cautious steps forward, trepidation building inside. The shelter. It was burning. It was on fire. The military vehicles were gone. He was already too late. Chapter 49. Susan sat at the dinner table at her dad's place and tried to get used to her new reality. But something wasn't right. None of this was right, and there was no way she could ever begin trying to deny it. It was wrong. Very wrong. She looked around the kitchen, saw the cigarette stubs all over the place. She saw the empty beer bottles Dad had tried to hide. She saw the stacks of dishes, flies buzzing around some of them. And there was the smell, too. The smell of a home that had been left to waste. The smell of an unhappy home. "Susan, you okay?" Susan heard Dad's voice and she jolted. She saw him sitting across the breakfast bar from her. They were eating cereal, although the milk was sour and turning off. Tommy was between them. Susan nodded at Dad, half smiled. "Yeah, I'm all right." "You seem distant. If there's anything you want to get off your chest, Susie, you know you can talk to me, right?" Susan looked into her dad's eyes, and she just felt lost. This was a moment she never thought would happen, a scenario she never thought she'd witness. In her old life, it was always something she was going to avoid, that she was never going to have to worry about because Dad was gone, and he was never coming back. And in a sense, she was okay with that. But now... Dad wolfed down some of the Frosties. Some of the milk slurped down his stubbly chin. He looked up from the bowl at Susan, and he smiled. But Susan didn't smile back. Because she couldn't do this anymore. She put down her spoon and stood. Dad frowned. "Susan?" I can't do this." "Can't do what? Talk to me, Susie." "All this," she shouted. Her voice came out louder than she'd intended. It felt like the room shook when she spoke. Dad was silent, frowning. Tommy looked on, concerned. "I can't do this," she said.
All this Susie stuff, all this I'll look after you stuff. But it's true. I haven't seen you for 5 years, Dad, Susan said. When I last saw you, you were telling me to get out of your car because you never wanted to see me again, to burn everything to do with you because as far as you were concerned, I'd chosen Mum. You scared me so many times. Dad shook his head. His eyes drifted downwards. I wasn't myself back then, Susan. I wasn't the man I've become. What, a drinker? Living like this? Is that the better man? Is that the better you? It's a lonely life, Dad said. One thing you've got to remember is that I lost everyone close to me, love. I lost everything. And sure, I made some mistakes. I did some bad things. But I'm your dad, and nothing can change that. And that's why I'm here for you. That's why I'm going to look after you, no matter what it takes. Susan looked into her dad's eyes, and she felt something. Not so much sympathy, but pity. This man she used to be so afraid of had lost everything, and he'd also lost all his power in the process, all his menace. I used to be terrified of you, Susan said. Dad tutted, shook his head. You didn't have to be scared of... I did, she said, because of the things you used to say, the things you used to say you'd do. I'll never forget the way Mum used to cry, how she used to tell me everything's going to be okay, but how I felt like you could step into my life and ruin it again, all in one moment. And where's your Mum now, There was a lick of malice to his voice, a slipping of the mask that Susan didn't like. Why aren't you with her if she's so good? He asked. Why isn't she by your side if she cares about you so much? Because we got lost. She's got her own problems, mostly caused by you. I love her to death, but she's weak because of you. But I'm not weak. I'm my own person now. I don't need looking after, not anymore. She looked at Dad's shocked expression, and then at Tommy. I don't doubt you want to fix things, Susan said, as hard as it was to say. I don't doubt you want to make things right, but I don't need saving anymore, Dad. I've lost so much, too. Everything. In just the last few days. I lost my friends. My Mum's God knows where, and I'm on my own. But I'm doing what I'm doing for Tommy, and I'm doing whatever I can to make sure he's safe, and that's what I'll keep on doing, because I don't need looking after anymore. It's time I started thinking about other people. She stood up. Dad stood too. He was crying, shaking. Don't leave me, Susie. Please. She looked at him, and she felt a tear rolling down her cheek too, because as much as she didn't sympathize, she pitied. He wanted to change. He wanted to be the dad he never was, but he couldn't be, not anymore. Because the longer he was around, the more she fell back into her old habits, the more she lost what made her, her. She walked towards Dad, stopped right before him, and then she held out her arms. She didn't say anything, and neither did he. He just fell into her arms. Tears rolled down his face. He cried, whined like a baby, and Susan held on to him tighter. Don't leave me, Susie. Don't. Please. She felt his grip tightening, suffocating. That fear from her youth returning again. I have to go. No, he said, grip tightening even more. You're not going. You're not leaving. 'Cause you're mine. You're mine to protect. You're mine. You're... She smacked him on the back of the head, and he loosened his grip. She stepped back, grabbed Tommy's hand, got her breath back, and looked into the eyes of this pitiful beast before her. I'm not your little girl anymore, she said. I'm not your Susie anymore. I'm something better now. She turned around.
walked towards the door, held her breath. Behind her, Susan heard Dad crying. "No, Susie, please, please." She stopped at the door. One final moment. One final chance to change her mind, to give up her control and slip back into the way she used to be. She looked around, looked at Dad perched there on his knees. "Don't leave your dad alone. Not like this." She wiped away her tears. "I'm sorry," she said. "I hope you'll be okay, that you'll find something, truly." She opened the front door and went to step outside. "You're just a bitch like your mum, a poisonous, evil little bitch." She stopped then, turned back around, looked at him, the anger in his eyes, the hate in his face, the way it turned to sadness in an instant. "I didn't mean that, Susie. Please." "But you did mean that," Susan said, "and that's the problem." They were silent. Susie stood there, held Tommy's hand. "Goodbye, Dad," she said. "No, Susan, don't!" She slammed the front door shut, turned around, looked at Tommy, smiled. "Come on, you. We'd better get moving." The pair of them disappeared up the road, into the sun, towards whatever lay ahead. For the first time in her life, Susan felt free. Chapter 50. Emma knew they had the right house the moment she saw it, and when they saw it, they knew it was just a case of waiting. The bikes were out front. The house itself was a converted bungalow down a quiet cul-de-sac. It looked like the rest of the road had been abandoned, deserted for the most part. There was movement in the house, candlelight flickering, voices. It was late, had to be the early hours. Emma knew it was just a case of waiting now. "I say we just go in there," Jean said. "Take 'em by surprise, make 'em pay." "It's not as simple as that," Calvin said. "They outnumber us." "And how does waiting for them to go quiet and go in there stealthily change that? One of them wakes up, we're screwed. What do we do then?" Calvin was quiet, like he was really considering things. "It's not my idea of what we should do," he said. "I never wanted to come back here in the first place. I was always well aware of the risks. But we're here, so if we're here, we'd better do it properly." He looked at Emma, half smiled. "Things are going to be okay, one way or another. You're going to wait outside, keep watch, make sure nobody else comes. If they do, here." He handed her a dog whistle. "You blow that. It'll sound like a bird to someone else, but it'll be different enough to us that it'll be a signal. That's our cue to get out of there, to escape." Emma held the dog whistle in her hand. It didn't sit right with her. Something felt wrong about it. She put the whistle down and stood. "I'm coming inside." Calvin frowned. "What?" "If anyone has the best chance of being quiet, it's me. I'm the smallest, the lightest. I can go in there. I can get her out if she's tied up or something. And then I can give you a signal if I need help." Calvin shook his head almost immediately. "Not a chance. You can't go in there, Emma." "Why not?" "Because it's too dangerous." Emma looked around at the house. "I know it's dangerous," she said. "I'm not stupid, but sometimes friends do crazy things for each other." She looked back at Calvin, half smiled. Calvin shook his head. He looked over at Jean for approval. "Tell me you aren't behind this madness, too." Jean opened her mouth, hesitated a little. Calvin shook his head. "I knew it." "Well, it's not the worst idea in the world," Jean said. "You're talking about sending a little girl in to save Candice. You know what they'll do to her if they find her." "And you know what they'll do to all of us if they find us," Jean said. "It's like you say, it's a shitty situation. But, well, Candice is one of us, so we'd better step up. If we don't, we might as well not have bothered at all." Calvin perched there, shaking his head. I can't endorse this. Emma walked over to his side. I know you're just trying to keep us safe, in your own way. I know you don't want to abandon anyone, or lose anyone else. I know why you ran at the motorway bridge. I know you were scared, just like the rest of us. And you're scared now, too. We all are. But we have to do what we can. This is the best idea. Calvin shook his head. You're mad, you know that? Absolutely batshit crazy. Emma shrugged. I guess. You're right, though, he said. I did what I did because I was afraid. But I never wanted to abandon you. I never wanted to leave any of you. I didn't see how I could save you. And right now, I can't see how this is going to work either. I don't want to lose anyone else. I've already lost far too many people in my life. My brother, my friends. Parents treated me like shit, told me I was a coward all my damned life. But you're right. If this is the route we're going down, this is our best shot. Emma nodded at him, grateful for the approval. She waited for the candlelight to go out. Then she turned to the others. It's time, she said. She turned around towards the house, and she walked. When she reached the house, she spotted her first problem. The front door was closed. She didn't want to risk opening it. She had to try something else. She scanned the house, peeked through the windows. Most of them were curtained. When she reached the lounge window, she saw the front room. 4 of them were asleep in there, all of them lying back against the sofa, some on the floor, drinks by their side, cigarettes, too. It looked like they were flat out, which meant she had a chance. She crept around the other side of the house and saw an open window. It was only partly open, so she was going to have to be careful not to make too much noise. She reached it, pulled it open just a little. It creaked loudly. She went still. And then she took a few breaths, listened for some kind of sign of movement from the living room, and then climbed in through the window. She landed as lightly as she could, tried to get a sense of her surroundings as she stood there in the darkness, heart racing. The danger of her immediate situation built up. She needed to do what she was here to do. Find Candice. Get her out of here. Simple as that. She turned around and scanned the room. It was empty. She walked through it, across the floor, towards the door. Then she felt something squeak underfoot. She looked down, saw she'd stepped on a child's squeaky toy. She held her breath, skin crawling. Waited for a sound from the living room. Nothing. A close call. She let go of her breath and lowered the door handle. She pulled it open as slowly as she could, listened to it creak all the way, gritting her teeth all the time. And then she saw the hallway and another door opposite her. She walked into that hallway, heart racing, body filled with fear. She chanced a glance to her right, over to that living room. She could see one of the lads there, snoring. She lowered her head, turned back to the door, made her way towards it. Then she heard a voice. Mum. Mum. She froze, went still, looked around again. She saw it was one of the guys sleep-talking. She felt like falling through a hole in the ground, turned back to the door, reached it, opened it with her shaking hand. She had to hope this was the one. She had to pray it was the one. When she opened the door, she saw something. Something that filled her with relief. Candice was sitting on a chair. She was looking right at Emma, relief on her face, gagged but clearly smiling. But that wasn't all. Candice wasn't the only one in here. She looked by her side at the man tied to the chair, just like Candice, made eye contact, and her heart skipped a beat. Logan? Chapter 51. Logan stared up at Emma as she tried to free him from the ties around his wrists, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. All this walking, all this trying to find her, walking into a trap, finding himself cornered. And now here she was. Here she was, the one rescuing him. The woman who Logan had come here to rescue was free of her ties now. She'd got out of the window, escaped. It was just Emma and him, like it used to be. She pulled the gag from his mouth. Emma. Shh, we'll wake them. It's not safe here, Logan said. You need to go. No, Emma said. She looked right into his eyes. I found you, she said. Helped you, just like you helped me. Now come on, we need to get out of here. We need to go. Logan didn't know what to say. He could only sit there as Emma cut away at the ties around his wrists. She'd come to save her friend, and she'd found him here too. The ties around his wrists came free, and he broke them away. Now just the feet, Emma said. She cut away at them. Logan helped her, fully aware they were in big trouble if anyone heard. He couldn't envisage that for Emma. Couldn't gamble with those kinds of risks. They had to be very careful. It's almost, Emma said, struggling. Emma, it's okay. I've got it from here. But I've got it from here. You need to go outside. You need to get out of here. You need to leave. Now. He looked into her eyes, and he knew that this could be goodbye. After all this, finally a proper goodbye. At least she was okay. At least she was safe. And at least she was strong. Emma started. Then Logan heard a voice down the corridor. He froze, went deadly still. Someone was awake, and they were walking towards this room. Logan nodded at Emma to leave, but she didn't. She still reached down, worked at untying the ties around his ankles. Emma, he whispered. No. Emma. She looked up at him as those footsteps got nearer, and Logan could tell from the look in her eyes that she understood fully what this was. This was her opportunity. This was her chance. This was goodbye. She looked at him, face blushing, head shaking, eyes watering. Go and live your life, Logan said. I'll never forget what you did for me. She shook her head again. Those footsteps got closer. Closer. Go! Logan shouted. Emma went to turn around, but it was too late. There was a man standing at the door. He looked inside the room, scanned it from side to side, and then he lifted the knife in his hand. Well, he said, what do we have here? He didn't finish. Something smacked him over the head. He fell to the floor, twitching, blood spurting from his cracked skull. Standing at the other side of him was another man. Calvin? Emma said. The man called Calvin rushed across the room, over to Emma. Come on, he said. We have to get out of here now. There's not much time. But Logan... It's okay, Logan said. Go without me. Get yourself out of here, now. No, Emma shouted. The guy called Calvin looked at Emma and Logan. More voices picking up in that front room. More shouting. More moving in their direction. And then he walked across the room over to the window, smashed the glass. He picked up some of that glass and sliced the ties around his ankles away. Go! Get out of here! All of you! Emma reached the window first. Logan lifted her up, eased her out. She turned around. But Calvin... Logan clambered up the side of the house, too, climbed through that window. He looked back, and he saw the guy called Calvin standing there in the room, the group behind him, knives raised. Calvin looked right at Emma, and as a tear rolled down his face, he smiled. I did what I could for you, he said. For my friends. I did what I could. I'm not a coward. Not anymore. And then the group surrounded him and stabbed him. His time was already up. No! Emma shouted. Logan held her hand. Then he knew there was no time to waste. He pulled her away from the house, around the front of it. Emma! He turned, saw the girl, Candice, who Emma had freed, Beside her, another girl. They were on bikes. "Come on," Logan said. "This is our escape." They ran over to the bikes, climbed onto each one. Just as they were about to leave, Logan heard the voice. "Don't let them get away!" He looked around and saw the men running outside the house, towards them. And then he went to the final bike and sliced its tires. "Come on," he said. "We need to go." He checked Emma was on her bike, checked they were all good to go. And as the guys from the house got nearer, Logan took a deep breath, and then he cycled. Calvin felt the pain splitting through his body. He tasted blood, shook all over. Even breathing hurt. He wanted to cry, but instead, there was something else, as he lay there on the floor. He knew he'd done something good. He knew he'd slowed the guys down. He knew he'd saved his friends. He knew he wasn't a coward. He took a painful deep breath, smiled, and then everything went black. Chapter 52. It took Jack and Hazel a few days to reach Wayne's university home. The house was empty. There were signs of life all over the place. Beer bottles scattered around, a bicycle filling up the lounge, playing cards on the floor, all the signs of a group of guys living together. Except he wasn't here. None of them were here. He'd walked out of Birmingham with Hazel then, away from the city, away from the chaos. There was nothing good for them there. The cities were all going to collapse even more than they already had. The only place to go now was the countryside. And without a home, Jack had to start thinking about survival. He sat in front of a campfire, Hazel at the other side of it. And as he sat there, feeling its warmth, he could see from the wide look in Hazel's eyes that she was mourning. Mourning for a husband who was on the other side of the country, and for a son who was elsewhere. "We've got to be relieved," Jack said. "As hard as it might be to take, he's got out of the city. He's left that place. He's a smart lad." "You don't know a thing about him," Hazel said. "Don't pretend to." Jack sighed. "I could sit here and pretend I never meant to walk out of his life, that I never wanted to turn my back on you, or him, or anyone. But I did. I can't change what I did." "You know why you turned your back on him really, Jack. Don't pretend there's any other reason than the truth." Jack thought back to the accident, the car crash that took India's life. The story Hazel told him about how it was Wayne who'd distracted her, and that deep-seated resentment he hadn't been able to shake since. "I don't blame him for what happened," Jack said. "But you do," Hazel said, "just like you blamed me. You did it because you were hurting, because you needed to blame someone for it all to make sense. We all do it, but nothing changes the fact of what happened, Jack. We lost a daughter. We lost our little girl. It was a horrible accident, and she was taken away from us, but it wasn't anyone's—" "The car failed its MOT," Jack said. Hazel's eyes narrowed. "What?" Jack's heart raced. A secret he'd held for years, welling up inside, begging to burst out. "The car," Jack said. "I knew the brakes weren't right, but You don't think, do you? Not until it's already too late. Not until—" He stopped, looked away. He couldn't bear to look at Hazel anymore. "So you knew," Hazel said. Jack looked at her through the flames. "All this time," she said, "all these years of lashing out at everyone but yourself." "I lashed out because of what I did, Hazel," he said. "I lashed out because I... He stopped. He couldn't say it, couldn't admit it, but he knew what he'd done. "I never meant to hurt anyone," he said. "That's why I left, and that's why it's good that I did." He turned away, went to stand, to get away from here. But then he felt something. Hazel's hand on his. She was looking at him, crying.
"It wasn't your fault, Jack," she said. "It wasn't your fault."
He stood there, and he felt something rare, a tear welling in his eyes. And then he grabbed Hazel, and he hugged her tight. He felt all these years of pain all building up to this moment, waking up to reality once and for all. He pulled away and looked Hazel in the eye.
"Our boy's going to be okay," she said. "He's tough, like his dad was."
Jack smiled, nodded.
"We'd better figure out what we're going to do next," she said.
Jack looked over her shoulder. He took a deep breath and nodded as he peered into the distance, into the darkness. "We're going to go back to Stan's farm," he said. "We're going to save Villain, and we're going to take that farm for ourselves." Chapter 53. Wayne stepped up to the shelter and braced himself for the worst. The night was dark, but it was punctuated by the flames that were sprouting from this shelter. There were no signs of the people who'd caused it, only that they'd beaten Wayne here. They'd burned this place to the ground, ransacked it of its supplies, and they'd left it in a disastrous state. Wayne walked slowly inside the burning remains of the shelter. There were some people still inside here, trying to salvage what was left. Others lay in their beds, dead. The counters had been toppled. The people dressed in military uniforms had been executed. It didn't matter how much authority they thought they had. It didn't matter for anything when they faced a force stronger than they were. Wayne scanned the surroundings. The blood, the gunshots, the flames. It looked like the group had hit some time ago, and hit hard. Wayne really thought he had a chance. But looking at it now, he realized how wrong he'd been. All his struggle to get here for nothing. All his abandoning of his original goal for nothing. But no, he couldn't just accept that. It wasn't for nothing. Not yet. He tightened his fists and searched. He found himself caught in déjà vu. He remembered searching those trains just a few days ago for a trace of Candice, finding that trace of her, only for it to be in vain after all. And now here he was, searching for Bella, searching for Mrs. Fuzzles, just hoping he found a trace of them, not wanting to face up to the reality that he might be without them, that he might be alone, only totally this time. He moved over to the beds where they'd slept when he stopped. There was a woman on her side on the floor. She was staring up at Wayne, clearly in agony, blood trickling between her teeth, arm twisted, contorted in an impossible direction. She had a gunshot wound right in the middle of her stomach. "Alana," Wayne said. Wayne crouched by her side, put a shaking hand to her face. He didn't want to see anyone in pain, didn't want to see anyone suffering. He wanted to focus on his own goals. But they didn't matter when there were people here who needed comforting. "What happened here?" Wayne asked, even though he already knew. He just needed to hear it for himself. And he needed to hear just how much chance there was of finding Bella and Mrs. Fuzzles at all. Alana twisted onto her side, bleeding out onto the ground, clutching onto her stomach.
"This group, they came out of nowhere. Opened fire, burned it down. They took things, took the cars, took everything they could, and they took people."
Wayne tasted bitterness in his mouth. He knew what Alana was implying. Women. A few days of disarray and already society was sliding towards its darkest primal states.
"Bella," Wayne said, "the woman I was with, did you see her?"
Alana frowned like she wasn't totally sure who Wayne meant.
I don't...
"With the cat, remember? With the cat." In that instant, Alana's eyes lit up. She smiled.
"The funny cat," she said. And And the girl who loved you.
Her voice trailed off. Her eyes went still. Her body turned to stone. Wayne crouched there, heart racing. He thought about those final words. The girl who loved you. He should never have walked away from here. He should never have left this place. He sat there in this mess, and he knew he couldn't let it faze him. He couldn't let it ruin him. He had to keep on going, to keep on pushing, keep on searching. He closed the woman's eyes and stood. Then he headed further through this shelter, through this hell. He saw the bodies around him, saw the items discarded on the floor, the wrappers from food rations, the spilled cigarettes. He saw the eyes of men, women, children, and he wondered why it had to be this way, why there had to be such chaos, such violence. If people came together, if they really pulled together and trusted one another, they could work towards something better. But that wasn't the world they lived in. He walked towards the back of the shelter when he saw something that made him freeze. There was a lead. He walked over towards that lead, and he felt his bottom lip turning. He felt the tears building up, the sense of loss radiating through him as he got closer to it. He reached down, picked it up. Ashes fell from it. Mrs. Fuzzle's lead. He lifted it to his chest and held it close. Tears started building up. He'd tried to tell himself he had no connection to that cat, no bond. But seeing it like this, seeing what it represented, so much loss.
"I'm sorry," Wayne said. "I'm sorry I couldn't get to you in time. I'm sorry I couldn't do more."
He looked back down at that lead, at the bodies, at the chaos around him, and he knew he'd made a mistake.
"I should never have left here," he said. "I should never have left you. I should—"
"Wayne?" Wayne froze. He spun around. Bella was standing there, Mrs. Fuzzles in her arms. The chaos and the destruction all around him blended into the background. All of it disappeared. All of it became irrelevant.
"Bella,"
he said. He stumbled towards her. There was no holding his emotion back, not anymore.
"Wayne,"
she said, crying, hair matted, clothes partly burned. And then he opened his arms, and she fell into them.
"I'm here,"
he said.
They attacked and—"
"Shh, it's okay. I'm here now. I'm sorry. I'm here now."
He held Bella close, Mrs. Fuzzles squashed between them. And as he stood there, he felt warmth building inside, because everything he cared most about was right here in his arms. Chapter 54. It was light when Logan and the group finally got far enough away from the houses to know that they were safe. Or safe for now, at least. He was exhausted. He needed sleep. Hungry, too. But all of that seemed to drift into the background because of the adrenaline rush of what had happened. The capture. Emma helping him flee. Watching the guy called Calvin sacrifice himself to save them. And then their escape. They stood on a hill just outside of town. They were well into the countryside now. The sunrise was beautiful and orange as it peeked over the horizon. All around, Logan saw farms. He saw cows in the fields. He smelled the countryside in the air, tasted it on his lips. And it struck him that in all his rush and all the drama that had gone down, he'd never really taken a moment to sit back and appreciate the fact that he was out. He was free. He wasn't a prisoner, not anymore. But he only had to look at the girls called Jean and Candice to know that his judgment in this world wasn't over yet. They were sitting together, looking at him like so many had looked at him, judgmentally, like they thought they knew him. And Logan knew it didn't matter what positive actions he committed. It didn't matter how much he fought to prove he wasn't the monster they all thought he was. None of that mattered. because he was still Logan the Butcher in their eyes, and nothing could change that. He could only keep on trying to do the right thing and hope people saw that. Logan looked at Emma then, saw her sitting alone, wide-eyed, pale, thinner already than he remembered. He smiled at her, and she smiled back at him. "Logan." The voice came from ahead of him. When he looked, he saw Candice standing over him. "We need to talk," she said. Logan and Candice stood alone under a tree. Jean watched from afar. Emma was with her too, watching at all times. He knew it was because Emma was concerned about him, but Jean was worried about what he might do. "You say you came to that house to rescue me?" Candice said. Logan looked at her, her gaze averted. She didn't really make eye contact with him, like she didn't want to entertain he might be human, that there might be more to him than the stories she'd read. "I saw you on the back of that bike. I couldn't just leave you." "Am I supposed to believe that?" Logan shrugged. "I'm here now, right?" Candice looked away, back towards Emma. "Emma vouches for you." Logan looked over towards her, saw her looking in their direction. "She's a bright kid." "But she's still a kid, and kids are impressionable." Logan nodded. "They are." Candice scanned him, really studied him, like she was trying to figure him out. I don't know the truth about your past. I know you protested your innocence. To be honest, I'm not particularly keen on hearing you protest your innocence to me. The fact is, we're all here. We've all done things. But Emma vouches for you. She said you had her back. So tell me, what were you doing out here, all on your own?" Logan looked away this time. "If I told you I was looking for Emma because I was worried about her, would you believe me?" Candice didn't respond. "You should join us," she said. Logan looked at her, smiled. "I'm not sure your friend will like that too much." "Jean's frosty," Candice said, "but she's all right when you get to know her." Logan smiled. "And you?" "What about me?" "Will you give me a chance? Will you get to know me? Will you let me get to know you?" Candice looked away again. Our main focus is getting somewhere safe. Shelter." Logan nodded. "It is, and you should do that, but you should do that without me." Candice frowned. "What?" "I've had time to think, on my own, and I think that's how it should be, on my own. You're right when you say you don't know a thing about my crimes, about the things I supposedly did or didn't do. But I see the way people look at me, and I know that trust is going to become a problem. When things get tough, when push comes to shove. So it might be easy for you to say you'll trust me now, that you want me on board now. But what about when things go to shit? What about then?" Candice took a few minutes to speak, then she shook her head. "You can't just walk away. Where will you go?" Logan looked off over the horizon. "I'll find somewhere." He looked into Candice's eyes, and he smiled. "You'll look after Emma. You're strong. You'll find a way to make sure you look after each other. I know that, at least." "And what about what I think?" Logan turned. So too did Candice. Emma was standing right there. Logan cleared his throat, looked away. "Emma, I saved you," she said. I didn't want to leave you." "And you're safe now."
"But I don't want you to go."
"Emma, I have to."
You promised you'd look out for me."
"I've done what I can for you."
"This isn't about me," Emma said. "It's about you. It's about what you think you deserve and what you don't deserve."
He looked at her then, right in her eyes. "Emma, it's not."
"You don't think you deserve a family. You don't think you deserve friends. And maybe you don't. But I want you here. We all want you here. So what about us, Logan? What about us?
Logan looked away from Emma, right at Candice. She stared right into his eyes now, too.
I can't pretend I'm sure about you, Candice said. I can't just trust someone like you. You know that. You have to live with it. But I do know this girl here believes in you, so I suggest you don't let her down, that you don't let any of us down.
Logan stood there, heard Candice's words. He looked at Emma.
Please? She said.
He looked off over the horizon, envisaged that life on his own, a life where he didn't have to worry about what other people thought, a life where he could hide away, where he could just be himself. Then he saw the hopeful eyes of this little girl, the girl who'd believed in him, the girl who'd trusted him. He saw her, and he knew what he had to do. "Okay," he said. Emma frowned.
"What?"
"Okay," Logan said. I'll stay with you, with your people. I'll... Then something else that took Logan by surprise. Emma threw herself into his arms. He recoiled, pulled back a bit, because he didn't deserve this love. He didn't deserve any of it. But then he put a hand on her back and felt her warmth. Close.
"Thank you,"
she said. Logan swallowed a lump in his throat as he looked right at Emma. "No," he said. Thank you." He held her close, and then they walked away from the tree, back towards Jean. The four of them stood together.
"What now then, squad?"
Jean asked. Candice looked at Logan. Emma looked at Logan. All of them looked at Logan. Logan looked back, over the horizon, over at the sun rising and beaming beautifully over the landscape. "We find a new home," Logan said. "We start again, together." Chapter 55. It was on the 5th day that Susan finally found hope. The skies were blue. The sun was warm today, but not quite as intense. As she walked, she felt like a weight had lifted from her shoulders, like she was more relaxed, more at ease. She knew it was because of what happened yesterday. Facing up to her dad, once and for all. Telling him that she wasn't his little girl anymore, that she'd grown, and that she couldn't become his little girl again. Because she was stronger now, she was better now, and he would only drag her down and hold her back. She looked to her left and saw Tommy by her side. There was something different about him, something that warmed her. She realized he was smiling.
"What you grinning about?" she asked.
Tommy looked up at her as he walked down the road by her side.
"Me and my mom used to get ice cream down here," he said, "when it was sunny."
There was something different about how he said it this time, though, like he wasn't longing for her. He was thinking of the good times. As hard as it was, he was thinking about the good times. That was something. It was progress. Susan knew how grief worked. She barely had time to grieve herself, but she'd grieved in different ways in her life. In the early days, the good memories were only tinged with sadness. But in time, as the days went on, more happy memories surfaced, more positive memories emerged. And soon the happiness replaced the sadness.
"Well, I can't promise ice cream," Susan said, "but we can have another of my favorites."
Tommy looked at her, frowned.
"What?"
"How about a nice big scoop of pretend ice?"
"What's pretend ice?"
"It's exactly what it sounds like, young man." She pretended to climb behind the window of an ice cream van, pretended to scoop something from the air, plonked it on top of a fake cone, popped a pretend flake in, then handed it towards Tommy.
"Pretend ice. It really is delicious. Try it."
Tommy looked at her, baffled.
"That's stupid."
"Stupid?" Susan said. She took a lick of the cone, pulled out the flake, crunched down on it, imagined its rich flavors filling her mouth. She wolfed the whole thing down, crunched on the cone, wiped her hands, and sighed with pleasure. Well, suit yourself, but it really is delicious. Sure you don't want one? Tommy didn't protest, so she pretended to scoop another one into another cone. Want a flake? Tommy nodded. Any sauce? Strawberry, Tommy said. Strawberry, heaps of it, the juiciest, tastiest strawberries in the land. She pretended to pour that sauce over the cone and salivated at the thought. Then she held it out to Tommy. Quick, before it melts. Tommy reached out into thin air. He took it from her. Careful you don't drop it. He smirked. Now go on, try it. See what you think. Tommy closed his eyes. Then, with a smile on his face, he took a lick of the ice cream. She saw the smile stretch across his face, saw him open his eyes, the way they widened with joy. See? Susan said. Good, eh? Tommy nodded, and he bit at the pretend flake. He enjoyed it, tucked into it. And Susan couldn't shake the emotion she felt at seeing this boy who'd lost so much, who'd suffered so much already, just enjoying one of life's simple pleasures. He finished eating it, and then he held his hand out. Another? Another? Sure. Why the hell not, eh? If the world's ending, who cares if we get fat? She pretended to make more ice creams. Tommy laughed. She laughed. And at that moment, she felt the lightness inside her build some more. Because she could look after Tommy. She could be here for him. She was strong enough. She took a deep breath, put a hand on his back, and he looked and smiled at her. Thank you, he said. Susan smiled. For what? For everything. Susan felt herself welling up. She crouched down, hugged him. I'm never going to let you go, Tommy, she said. I'm never going to leave you, and I'm going to stay here for you no matter what. You know that, right? She pulled away, and she saw something, just for a moment, a glimmer of darkness in Tommy's eyes. You can't promise that, he said. It made Susan feel shivers up her arms, just a little, because she knew he was right. She couldn't make promises like that. Nobody could. But then the darkness of the moment faded, and Tommy smiled again. Another pretend ice? He asked. Susan laughed. She went to scoop some fake ice cream for him. And then she saw movement in the corner of her eyes, and she heard a voice. Hello, the man said. She spun around, grabbed Tommy's hand instinctively, froze. The man standing there was dressed in police uniform. He was holding a rifle, smiling. You don't need to be afraid, he said. Who are you? I'm Ben, and I'm here to tell you that you don't have to worry anymore. I'm here to tell you there's a place just up the road. What kind of place? His wide smile stretched even further. A home. Chapter 56. It didn't take Jack long to find Stan's farm again. When he saw it, he stopped. Hazel was by his side. He stared down the hill towards it. There were a few houses near it, fields surrounding it, barns filled with cows and sheep. It was quite a large area in all truth. Hell of a lot of land, crops growing, a perfect example of self-sustainability, which interested Jack. Because he saw this not only as a chance to rid the farm of the bastards who killed Stan, not only a chance to reunite with Villain, but an opportunity to find a better home for himself, for Hazel, if she wanted it. He held the binoculars and peered into the darkness. He could still smell the sourness from muck that had been spread. He figured the farm vehicles were older and hadn't been affected by the EMP much. There weren't many vehicles that had survived the blackout, not many on the roads or anything like that. But Jack could see where farm vehicles could come in handy. They could rebuild this place, maintain it, make it home. What are you thinking? Hazel asked. Jack looked at her as he crouched there in the grass. Nothing much. Liar,
I can tell when you're thinking about something. Always have been able to. Jack took a deep breath. This place, if we take it, we can make it a working home. Home? Hazel asked. Jack looked back at her. It's time we faced up to the fact we're not going to find much in the way of help out there. And the help we do find won't last. Not if this blackout goes on like this. So it's time we started trying something different, trying to find something more self-sustainable. How's that sound? Hazel tilted her head. She didn't look totally certain. Wayne's lost, Pete's lost. I'm stuck out here with my ex-husband contemplating moving in with him again. Today's been a weird day. Jack laughed, and Hazel laughed too. She looked at him, and he felt old wounds healing, even though things would never go back to the way they were, even though he was sure he didn't want them to. He was at least grateful for the time he'd spent with Hazel today, in a weird kind of way. So what do you say? Jack said. Try and take the place and then go from there? Hazel shrugged, nodded. I reckon that's probably the wisest option. How do you plan on taking it anyway? Jack narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead at the farm. He didn't have any guns. They had a few. It wasn't going to be easy. He wanted to minimize destruction, which ruled out anything like burning. I think I've got an idea, he said. Hazel nodded. Then whatever your crazy idea is, let me in on it? It's funny, Jack said. What? All those times you told me I was living in a fantasy world, that my fears of something happening were unfounded. Hazel rolled her eyes. Oh, here we go. The humble brag. I'm just saying. Yeah, well, we're not safe yet, are we? Good point. He turned away from Hazel then and looked back at the farm. If this goes wrong, Jack said, if it doesn't work out, I want you to promise me something. Hazel looked at him, narrowed her eyes. What? Wayne, he said, if you see him again, tell him I'm sorry. Tell him I never stopped caring. Tell him I tried. She opened her mouth like she wasn't sure, like she was going to protest. And then she just took a deep breath and sighed. I'll do what I can, she said. Jack nodded. He turned and faced the farm, scanned it for people. He knew where he had to go. He knew what he had to do. Time to go get ourselves a new home, he said. Chapter 57. Jamie Harper opened his eyes and smiled. He'd always wanted to live on a farm. Cruel irony in a way that it had taken the end of the frigging world as he knew it for him to get what he wanted. It was a shame what happened to the farmer. He seemed like a decent man, an honorable man. But he'd had to fall, because men like that were stubborn. Honorable, but stubborn. If he were a bit stronger, maybe he'd have stopped Jamie and his people taking his farm. His loss. He got up and walked towards the window. The fields were beautiful. He could see tractors in there, cows in there. Really, to look at it all, you wouldn't know anything was wrong with the world from here. This was how it should be, really. Self-sustainable, not relying on power, not being beholden to electricity and social media and all that crap. Just truly in touch with the world. He didn't know a hell of a lot about farming, but then what did he need to know, really? He'd learn. If farmers had been learning for years, then he'd learn too. How hard was it to milk a few cows, to kill a few to eat them, to breed them? It couldn't be all that difficult. And the crops, well, straightforward. It had to be. He'd learn. He'd adapt. But his priority was making sure they secured this place so that idiots like the guy they'd run into yesterday didn't come ruining their fun. He thought back to that guy. Jack. He didn't like him. He was stubborn. He should have shot him dead right there. He hoped he'd got the message he needed. One more chance. He was a forgiving guy, after all. He hoped he'd learned his lesson. Heard it loud and clear.
He walked across the kitchen and past the bedrooms. He could hear Bill snoring in the first room. Lazy bastard. He was a decent guy. All of them were. But one thing was for sure. If he had to cut them loose, he would. Nobody crossed him. This was his place. The sooner they realized they were just guests, that they didn't have the same rights as he had, the better. He reached the final bedroom and saw the door was open. He stopped by it, frowned. This was Ben's room. He wasn't in there. Maybe he just got up, gone out for a walk. He walked a little further and saw the back door was ajar. He frowned some more, went to push it. Then he saw the cows were loose in the grounds outside. Shit. He rushed outside. That idiot had left the door open and let the cows roam in the grounds outside. He was in trouble when he got his hands on him. Big trouble. He gathered the cows, called them all together with relative ease. He felt boosted by it. Maybe he had a knack for farming after all. Come on, girl. Get your fat arse through those gates. He pushed them into the barns when he saw something sitting in one of the feeders. He couldn't figure it out at first. It looked like Ben had fed the cows, which was something. But there was something in that first feeder that the cow was showing a real interest in. Sniffing at. Biting. Something red. Something... Jamie felt vomit creep up his throat. The realization of what he was looking at dawned on him, especially when he saw the eyes. Ben. Ben's body. A cow feasting on it. He turned around to Jamie, and he growled. Jamie spun around and threw up on the ground in front of him. The image of the cows feasting on that body etched into his mind. Panic overtook him. Something had happened. This wasn't ordinary. Someone had done this. He needed to warn the others. He rushed back towards the farmhouse. When he reached it, the back door was closed. He frowned. He didn't think he'd closed it. But that didn't matter now. Time was of the essence. He rushed inside, reached Bill's bedroom. That's when it really dawned on him. Bill's bedroom door was wide open. Jamie's heart raced. His throat tightened. He stepped around that doorway and braced himself, hunting rifle in hand now. When he saw the scene opposite him, his entire body sank. Bill lay on the bed. He looked peaceful, somewhat relaxed on his back. But his throat had been cut. The blood sprayed up onto the ceiling. His eyes wide and shocked. Jamie went to stagger out of the bedroom when he felt something behind him. Something in his way. Then something cold to his throat, and a breath in his ear. And the growl of a dog. Villain's growl. You made a big mistake, the voice said. Jamie tried to swing around, tried to struggle, but it was already too late. The coldness of the knife slit his throat. The man behind him held him as blood spurted out all over the carpet ahead of him. He blinked, tried to struggle free, tried to swing his shotgun around, but he didn't have the energy. He didn't have it in him. The rifle tumbled out of his hand and fell to the floor. And then Jamie's knees weakened, and he fell too. He rolled onto his side, his throat spurting, unable to breathe, choking. He looked up, his vision blurred, trying to make sense of everything. And then he saw the man standing over him, and his body went numb. It was Jack, villain by his side. I made a promise to Stan, he said. I wouldn't let you people ruin his legacy. I'd protect it, at all costs. He reached for the hunting rifle, freed it from Jamie's loose grip, stood over him, pointed it at him, watched him choke. You should have just been reasonable, he said. His finger tickled the trigger. Jamie tried to say something as he crouched there, struggling. He tried to curse him, tried to writhe free of this mess. But then he found himself face flat on the floor, trying to drag himself closer to Jack, body damp with his own blood. He dragged himself closer to him, grabbed the tip of the rifle, and in a miserable gesture, he wished Jack would just pull that trigger. Just end it. End this pain. End this choking. He looked up with the little strength he had left, right into Jack's eyes. "Don't kid yourself," Jack said, lifting the rifle. "I don't want you to mess the carpet any more than you already have." Jamie clutched his neck. He tried to stretch out his hand, tried to reach Jack. Just one punch. Just one. But then his muscles went weak. His body went still. His vision went black. Still conscious, still struggling, still desperate. He thought of his family, thought of his mother, thought of the life he'd left behind. He thought of her, and he felt happiness. Then he heard Jack's voice, and his happiness, as he drifted off, was replaced by fear. "Sleep tight," Jack said. Then, nothing. Chapter 58. Jack sat on the porch of the farm, shotgun on his lap, and watched the sun descend. It was 3 days since they'd taken this place. They'd had a few people pass by, but they just moved on through. Nothing major he'd had to deal with. No trouble he'd had to quash. Which relieved him, because he knew what he'd done to win this place was divisive to begin with. He looked out at the fields, looked at the bright green grass glistening in the deep orange sun, at the tractors sitting there. He felt the breeze against his skin. From behind, he could hear Hazel inside, doing something. And it still felt bizarre, living here with his ex-wife. It still felt strange. There was distance between them. They spoke with a little friendliness, but there was too much baggage in their past for it to be anything more. But they were here. She was okay. That was the main thing. He thought about Wayne, his son. He remembered the way he'd gone into the university house of his, the way he'd felt when he'd seen the posters on the walls of bands, and the laptop sitting there on his desk. All these signs of his life. A life Jack had missed out on. A life he wanted to repair. He took a deep breath, stroked Villain's head, who rested by his feet. Maybe one day he'd get the chance to reunite with his son. Maybe one day he'd get the opportunity to truly apologize to him for everything that happened. But until then, his only focus was on being better, day by day. He looked around, inside, saw Hazel looking through the windows at him. She turned away the second they made eye contact. He knew why it was. She'd looked at him this way ever since they'd got here. It was because of what happened with the people who'd taken this place. He knew she had every right to feel bad about what he'd done, because it was simple. He'd killed those men. He could have let Jamie go, could have captured him, but instead he'd killed him. His blood was still stained on the walls and ceilings. And that was something Hazel wasn't going to forget. But it was the world they lived in now. The old morals and ethical codes were collapsing. The longer it took you to adapt, the less chance you had of surviving it, of making it. Because to Jack, one thing was clear. This blackout was here to stay. He took a deep breath. Over a week had passed now. People's desperation would be at fever pitch. Starvation would be rife. Dehydration would be taking many lives. Conflict would be building up in a battle for the last of the supplies. And if you weren't ready, you didn't just get left behind. If you weren't ready, you died. This was survival now. It really was as simple as that. The door creaked open. Hazel stood there, by his side. She was holding some meat in her hands. He'd shown her how to properly gut a chicken, cooked it over a portable stove. "Looks delicious," he said. "Thanks, honey," she said, somewhat sarcastically. She sat down beside him. "Can't deny my survival skills have come in handy when there's fresh chicken on the menu, He smiled at her, but Hazel didn't smile back at him. She still had that distance in her eyes, like she didn't know him anymore. And in a sense, it saddened him. Because as the days went on, he was only going to slip further down an inevitable path. It was how it had to be. Jack bit on the chicken. It was perfectly cooked, which was a relief because you could hardly afford any downtime with illness these days. Avoiding illness was one of the major goals now. He looked at Hazel, saw her staring out across the fields. "I hope he's okay out there," she said, "wherever he is." Jack took a deep breath and smiled. He will be, because he's his mother's son. She looked at him and smiled. And as the sun set further, Jack smiled back. They were going to have to get along. They were going to have to pull together. Because this was it now. This was survival. And it started now. Wayne saw the farm in the distance, and he smiled. He tightened his grip around Bella's hand, smiled at her as she held Mrs. Fuzzles in her arms. "How about we try this place?" he said. She smiled back, nodded. And in the final light, Wayne walked towards the farm. He didn't see the man on the porch with the shotgun on his lap, Rottweiler by his side.